Mic check.
Yes, mate, I got you.
All right, sweet. I thought I saw somebody talking, but there was no sound.
They're all hiding or sleeping or somewhere else.
I
Hey, oh, hey, what's up? It's quiet in here, eh? Oh, that guy's not too bright. Maybe I shouldn't have gave him BC verified. He don't know where the fuck he's at. Oh, you guys are. Oh, hey, everybody's
What's up,
quiet.
Data Mod?
What's up, Enoch?
Oh, hey.
How you doing, bruh?
Oh, outer odor, eh? You betcha. Hey, I'm high. I was looking for some Canadians to fuck with, eh? You got some beer?
No, I don't. I stopped drinking.
Yeah, I don't drink. I never drink. I wasn't a beer drinker. You know them Canadians, they get mad when I fuck with them until I tell them I'm actually a Canadian native. I'm a native of Canada. So I'm an Occidental. I'm a First Nations person, Anishinaabe or Ojibwe, Chippewa.
That's pretty neat.
So I can move freely from America to Canada, either one. I can make residence there, or I can make residence here. I'm like a joint citizen, you know.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm the same with the Philippines.
Oh yeah, so yeah, you know exactly what I mean. And then
Yeah.
once they realize, oh hey, I'm just fucking with them, eh? Because they're living in our land, eh? And they know it, eh? Then they're like, well, okay, Mike, that's cool. They're like, hey, how do you feel about that shit? I'm like, oh, it's cool. You pay your taxes, that bitch queen that says she owns our land? Oh, hey, maybe we should all get together and tell her, fuck her, it's our land. I don't want no rent from you. I want respect. Honestly, most natives, people are worried. Well, what if the Native Americans, listen, what if the Native Americans took back their land? And America no longer owned land, or Canada no longer owned land. Well, you don't own land anyway. You never fucking did. You're there on trust or treaty, which is a contract or a covenant. But what you need to understand, all natives want is the original state that they were born in. They want to live free again. So we live in harmony with nature. So if say, hey, we got our land back, eh? And all of a sudden we were free again, eh? You know, like we were born before the white man came here and put us under his laws, eh? Then you would just
Put
be
boundaries.
Yeah, eh? You know, then okay, we'd all be free, eh? And so you would just be part of my tribe, eh? And you would now have a hereditary claim to the land too, as long as you treated the people here as if they were all part of the web of life and deserved the same respect that you do. And really,
we're all connected because we're all connected.
Well, really, people need to understand that natives, we have a great respect for all life. And if we evicted that bitch ass queen and them Rothschilds and the Illuminati as a fucking corporation, because Illuminati is a trust holder in our treaty. It's a corporation. It's a literal group, corporation, or legal fiction. Most people think it's a conspiracy. There's no conspiracy. The Illuminati is a corporate entity, and they own a percentage in every treaty for every Occidental, for every land that every government is on. Illegally.
Yeah, they're out there.
Yeah. So the Illuminati they're part of the controllers. They see you as tax slaves and goyams. So natives would just want you to be free with us, and then we'd no longer be tax slaves. We'd all be men again, with our birthright, our natural born birthright, freedom. You don't know what it's like to be free. You've never been free. Your peoples don't tell you stories of a time when the entire nation was free and men lived free among men and information was exchanged, and sometimes men came to live with the tribe. They took wives from the tribe and became part of the family. You see, you guys don't tell stories like that. We do. We want all men to be free. We really don't want our land.
I know exactly what you're talking about, man. I don't think people
people don't understand that.
Know the movie Dances with Wolves.
Yes. Yeah, that's a great example. So he was part of the family. He took a wife, you know.
Oh yeah, dude. Like, and she became part of the family too from when she was, because she's a part of the white man as well. But
Exactly.
the natives took her in as they took her in, and then
Yeah,
lo and
because
behold, he actually met her when they were
another.
native, like part of the natives.
Yeah, yeah.
Mean, and then it
Another
says,
another tribe had killed her parents, and because they were on,
yeah,
they wanted retribution under natural law. If you really watch the movie, um, her parents had killed a couple members of their tribe, so they wanted blood for blood, and they came for
yeah. The other tribe was trying to get them back for what they've done.
yeah, and they came for their pound of flesh, and then here's this orphan kid, and well, the guy wasn't even a chieftain, but he took her as his responsibility, and he raised her and treated her with respect and love.
Yeah, and then they also tried to attack them. They were
Her-
overstepping their boundaries.
She stands with fists.
No, I mean, yeah, she stands with Fist was with the tribe, right? And then
Yeah.
the other natives were trying to attack them, and they overstepped their boundaries. Is what I was saying. You know what I mean?
Hey,
And-
listen. My mom was a Polak. My dad was a full-blooded Ojibwe, right? So I used to watch this with my mom, and she'd be like, "See, son, that's how our people were." And I'd be like, "Mom, your people were Polacks." You ain't got
Wow.
no. I used to pick on my mom, but I knew what she meant. She was just trying to teach me my heritage. And I think that
Right.
even my mom, as a Polish person, had more respect for native heritage than most half-breed natives. They called us savages, but dude, that's just because they wanted to take our land. They knew by
That's because they didn't understand us. That's all.
no, they understood us, dude.
Because we called them savages too because of what they were doing to the
It's
land.
Well, yeah, and it's kind of like no different than
Remember what they were doing to the bulls, the buffalo?
yeah, they killed all the buffalo off, and they
Skinned them, and then they didn't leave nothing. They just skinned it. That's it. They
yeah.
took the hide, and that was it.
There is no
They
more.
wasted all that nutrition, that meat, a waste. And then the bone that they could have used to make weapons, a waste, bro.
Yeah, they took more than they needed from nature, and they destroyed the Great Plains, and they ruined an entire ecosystem.
That's why the natives were so mad at the white man, bro.
Yeah, we weren't natives. We lived by universal law. We weren't savages. The only way you can see a person who gets a pound of flesh for a pound of flesh as a savage is if you no longer live by natural law and you live by man's law. In nature, if your family came over and fucked with my family and you killed one of my families, you know damn well in your heart, I'm going to come back for retribution.
There's gonna be revenge. Yeah, there's gonna be blood for blood.
Yeah, and you wouldn't call me a savage because you know in your heart that law is written on your heart. You know the law of nature. You know I have a right. I have a right to that retribution you took from me.
It even that's why it even said like that. Not trying to quote the Bible, but that's why when Cain killed Abel, Cain was afraid and had to flee because he knew that people were looking for his blood.
Yeah, they would want him. They want their pound of flesh.
Exactly. That's why he even said that he was a coward.
I'm glad you noticed that because he said to God, said, "You got to get out the garden." He said, "Well, Lord, what will I do if I leave?" Now, it was just Cain and Abel and their descendants. And all of a sudden, if Cain leaves, somebody's going to know him. And they're going to want to kill him. They're going to want retribution for the death he took. Because, and who are these other people? They're pre-Adamic creations. They're other tribes. It says in the Bible, God tried thrice before he created man. So we can logically infer there's pre-Adamic creations and probably 3 of them,
Right.
And even though they weren't maybe human, maybe they're demon and we're human, but they still are a part of the family of life and they'd want retribution for that flesh. So it says that even pre-Adamic creation lived by the law of God, the law of nature. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. When you killed my family, you said it was cool
That's the
to come
golden
kill
rule.
yours. It is the golden rule. It's not religious. That's not a religious concept.
Nope.
Those are legal terms. That's natural law. You get what you give, motherfucker. It's that simple. That's a law of nature, and that law is written on your heart. See, I wish people would understand that. Listen, most of America's worried. They don't want the natives to get their land back because they think we're going to evict them. No, motherfucker.
It's called karma, bro.
We'd make you free just like us. And then we'd try to live in harmony with you, just like we did when you took our land, acted like it was a promised land. God gave it to you, and you had to kill everybody that lived there. We still tried to live in harmony with you motherfuckers. And you called us savages. We don't hate people. Look what they did to us, and we don't hold no ill will, but they still say natives were savages. Even though natives are right here living next to you, even though you killed off 90% of their fucking people. If we were savages, how come there's no serial killers in history that was a Native American? Tell me that. You got white motherfuckers that were serial killers, black motherfuckers, Russian motherfuckers, Greek motherfuckers, Roman motherfuckers, Polak motherfuckers, all kinds of serial killers, but none of them were Native American. So what's that tell you? Who was the savages? They try to make us look like savages because they know they can't just take our land by natural law. We lived there, died there, we blood, sweat, and tear there. It was our land. So they had to
manipulating, bro.
Yeah, so they had to make people agree with it. These people came in, they were invaders in their land, and they still called them savages. Why can't they let us live here in peace? You're stealing their land. How is it because you wanted to form this new nation in what you called the New World, which wasn't new, it was already inhabited, but you're too stupid to understand the fact that you're just an insurgent in a foreign land. You're not in the New World. You didn't discover shit.
They're trying to call it New World Order.
Well, this is the New World, bro. Think about it.
Oh no, I'm just saying that's what they're exactly what they're calling it.
Yeah, and my motto was always. Man. Oh, okay. I'm in so many different group DMs, man. Sometimes I guess I just shouldn't read that crap while I'm in a voice chat. No, man, but you know a lot of Americans are worried about. They know natives in their heart. They know we should get our land back, but they're worried about what would happen to them if we did. Well, we wouldn't evict you. We'd accept you into the tribe, and we'd actually want you to live by universal laws that are written in your heart. Where the
we just want what's ours.
Yeah, where the freedom, where the law and justice. We want freedom and justice. By natural law, you can get justice. Somebody kills your kid, you can go over and tell him, look, he took my son away. My son would work my fields, would give me grandchildren, would do great things for our family. Replace my son with your son or his life. And which the two is up to me. Do I want to kill him or do I want to make him, fill the hole that he made my family? That's up to me. But you should offer it as an honest person. You know damn well you took from me. You took a son. Come on. Your son takes my son. Well, your son's now my son. Personally, I wouldn't kill him. I'd make him fill that hole. Fucking kill my boy,
Right.
People don't want to admit the truth, though, man, because then you got to set aside your pride and your shame to live in reality. The truth is, as natives, we know this. You shouldn't have any pride or shame over this subject. You didn't do anything wrong. It was the sins of the fathers. Your fathers did it. Their fathers, my forefathers. I'm mixed. I'm a white native from the Bear Clan, right? Ojibwa Bear Clan. Makwa, Dodam, Nindao. But so my grandma named me Owabe Makuntz, little white bear, because I'm a white native from the Bear Clan. That's my native name, Wabe Makuntz, little white bear. And I like it. You know, to some full-blooded natives, they laugh at it. It's a ridicule to them. They're making fun of me. But I don't care. It's not big to me, you know what I mean? It's not a big thing. So you're full-blooded, that's cool. I'm not trying to take anything from you by accepting my native heritage. My father was full-blooded. It's not my fault he married a white girl, but even by your own law, I should be accepted in the tribe. So there you are, not living by your own law. But that's not for me to tell you, that's for you to realize. I'm not the guy that likes to go tell people what they do wrong. I'd rather point out what's wrong with what they do and let them figure it out themselves, you know? Bong. You change your name to Bong? Bong. Hey, Bong. Oh, we got a mod here named Bong Sao. Give me one good reason, Bong, why I should let you keep that name, Bong. Somebody else talk besides me, damn it. Zong. What's up? We got all these. Zong, you gotta talk. Bong, you gotta talk. If you guys don't talk, I'm gonna ban you. UCBs. Bitha. You is G Bitha. Gebitha. Whatever the hell your name is.
I was just listening.
Speak. Huh? What's up, Zong?
Yo.
Yeah, I was just listening, just hanging out.
Well,
What's
you
up,
gotta
Zong and Bong.
I know how it is, bro. Listen, there's a jackass in every group. You got to pick your times to speak. But I mean, the nicest guy in the server is running shit right now, and this would be the perfect time for those of you to speak that feel like maybe you can't speak because somebody might ban you over your opinions. Cool?
Battle mod. Can I talk a bunch then?
Yeah. Shit, I don't care. What's up, Platypus?
He sounds like a kid at a candy store.
By coolest guy on the server.
Oh, I get to say.
About me.
What's up, Platypus?
By coolest guy on the server, you're obviously talking about me. So.
You and I'll accept that. You and I, bro. You're a real respectful person, bro.
Oh man, I thought I was the coolest guy in here.
Well, you're cool too, but I mean, come on. Platypus gets knocked around by a lot of flat earthers, and he still hangs out, and he doesn't trip out and just start calling them motherfucking bitches and shit. Now
I understand. I haven't been here long enough to, show.
I do that. You know what I'm saying, Platypus? I'm a man, and I can admit Platypus is a better man than me, because you do that shit to me all the time. I'm gonna trip out and tell you what kind of bitch you are.
And
so,
have I ever had the pleasure of debating you on anything on here? Your name is
no, bro. I like to not press you because you are so respectful, and that should command respect. You should get as you give. That's just it's one of my principles, you know. You never gave me shit. Why should I give it to you? You're one of the examples here that it can be a differing opinion and still be a civil conversation. That's why
That's exactly why I don't talk to QE anymore.
That's why I'll be damned if any one of them will ban you. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Oh, I can still fuck up. It's not outside the realm of possibility.
Well, yeah, but fuck, the first time you got banned, you did it just for stating something you've actually done.
The fucking the North Pole.
Motherfucker came out of nowhere just pissed off. I was like, oh my god, am I really getting put in a bucket with this guy?
He didn't know who I was yet.
Oh yeah, he was just buzzed. I give him respect though, man. As a man, he figured it out. I didn't never argue with him. He just asked, why do you keep on banning him? I said, that guy's respectful. If you respect him, he'll respect you. And honestly, I ain't never heard him disrespect you, bro, but you keep banning him.
Yeah, for anybody who is listening and is not familiar with it yet, I'm the resident guy who has been essentially to the North Pole. That's my whole gimmick.
Yep.
Well,
Yep. But
That's cool.
he figured it out, bro. I didn't have to say nothing more than I've never heard you be disrespectful. I don't think you've earned a ban. And he's like, okay, Mike. He considered it. He gets buzzed, dude, but he's a good guy. He's got a conscience. He uses his brain. He's a smart guy. He figured it out. We got other assholes around here that'd be like, oh, fuck that. And then I got to pull rank on them. Well, fuck you. I'll ban you.
And never forget it. This smart. I appreciate you calling me a smart guy, by the way. This smart guy believes that we live on a globe. Also, in case anybody's listening and they don't know.
I know you do. That's not a matter of intelligence.
I've heard some of the debates between you and other people. I just kind of listen. And
Yeah, because the honest truth be told, none of us as average men can actually verify the truth of the shape of what we live on. I mean, that's an honest statement, isn't it? So it doesn't make sense for you to call me stupid over what I believe or me to call you stupid over what you believe. You believe observation backs what you believe. I believe observation backs what I believe. So it's just differing opinions on probably the same observations. I'm just one of the only guys that'll respect that. Because guess what, bro? I accept this. Even though I believe what I believe, I still understand the same shit I say about other people, I could be wrong. The authority could be wrong. Your premise could be wrong. The people who told you could be wrong, but I too can be wrong too. I'm just a man. I could be faulty in some form of my thought process. Nobody showed me one that I actually would agree with that is faulty because I'm just being an imperialist. And that's the point.
I'm trying to remember. Are you the guy? Are you the mod that I talk to all the time that lives like only an hour north of me?
Yeah. Yeah, I live in Michigan. Jackson County.
Yeah, dude. The next time I'm making a hike up to Houghton Lake to the family cabin, I
like Houghton Lake. I like Houghton Lake. You got a cabin on that lake? That's a big lake, man.
My family has a cabin on the south side, and I can now call it my cabin as well because I actually contribute to the upkeep of it finally.
Yeah, that's how my cabins were. They still are. My dad owned 3 different cabins: Lake Erie, Lake Michigan, and Traverse City on a small inland lake, not a great lake. But I'm not going to name that because I spent a lot of time up there. But me and my brothers and my dad, we all maintained them. It was a family thing. And just now that I own them, I inherited them, I took them over. I don't make everybody else pay for it. I pay for it all, but they all got keys. They can go there whenever,
Yeah,
it's ours.
I think to rewind it a little bit though, I think you hit it on the head. I think the majority of people that get pissed with me on this server get pissed because I'm not easily triggered, and they're used to getting that response from people.
Yeah, they're used to people getting triggered and just making it. When you get triggered and you get aggressive, you just make it look like the way you act is the same way you think. You know what I mean? You act like an idiot, you got some idiotic thoughts, but you just stay firm in your belief and give conscious reasons why. That's actually why I like you. That's why I respect you. I don't just like you, I respect you. And you're a Michigander, motherfucker. Yeah, I know what that means to me. I love my state.
How'd you enjoy that longest day of the year, by the way?
Oh, yeah. I didn't see much difference from it and yesterday. But, yeah. Listen, most people they might notice the longer day because maybe they get a little more time of light. But dude, I'm up before the sun. I'm working before the sun comes up, and I usually work till after it goes down. So my days are always the same length.
You know what's crazy about that whole longest day of the year shit? You know that technically only applies to anybody living north of the
Yeah.
tropic.
Yep.
People who live below the tropic get 2 longest days of the year.
Yeah, and they also experience the shortest day when we're experiencing the longest day.
No, I'm just talking about like you and I live firmly on like what 43 degrees latitude, 46 degrees latitude, something like that.
Yes, yeah.
People who live above the equator like us, but don't also live above the tropic, they experience 2 longest days of the year.
Yeah.
It's just weird. Cool stuff to think about.
Actually, most people don't put that much thought into their life, bro. You know, truth be told,
That tilt is an amazing thing.
man. That's what you say. I'd say we're like 40, 44 or 45 degrees latitude, but yeah,
I'll double check it real quick. Hold
on. Something like that. I think it depends on what part of the state you're in. Actually, I think. Yeah, it does. Michigan latitude.
Flint, Michigan resides on 43 degrees and 1 minute.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It actually depends on whether you're a troll or a youper. Hey, buddy. Most people don't understand that kind of talk, eh? So, like, when you're from Michigan, you can just take your hand and say, point at your knuckle, just below your forefinger, and you can say, oh, hey, I live around about right here. And you can point over there at your palm and say, hey, but my family comes from here. And we usually have our family reunion somewhere in the middle here, about the middle of my palm, eh? Because our state is a mitten. So you can use your hand as a Michigan map, pretty much. And just like you said, I like that you say that is pure Michigan. You live about an hour north of me. We don't talk in miles in Michigan. Even if you live up north, he lives about 4 hours from me, eh?
Mm-hmm.
So we talk in minutes, not distances. And you know that's because Michigan is the automotive working capital of the world, and we work on overtime. So, I work 50 hours a week, but if I want to drive for 45 minutes, after a 10-hour day, then I could spend maybe an hour with my cousin, and have 2 hours to get back before I got to be to bed, because I got to go to work tomorrow. But really, that's why people here talk in minutes. Because they're looking at the hours in their work week, you know. Automotive work, it's generally 60 hours a week or more. And automotive jobs are really suffering right now because you can go to Taco Bell and make $14 an hour. Why the fuck are you going to work at an automotive plant for 12? Get dirty, and greasy, and smell like kerosene and cleaning oil and rust protectants, right?
Pretty much.
So when the motherfuckers at Taco Bell can't buy a fucking car anymore because nobody wants to build them, I wonder if they'll be able to figure out why. That's because you make too much making tacos, and everybody'd rather make a taco than an automobile because it doesn't pay enough. Truth be told, $14 an hour, you're making more than people get entry level at Ford Manufacturing. Not now, but
Dude, work
5 years ago.
If I was making $14 an hour at my current job, I wouldn't be working that job anymore. I make quite a bit more than that.
Well, what do you do?
I am an engineer. I work on the machines that make injection molded containers, like peanut jars and shit.
Is his volume really low for anyone else?
No, so yeah, I'm really familiar with injection molding. We do a lot of plastic extrusion and injection molding in Michigan, and my buddy owns a plant where he runs 20 extruders and 15 injection molders. So
I don't deal with extruders. Extruders is different.
Well, an injection motor has an extruder on the back of it, but you know, what do you think feeds your mold?
Ours is ours is a charged screw.
A charge, yeah, an electric screw. That screw and the
hydraulic. It doesn't put out. It doesn't extrude. It injects into a preform mold, which is very different.
That's No, listen. I know exactly what injectors. First we extrude the plastic, and then we ram it into a mold. Yes, it's an extruder. It has a screw. That's
okay, here's the big difference. On an extruder, the screw is in a constant slow rate of essentially injecting, whereas the machines that I work on, they inject for a short period of time, and then while the machine is preparing for another cycle, the barrel backs off, charges a whole nother shot of material.
Yeah, I know.
It's ready to do it again.
It's still listen.
It's like saying a diesel. It's like saying a gas engine and a diesel engine are the same thing. Like, yeah, they're both in vehicles and they can both make.
Well, they are. They're both a combustion engine. They just work on a different internal and external combustion. So, well,
yeah, but if you tried to tell a car mechanic that a diesel engine and a gas engine are the same thing, they'd laugh at you.
Oh, I know.
You know what I mean?
But what you got to understand is that plastic has to be extruded before it can be injected. So, injection molding, extrusion is part of the process. First, you extrude. So the extrusion part of it doesn't really depend on the screw or the machine. It's a process in which you feed, melt, and push the material. Are you with me? So we can do that hydraulically, electronically, manually, with a screw, by air pressure, by hydraulic pressure. We can extrude multiple ways. An extruder is no different than a Playboy spaghetti factory, Play-Doh, where you put Play-Doh in it and you push it down and it spits out a bunch of strings. That's a form of extrusion. It's called compression extrusion. So this is what you got to understand. I mean, I know you're being specific about the form of it, but extrusion is just the process of making the material malleable and then forcing it through a die or an injection pipe.
Dude, I could get you a job if you didn't live all the way down in Jackson. We're hurting for people.
I run my own. Listen, I run my own. I own an asphalt company, but I have a degree in mechanical engineering, and like I said, my buddy runs an extrusion plant, an injection molding plant. So, I mean, I love him. I love my friends. I give him real love. So I wanted to help him with his machines and his processes. So part of doing that is learning exactly what you got to do. You know what I mean? And then you can improve not only the process, but you're an engineer. You know how process and control improvement goes.
Yep.
You go through the entirety of the process and the equipment that does the manufacturing process. So I just educated myself on this stuff and then seeing where I can make improvements throughout the entire process. That's all. Now my buddy makes money. He's got more uptime than downtime. That's all. That's the overall. Basically, in plastic, a lot of times when you work for Ford or Saturn or Dodge, and you're doing their parts, what you're doing, you rent them the equipment, the line. They're renting it. They might pay you $1,000 an hour for the machine, and whatever your operator produces, that's what they produce. But if you're not shipping them enough parts to keep their manufacturing lines going, then they're not going to want to pay you the full amount for the hours. You know what I mean?
See, we make We take orders. We produce to order specifically. We don't have any customers that have permanent demand of any of the lines.
So you make your own parts, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then
that's yeah.
then the warehouse them and sell them. And so when you do it for automotive, that's when my friend does it for window trim for Ford. Trim.
Does he work? I'm gonna take a guess here. Does he work at Novaris?
No. It's actually Plastigage is part of it. So it's a Plastigage corporation, and he's independent but works with a conglomerate. So they have large automotive contracts, and they work together to fill those contracts. It's a manufacturing group, just like the Allied Group. Do you know who they are? Allied Engineering.
No.
They'll pretty much take Allied Engineering. They'll take whatever contract you'll give them, and then they'll engineer a process and put it into working order. It's an engineering corporation, but they're a plastic corporation. Oh man, I don't know. I would like to talk about law and biblical, but that sounds like a doctrinal debate that I don't want to get into. But yeah, my buddy works for. So it.
Best way to get me off the server for the night is to strike up a conversation about religion.
Yeah, he's a Han. It's called Han Elastomer Plastigage, Plastic Incorporated Engineering Group. He's a Han. Han Elastomer Plastigage. They're a conglomerate. They're 3 different companies that work together to fill multiple contracts for Ford, and they make wiring harnesses, trim pieces, like where you shut the door and you got the carpet on the floor, the trim that goes around all the carpet on the floor. They make that. They make interior body panels for a lot of Fords. They even do Mercedes. Wood grain, embossed materials, injected patterns, stuff like that. So, but he just, he invested all his money in equipment and contracts, got the contracts, and literally just paid himself. So for the first year, he didn't make money like a company owner. He made money like an engineer. Are you with me? He basically only made enough money to pay him for the position he was doing in his own damn shop. Engineering, process control, and improvement. So he got to talking to me, and I got my own damn machine shop in my barn. I say my barn, but it's really a maze of barns connected together, We're like 6 barns. It's a barn system. So you walk from one barn to the other, I got a machine shop, I got a body shop, I got lifts, repair shops, fabrication, stuff like that. So you got process, fabrication, finishing. I literally have areas. You only put a car in this area when it's been painted and fixed. Because in the paint area, you don't want oil, you don't want gas, you don't want coolants, you don't want anybody doing mechanic work in your area where you're going to lay down $8,000 worth of base coat, clear coat, candy coat, ambient clear coat, and flip-flop paint. You don't want to spend $12,000 on material and not have it stick because there was too much motor oil in the air. You know what I mean? So you got an area for each thing if you're doing a quality restoration. If you're not doing a quality restoration, well, then don't worry about it. Just put a paint job on there that allows you to sell your classic car and fuck it, whatever, or your car. But I'm a stickler for doing things right. If you're not gonna do it right, then don't fucking do it at all. That's how I live. And not only do I think you should do it right, but you should try your hardest to do it the best. Everything in life is a competition. The more competitive you are in life, the more successful you'll be. You just got to remember, success isn't final. Failure isn't fatal. It's a willingness to continue that matters. The road to success is paved with failure.
I forget who said it, but the man once said, "If you think you can't, you're right."
Right, yeah. Because you're gonna can't and 20 times tell you could. And if you just don't think like that, then you gotta understand, motherfucker says, I'm gonna do this. He already understands. It's almost impossible. Most people has failed, and I'm gonna try every time till I learn everything I need to learn to not fail. I'm gonna be the guy that fails 20 times till I succeed. Successful people know that. When you say you're gonna do something, you don't quit the first time you fail at it. You learn what you can learn from it, and you make your next attempt. You only need one success to be successful. And you could have 100 failures that build up to that, but failure is never fatal. You're not dead. It's not the end of the world. Just get up and brush it off and try again. But you have to learn from your mistakes, because a wise man makes a mistake and he never makes it again. He learned something from it. A fool, he makes a mistake and he just keeps repeating it. So you just have to.
I just want to add to that, Metaman. It only takes one black swan to debunk the radius.
Amen. We know you would disagree with that, Platypus.
I'm just waiting for you guys to try doing observations over land instead of water, but whatever.
Well, see, there's a reason we don't do it over land. I mean, like I said, I'm a stickler for the details. So land has topography. So water is the most true surface you're going to get, even though water is turbulent. Most people say level water, flat earth. Truth is, water isn't level. It's turbulent. But
it is possible to determine what level is over uneven ground. Like, you get that, right?
Well, it depends on how you're defining level. But yes, what you got to understand is land is a mountain that protrudes out the sea. And you can't say it's higher here than it is there, and that equals curvature, because it's just a mountain that's built up and protrudes out of the sea. It's above the elevation of the sea. That's what I mean about topography. So over land, the only thing you're measuring is the difference in topography. That's
not true, Mike.
It is true, bro. Listen.
You can still. Okay.
So basically, listen to me. Listen to me. Yeah, what you're saying. Hold up. What you're saying. Hold on, Crit. Is if I measure a dip in the horizon while I'm on a mountain looking down into a valley, that's curvature. Or if I measure an increase in the horizon from a valley to a mountain, that's curvature. Or if a plane goes to a high spot to a low spot, then that's curvature. When true people who are certified in survey absolutely know, when we measure over land, the only thing we're measuring is topography. Period. Surveyors survey the topography and layout of the land. So the land is laid out based on its topography. It's that simple. You can't get around that. You can't eliminate the mountains, hills, valleys, and depressions to say this place is higher than that place, so it equals curve.
You can, Mike. All you need is that you invoked topography just now. All you got to do is get some topographer's equipment. It's that easy.
I'm sorry, is topographer's equipment, is that different from survey equipment? Because I've never heard that phrase before,
you know
bro.
What I mean. You know exactly what I meant. Shut up.
Well, it's survey equipment, so laser level. So laser level is only going to tell me a change in elevation, a sin or a cosine, uphill grade or a downhill grade. I'm giving you the honest truth. Any surveyor give it to you just like this. You're never going to measure curvature over land because you're only going to measure topography.
Negative, Ghost Rider. Negative.
Well, I'm just giving it to you from a surveyor's perspective.
Nope. I'll tell you exactly how you do it. You get yourself that survey equipment.
Platypus, can you speak up or adjust your mic because it's went down really low?
Hold on a second.
You're kind of low. Because I want to hear this. I want to know how you're going to dictate level without doing it from a central point to show 100% curvature. Because for you to dictate level from
Is
a
that
certain
any better?
perspective, excuse me, yeah, but to dictate level based on the shape of what we live on, you have to prove the shape before you say it's level. And that's the problem with topography. Is the only place level is from a central point on an ellipsoid is in an ellipsoid model. It's not true in reality. Elevation is based off how far you protrude off the sea in survey.
No.
It's got
Negative
nothing.
Ghost Rider. Negative Ghost Rider. All you need is to do. All you got to do is, and it's easy to do. All you need is that. All you need is 3 sticks. That's it.
No. No.
Choke yourself with those 3 sticks.
3 sticks. Okay, I want to see how they correlate with survey. Or we're going to talk about light.
Hold on a second. I'll show you. I feel like
Listen.
I feel like I got to go to MS Paint.
For sticks, for light, or survey, which one? Because for you to say the angle is this way because of curvature, you have to assume certain things about the light source, where it is, how intense it is, how far away it is, and you have to actually assume the shape of what you live on.
Nope, hold on. I'm gonna draw you some pictures here.
It's also a bit of a I would say I mean, we have the salt flats, we have a giant frozen ice lakes.
Well, here's the promise. The problem with your premise is that you think you can absolutely prove curvature with sticks or survey, and you could prove it to an absolution. But if this was true, it would already been done by now by surveyors.
I'm going to show it to you. Hold on. This might blow your mind.
Even your most intelligent engineer and scientist will tell you that shadows of light and sticks only ring true if you accept the premises under which you quantify those things, such as the distance to the light source and how the light is propagated. Without the assumption of that, then you're stuck lacking. You don't know the distance to the light source. You don't know how light is propagated, and that's closer to the truth than anything. We really can't confirm the distance to the sun 100% to absolution, nor do we know how light is even created, let alone propagated. We know how to use light and how to create it, but that doesn't mean we know everything about it. And no intelligent man would assert that we do.
I am listening to you, but I am also drawing a picture for you.
Yeah, I can't wait for this. The dude can barely operate a microphone. Somehow he's going to unlock all the secrets.
I don't know. Okay, normally when I'm in here, nobody complains about my microphone. I am blaming my Microsoft update that I installed 2 nights ago.
So it doesn't. The truth is, your mic is just bunked now, right? It's not us complaining. It's just the situation that's now happening.
No, I'm sure it's on my end.
Okay.
But what's crazy is I even turned up I maxed out my input on Discord. It's just, I don't know. Hold on.
Well, disconnect and rejoin.
People have been complaining about it for the past 3 days, and I'm consistently disconnecting and reconnecting to Discord.
And now you know why, I guess.
Well, yeah. What you can do is you go to the live stream and you can listen to your mic, right?
Yeah, I'd be like, this guy's broken mic game, except for he's got some other roles already.
I'll be back in a second, guys. I gotta jump in DMs for a minute and handle something.
All right, did that make a difference? Mic check.
It's low. I turned your way up, but it's still low, so I don't know.
No, I don't know then.
Yeah. Okay.
If you're maybe your what should we call it, noise suppression is on. It's suppressing the noise.
I just went and turned it off to see if that helped.
That seems a little better to me.
Working, hold on.
So how dumb are globalists? Imagine being so dumb you think the Earth is rotating, but you can't feel it. And it's curved, but you can't see it.
I don't get why you would see it. It's one of the questions I never get a firm answer to here.
Why you would see it? They tell you.
Okay.
You can see ships going over the horizon.
Hear me out for a second. So let's say hypothetically the Earth is a globe and you're standing on it. The horizon is equidistant to you in all directions. Correct? No matter what direction you look, geometrically, the horizon is at the exact same point in all directions.
Unless it's obstructed, right?
Right. So in what world would you ever, no matter where you're standing, every direction that you look, the horizon would be the same distance from you? So in what world would you, with the naked eye, ever detect at ground level curvature? By definition, everything is the same distance. That's just not how objects work.
Yeah, even at the height of the ISS, right?
One, don't invoke the ISS as though you even entertain the idea that it's real. Because you obviously don't think it's real.
Well, 200 miles is not space. The only thing that's real about the ISS is a price tag.
You you don't believe that the ISS is real, so don't invoke it.
It's real that it costs America.
It's not what I'm talking about. You know it. Don't even go there.
Yeah, is there an object that could be 200 miles up in the air? Sure, there could be. Is it like an actual international space station? No. America pays more than 100% of the bill. It'd be like me and you go out to eat, and you're going to pay 50%, I'm going to pay 50%. But at the end of the day, you pay 150%? Would you be like, did you even go out to eat? Like, where's the proof? Where's the proof of this international dinner date when you paid more than 100% of the bill? It looks like you just went out to eat by yourself and gave a really fat tip.
I don't get what you mean by more than 100%.
Mic check.
Okay, so the International Fake Station is said to cost $120 billion. America paid $270 billion of that. That's more than 100% markup for a that said that supposedly split 17 ways. Like, you go out, like me and you go out, hey, let's go out. Let's go have McDonald's. You buy a value meal, I buy a value meal. And you walk away paying $15. You're like, what the fuck, dude? A value meal costs like $3.80.
You are fucking smoking something.
Yeah, and see,
value meal is $3.80.
Here's the thing. Yeah, it's more like $5.68. And see, I ordered the big fish sandwich when we got our value meals, but they gave me a big dick sandwich. See, and I had to go to the window and say, hey, oh, I didn't order no big dick sandwich. I'm not eating this. I want the big fish. Go large, bitch. Is that only funny to me? Like they wanted me to take the big dick sandwich. I was like, oh fuck no, you didn't, man. They got mad because I was cussing. I was like, what the fuck? You gave me dick instead of fish. I gotta be honest, some kid came in here trolling me one day and he said that, Mike, I went to Burger King the other day. I ordered the chicken. They gave me a big dick. It was so funny I couldn't even ban him. People were like, hey, man, what the fuck are you doing, Mike? I was like, hey, if you don't like it, you ban him. But we tell them to at least be original when they're trolling, right? I ain't never heard that shit. That's original as it gets. Shit. That's funny as shit. He got banned, though. I didn't ban him. Oh, come on, man. That's funny.
That would definitely catch me off guard at a fast food place.
Yeah. Hey, buddy, what's up with this big dick sandwich? You'd have to look at the sandwich before you said anything, wouldn't you? Hold up. What do you mean dick sandwich? I don't see dick on this sandwich. Hold up. Are you talking about the cheese? Is dick a kind of cheese? I'd be asking other employees. Is there a cheese named Dick Cheese or something? What the fuck's this guy talking about? Then he sends me a message. Come on, Mike, you laughed at me. You gonna let these punks ban me? I knew the guy knew damn well who I was. He'd been here before, and it was probably his 5th alt account or 10th, maybe. I don't know. You know.
Here's GE Platypus ordering his kids meal.
Hey,
oh yeah,
I got 3 kids, motherfucker. I order kids meals all the time.
Yeah, here's you eating kids meal.
I don't.
I just posted VT.
I won't feed. The only thing I've ever ate from is the BK. I've only ever got Burger King, and I ate a fish sandwich from there. But I wouldn't feed my kids that stuff, dude.
We get it. We get it. We get it every Friday.
Dude, I restored a car from like the 50s, and it had a Burger Chief. You guys remember Burger Chief? It had a Burger Chief burger in it and some French fries in like 1990, right? The burger was fucking 30 years old and it didn't have no mold on it. The bun didn't have no mold on it. The shit didn't decompose. The French fries still look like French fries. I mean, you could set this shit down, put it on a wrapper, and use it to make a Burger Chief commercial. But shit was 30 years old. The disc was so hard I could launch it from my clay pigeon shooter, and I could shoot it with a shotgun, and it'd break a car window, dude. The shotgun probably wouldn't even have blew the shit up. There's no way in hell I'll eat that shit.
That's scary. I've seen stuff like that where the burger's hard as a rock, but it still looks the same. Like they could use it for display.
Yeah, so like the only thing missing was, the lettuce and the pickle. Those things were actually molded and were decomposing. The pickle and the lettuce. The fucking bun looked picture perfect. Except for, where the ketchup stained it, but Christ. My parents never fed me fast food, and I can't feed fast food to my children. When the environment, the ecosystem can't denigrate the shit, how do you think your digestive system does with it? That's all I want to know. I mean, bacteria can't eat. Bacteria can't eat a burger from Burger King, but your gut uses bacteria to digest. So how do you think your digestive?
It also uses enzymes, which are
enzymes and bacteria, yes, but it's not acidic. I mean, it's not like you're sticking the motherfucker in acid, dude. I'm telling you. It's basically nothing more than the way life breaks down in the ecosystem. That's what happens in your gut. Shit gets broke down and distributed by different systems. But those systems are as natural as the ecosystem. That's what I'm saying, man.
Here you go, Mike. I drew your picture for you. This is some black magic shit. Don't tell anyone that I taught you this.
Well, the assumption there. So you got two sticks and you're assuming level on a straight plane. So you're using a planar assumption to measure a globe. It doesn't make sense, bro. And see, listen, the three sticks. So this is what you have to understand. The stick, when I put the stick on the ground, right, do you understand that the stick is a reflection of what is known as surface level? Not magnetic level, but surface level. So it's only truly level to the surface that it's on. So if the middle stick...
That's not true. You don't get it. You're not doing
it is true. Listen.
You're not doing it with a telescope.
No, you're doing it with laser levels or laser survey, laser levels, or a laser grid system. But the truth is, the height of the sticks are only going to reflect the height of the surface they sit on. This is what...
Mike, in nowhere...
Quit cutting me off, bro. Listen. Its topography is going to dictate the height of the stick.
Negative.
No, it's not negative. You're not putting it on a perfectly mirror surface, dude.
I'm making the tops of the sticks level.
It doesn't matter what the tops of the sticks are. Listen, they're going to sit on the surface of Earth, right?
Okay, Mike.
Yes or no? You got to understand this logic. Listen, you have to understand this. This is the basis of all survey. Your laser level is going to be known, it's going to be leveled by what is known as magnetic level. It's going to have a bubble in it. And the magnetic field is going to concentrate that bubble so you level the tripod, right? But the stick that you're measuring it with, it's going to be stuck to the surface of the Earth. So it's going to be surface level. And there's a difference between what is surface level and what is magnetic level. Excuse me, just let me explain the whole process. Listen, so you're going to have a variance automatically from the laser and the stick. But any educated, intelligent man in survey is going to tell you the sticks are only going to reflect the levelness of the surface. Now you're acting like we can measure a curvature because we can set a stick here, and if the stick down there is lower, that absolutely means it's curving down. No, this isn't true. It could mean that the first stick is on a hill and the second stick is at the bottom of the hill, and the only difference is elevation due to topography. You, as an intelligent man, bro, you have to accept this premise because it's truth. We don't have a perfectly mirrored surface that we live on. We live on what is known as an embossed surface, meaning it has a texture. That texture is known as topography, and it's not a perfectly smooth, level surface. So you can't measure two sticks sitting on ground and say one's higher than the other, that's curved, because one could be higher because you got a pile of dirt here, and the other one higher or lower because that's the hole. It's sitting in the hole you dug the pile out of, dude. It's just plain and simple. You can't measure to a hill in a valley and say that's curvature. That's not curvature. It's a fucking hill.
One, it would be stupid to do that because A, you're not making the measurement level, and two,
so listen. So my question to you is: are you saying that we should level? We'll level out. We'll use shit and level out a 2-mile surface, and then put your sticks on it because you know what it's gonna reflect then. The quality of our
you have to have a level surface. You don't.
You do.
You don't get how. You don't get.
What you don't get is you're only measuring topography, and this is known. It's a known fact, dude. It's demonstrable. I can demonstrate it. We can go out in the field with laser levels and total stations. I can show you. I can show you GPS, elevation, cosines, and all that. And I can show you that the only thing you measure on the surface of Earth at ground level is the topography of the surface. Listen, as intelligent men, bro, which you and I both are,
Stop assuming he's intelligent.
He is, but we can't deny the fact that the surface of the Earth is dictated by the layout of the land. Am I right, Judas?
Yes, I mean it's pretty obvious. Oh, really quick, Platypus. Mike does have to do survey for his occupation.
Yeah, and
you understand that? Yes, he has to know how to use it, and he has to do it readily.
Yeah, and listen, if I level out a highway, 100 miles of highway, and I put a stick at one end and a stick into the other, there's two things it's going to reflect. My ability to grade the land that I'm going to work on, and whether or not it's uphill or downhill, dude. That's it.
Did you preface this, Mike, by saying that you do this regularly?
Yeah.
As your occupation?
Yeah, repeatedly, bro. I mean, I hire surveyors, but yeah.
So after saying all that, then why do you continually insist that Platypus is intelligent?
Well, I'm trying to get him to accept the obvious fact that on land, the only thing we're going to measure is the topography of the surface.
Why bother?
I mean,
how long has he been coming here?
A long time, right? But would it be any different on the board, bro? If we measure the board,
obviously, the thing is,
or a rock.
Either one, you're insisting that the Earth is level, or you're conceding that you're taking Earth's curvature into account in your measurements. One of the two is happening.
Okay, I can now say that for both of you, what is happening in that?
You're going to have to speak up. You sound like a chipmunk. You sound like a very quiet person.
I don't know what's going on with my microphone. There's something wrong with my microphone.
Actually, I think you're right, bro. I don't think he's going to get it if it's going to continue after all of that.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your soliloquy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Neither one of you understand what's going on in that observation.
Okay.
Bro, I've made millions of dollars in my lifetime actually understanding, being educated, and performing what you're implying there. And No, dude, no. You'd get no man with a certification to.
You would either have to assume that there is no topography,
Yes,
or you would have to assume that the Earth is level.
Let me answer
or you would
that,
have to concede that in your calculations.
I'm a PE, a professional engineer. By trade, I'm a highway engineer, but I have a degree in mechanical engineering, okay? But I'm a highway engineer. Yes, you have to know how to survey to be a highway engineer. You have to survey the roads and the land.
Bare minimum. That's the bare minimum.
Do you do the surveying, Mike?
I did originally when I started the company and when it was.
When's the last time you had to assess your work or the quality of your work
or somebody else's work?
Yeah.
When we were changing grade levels on last year.
Okay.
We changed. So 30 miles of highway, we wanted to regrade and lower the grade of the highway on that strip. So it wasn't 15 foot above water level, but it was only 13 foot above water level, and then give it a perfect grade to where it has slow runoff and not fast. Because the water was running so fast off this highway, it was causing people with perfectly brand new cars to
hydroplane.
Yeah, hydroplane, be dragged around by the water. Exactly. So enough people complained that the state wanted to correct that. And so I absolutely had to make sure the grade was perfect or I wasn't going to get paid. If it wasn't the way they wanted it when I got done, I just
because the job was so important, you handled it yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck, I can do this stoned, bro. Survey land and take equations and multiple measurements stoned.
What's the equipment you use?
Well, we use a total station and a laser system, not just one laser level, but 6, 8. They can all wirelessly connect to the total station. It all works together. That's why it's called a total station. But generally, we would check grade with, you'd probably call it a theodolite, but it's actually a total station now because it's digital.
But it is essentially a theodolite. It's just
it is a theodolite, yeah.
Yes.
It is. It's a computerized theodolite. Exactly. It's just not manual. It's just digital. So it's called a total station. But it is not a theodolite. It's a total station.
So you tell me where I'm going wrong here, okay? We'll go step by step.
So with the theodolite, listen, I don't have to measure anything. I don't have to measure the distance from here to there because I can just lay it out on GPS with my total station. A theodolite can't do that. Can't calculate distances for me or angles.
Well, we're not really trying to calculate any distances here.
Well, you have to do that.
Know them.
Listen,
Mike,
listen, to know one sticks above the other, you have to calculate distance and angles. What are you talking about?
You're not making one stick above the other. We're making both sticks the same level.
Bro, to measure whether or not they're level, then we have to equate distance and angle. What the fuck are you?
So you set up your...
So you don't understand survey. That's the only thing you've demonstrated here.
I assume the device...
You want to use a process which you're not educated or aware of.
Does your device have an eyepiece? Like, does it allow you to look through it?
Oh, listen, that's not the problem.
Hang on, Mike. I just want to ask a question. Platypus, you have an example here of what you're showing, and I see that you've leveled one stick to A to B, and then B to C, and then B back to A. You're making sure that it's all level, and then you go from C to A, and it's not level. Now, do you have any real world examples of this except for your shitty drawing?
Right, and I want to be specific here. Most total stations don't really have an eyepiece; they have a view piece.
Yeah,
what you're talking about, what you're talking about is the level transit. I'm not using the transit, but I could use the transit. But I still have to calculate angles and distance.
You're only getting the transit to find your approximate, anyways.
Yeah. See, you understand more about surveys than he does. So
no, Platypus, do you have any real world examples of this?
Are you asking me if I've like actually done the experiment?
No. Do you have any examples?
I'm planning on doing it myself and recording it.
Okay, so you have your outcome at the very end of what you expect to find, correct?
So what you should do is hire a surveyor, tell him what you're trying to prove before you do it, and then pay him, because he's going to tell you.
Hang on, Mike. Hang on, Mike.
He's going to tell you the only thing you're measuring is the layout of the land, topography.
Hang on, Mike. Hang on, please. Go on.
If you would like, I can change the last frame down there to 2 frames for the 2 possible outcomes.
Yeah, that should be. I mean, you should put. That would be the proper.
I want to ask you a question. You see your 3 sticks, bro? You see that there's a distance between each stick, and that your lines, when they're on level, they create angles where they meet. But you say we don't need distance or angle to know whether or not they're level. This is my problem with you doing this. You make this video, I'll be the first one to rip it apart. I'm just going to tell you that.
Really quick. There's actually 2 problems I have with this. One is you're assuming outcome, and 2, I need to know how big those sticks are. I would suggest at least a 2x4 so you can get a very flat surface at the very top. You don't want just a puny stick because the irregularities are not going to be helpful for your measurements.
So whether or not the middle one ends up being taller or not, I would actually default to something that is skinnier but brightly colored. So that way, because whether it's taller or not, if you tried to look straight down all 3,
yeah, I see what you're saying. And that's fine. Just do me a favor and make sure that they're uniform.
Oh yeah, brightly colored, and they'll be uniform, but they're not going to be like a fucking. They're not going to be like.
Okay, so you don't have a real world example of this, but you are planning on doing this. So the only problem I have with that is the assumed outcome.
Okay, now hold on. Choose your words carefully. Are you asking? Because I can go to YouTube and find you a video in about 30 seconds of someone else who has recorded themselves doing this exact same thing. If you're asking me, do I have first-hand experience doing it, then the answer is no. I have not done this myself, but I plan on.
Okay, because and I guess that's what I'm asking for, because I would want to ask you about the tenacity, or the veracity of what was done, and you wouldn't be able to give that to me because you didn't do it. Correct?
Let me go. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, this is not an original experiment. This is an original observation. This is something I have seen other people do and plan on doing myself. Let me go and find.
How long are these distances that you plan on going, by the way?
Only about 2 miles, about a mile in between each one.
Okay, so you know that
where I live, surprisingly easy to do. I live
in Kansas.
Well, my part of Michigan, unlike Mike's part of Michigan, is mostly cornfields, and they are very flat.
Okay. I have no problem with that as long as it is truly level.
Well, see, that demonstrates my principle. So you can't measure
Hold on. Dude.
Can you not interrupt me, bro? Come on. So you can't measure a salt flat and say that is a reflection of the entirety of the shape of the earth. Just like you can't measure a cornfield, which has been constantly plowed, tilled, and leveled, and give that as a reflection of the continuity of the shape of earth.
The stick's height is what we're measuring, the height against the other height. And
I know, but what he's
you can have
what he's leaving out, dude, is it's only going to reflect topography.
Mike, the heights of the sticks are not identical. We're not putting. That's not the.
That's because one is at a higher elevation than the other, and that's due to topography. I don't know how I can beat this in your head, dude.
I will give.
Really, you're only taking 2. You're only taking 2 points here. Platypus, and this is what Mike is saying, is because you're only taking 2 points and you've got the optics right at that first point, you could be looking down and still, well, no, because the machine has to be level, right? Okay.
That's
the I'm
whole
fine with it. I'm fine. I've no problem with that.
As a matter of fact, there's nothing wrong with adding.
You just want him to get ridiculed.
No, I want him to see for himself what his observations. I mean, because this is a very fair and logical way to show what you need to show. And
why are these fucking kids?
There's no difference between this and what's his name's forcing the curve or whatever. Am I wrong?
No.
Okay.
No.
So while this was brought up by a flat earther years ago, I encourage Platypus to actually do it and document every step.
Why do these kids DM me, man? Don't they know I ban people for DMing me? I hate to be bugged in direct message, man. You're in the server. Enjoy it or get the hell on. What the hell? Children need attention, though, I guess.
I always feel violated when people DM me. Don't touch me there.
Listen, if you're not sending boob pictures or pictures of a hot chick, just
anything.
don't.
What were you saying, Platypus?
Just don't DM me.
I have to retract my previous statement. I now have to give you credit for at least understanding the premise of the observation.
Saying I didn't know, I didn't understand wasn't offensive at all. I understand because you hadn't heard my problems with it, nor my appreciation of it. So your assumptions were incorrect, but it was perfectly fine to say you don't understand. To assume I didn't understand because of what Michael was saying. No offense taken, but I appreciate your apology.
You listen, I don't know how you can even argue the fact that 1 stick, 2 sticks, 4 sticks, 3 sticks, anything sitting on the surface of Earth isn't going to reflect the shape of the Earth, but only the topography of the Earth, which is the layout of the land. I don't know how you can even argue that or assume
if those sticks are made level in spite of the topography, I'm okay with it.
Well, then it's just going to reflect level 6, bro. That's the point.
Yeah.
Ooh, now you accused me of assuming an outcome. Is that Mike assuming the opposite outcome?
No, I'm not assuming the outcome. Listen, I'm not assuming the outcome.
If you have level sticks in spite of topography, that includes curvature. You're just going to have level sticks.
Yeah, listen, you got to understand the definition of level.
Okay.
They exist.
But if the Earth is curved, if the Earth is curved, then I need to know these distances because we can actually calculate the curve from the assumed radius, right?
Yeah.
So we should know how much those should be going down. And I don't think we can call refraction.
Listen, hold on. For your premise to ring true, you have to assume that level means equal distance from a central point of an ellipsoid. Then 2 level sticks will have different angles because they're on opposite sides of a ball. But in planar reality, with the true definition of level, and on a planar survey topic, 2 level sticks mean they exist on the same plane. There they are level. There will be no difference of angle. If the 6 are level, there can be no difference in angle. If they're not level, then there is a difference in angle, and they're not level sticks. It's going to be dictated by the surface you set them on. That's why it's called surface level.
Okay, Mike,
we use sticks with the transit, right? It's called a transit stick, where the transit is magnetically level, and the stick is surface level, and there's going to be a variance between the two that we have to calculate, or an angle. already.
If the stick was surface level, surface leveling a stick would be literally driving a stick into the ground.
No.
until the top of the stick is
No.
level with the top of the ground.
No, that's not what academia teaches. Surface level means you sat your transit stick on the surface, so it reflects the levelness of the surface. That's what surface level means. Surface level basically means conformity to topography.
I'm at a loss. I initiated this as a
Listen,
conversation with Mike.
I know, but what you need to understand is you can't be certified to survey unless you understand this premise.
That's
no one would accept. No engineer would ever accept your survey if you can't accept the difference between surface level and magnetic level, because they absolutely have to be considered and equated in a level surface, and never were they meant to be applied to show a continuity of curvature around a vast distance. Because planar survey is done in graphs, in Cartesian coordinates, in small survey. Because we cannot assume as intelligent men that what we measure here on this surface is a reflection of the entirety of the shape. That's too large of an assumption.
Oh, this is coming from the guy that subscribes to the FE core laser test, which asserts.
Well, that's not done.
Measurement.
That's not done at a short survey planar Cartesian coordinates distance. That's done at a distance greater than a survey, and that's why they did that. It's a distance greater than a planar survey. Now, I would give you this if this was your reply to the FE core shit, and I'm going to tell you, if any motherfucker comes back and uses this against me, I'm going to now be mad because I gave you the concedence that it's not a reflection of the continuity of levelness throughout the entirety of a 4,000, 10,000, or 8,000 mile distance. I won't say circumference or radius. I'm just saying that's not a reflection of shape over thousands of miles distance. It's just a reflection of the topography of the layout where that lake is. That I would give you. But the problem is other people, they want to argue stupid shit that doesn't even apply to survey. What you should say is this is too minute of a measurement to accept to be the continuity of a reflection of shape at a vast distance. And that would be acceptable and intelligent.
Really quick, I just wanted to correct myself. It was forcing the line, not forcing the curve. So.
Oh, I knew what you meant.
Yeah, I just wanted to correct myself.
Yeah, that's what he's going to be doing, forcing the line.
Yeah.
I don't know
what were you saying, bud?
Talking about there, by the way.
Huh?
I don't know what that is that you're talking about.
It's okay. It doesn't matter because this was already proposed as a valid experiment.
Oh, somebody else did this.
It's a valid experiment, but the question is, what will it be a reflection of? That's it.
I understand, and we'll argue those facts later.
Yeah,
once
after
the work
you
is
do
done.
the video and we just ridicule it all the way through, step by
I'm not
step.
going to ridicule it all the way through. I'm going to watch it.
I will.
See what I like, see what I don't.
And I'm going to start with, since you don't know the difference between magnetic level and surface level, what was the process you went through to level and zero out your equipment before you did this survey? Sir. Because there is a process to level out all survey equipment, whether it's a transit, total station, theodolite, or just a viewing line.
Why do you keep on saying theodolite? It's theodolite.
It's theodolite, whatever. It's just enunciation, bro.
It's horrible.
I got you. Well, hey, my surveyors say it that way, but I guess we're all stoned when we're on the job, so fuck.
I'm gonna come there just to correct your language.
We still know how to use this shit.
Where's my theodolite?
It's a theodolite. You're right.
Theodolite.
Theodolite. See, I
fucking Greek.
I just say it the way it's written. Theodolite.
Theodolite.
Yeah. You sound like you're trying to roll that shit off your tongue, but yeah, okay.
Theodolite. No.
Oh my God, my friend, are you just being semantical? Or oh my God, can you?
No. How did you become Indian when I'm trying to speak fucking Greek, bud?
Fuck, I don't.
It is.
I don't know how the hell we'd even try to say that in
What were you
my
saying,
native language.
Platypus?
Deuce, we're gonna obviously we're gonna get back to this at some point.
Yeah.
When I do this, however, it is too.
I'd give him a native name.
Wait, shut up. Shut up for a second. I can barely hear him as it is. Mike, shut the fuck up.
Ancho Diodo, one who fucks buffaloes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Tatanka.
That's your
Go ahead,
name, Platypus. Here comes the pain.
Platypus, go ahead and say what your piece.
I'm saying I'm going to bed.
Oh, okay. Good night.
Oh no. We didn't. I didn't see no towel hit the floor. You didn't throw no damn towel. There's still buffalo here for you to rape. Where are you going? Anto. Anin. No, I mean, hey, my hat's off to you for trying to figure out a way to end the argument, because that's what both sides are doing. But I just, from experience and profession, bro, I just think yours would be just a repetition of what's already been done. And
I implore you to do this work. And again, the only reason why I said, why are you assuming this man is smart, is because you have a presumptive finding at the end.
Okay, so the reason I ended with that observation, it's if I had pulled the idea for this observation completely out of my ass, like I think this might be a way of doing it, and I've never seen it done before, then I would have ended it open-endedly. I would have worded it like, if all three of them are still in line, then that would mean that it's flat. If the one in the middle is taller, that would mean it's low.
But if you're going to present this to the opposition, I would definitely leave it open-ended, or at least with more than one conclusion.
Yep, the reason that I worded it the way that I did is because I have seen it done on a couple of videos before. So
and that's fine.
I'm already familiar with how the experiment typically ends.
Right, but with all experiments, you never, even if they've been done, you would never assume the outcome because you're trying to verify.
It's not an experiment if you're doing that. It's not a survey. It's reification. So you can't assume the outcome. But through experience, based on the setup, you can make a logical inference of what the outcome is based on the assumptions that you're basing it on.
Well, we can.
In other words,
I can make inferences as to what the two different results would mean, and I think it's pretty obvious what each of the two.
There's three outcomes possible here.
Well, here's the thing.
Hang on, Mike. Hang on. There's three outcomes possible here.
No.
Yes, there are three outcomes possible.
Okay.
You have three sticks.
If hypothetically. Hypothetically, the third outcome.
Bro, this has been done.
Hold on.
Is that the middle stick is lower than the two sticks on the outside?
That would mean that we
live
on a
it's comparable to taking three measurements.
Hang on, Mike. Mike, stop interrupting.
Okay. I just want him to understand.
Just stop for a second. I'm making my point. There are three outcomes.
Trillion times.
Please stop. Three outcomes, and you can't assume. When going into any experiment, even if you've seen it done before, because you don't know the veracity of which it was done, you only know the parameters, so you do it yourself. So you have to assume that all three outcomes are a possibility, regardless of how crazy they seem. Also, this is only one local area, so your outcome may be different in different areas. And you have to imagine the possibility that things will be different in different places. And I'm not saying that one outcome is preferable here, but your outcome could be different in different places.
Oh, it's going to be. Absolutely. We know this
I would encourage.
We know that, listen, we know this from history, dude. You're not doing anything surveyors haven't done for thousands of fucking years.
I'm just saying, Mike, I'm just saying to get this more closer to science, we would have to assume all possibilities as an outcome.
Yeah, and it'd have to be an experiment, not a survey. But the problem is this has been repeated. It's been done.
Well,
That's what
Okay,
had
I don't care, Mike. That's beyond the point. An experiment can be done till the end of days, and one outlier may be enough to shed light on something we've missed.
Yeah, this is all I'm saying, bro. Throughout the history of time, man has made multiple surveys on angles and distances with sticks, laser transit sticks. We've even used dummies and cones of the same height. Never once has a man inferred it would be a reflection of the continuity of curvature in the history of the entirety of man in survey. Thank you.
I beg to differ. That's literally what I'm talking about right now.
That's what you're talking about. Now, what surveyors have done is said the dip in the horizon may be a reflection of the continuity of curvature.
Mike, you're too focused on what people have done before.
Hey,
revolution.
Platypus, can I make a
I'm
little
focused
request
on my
here?
education and what I know about survey and what I know about topography. I'm not focused on what's been done.
Can we go?
Deuce, I
is
almost
it-
want to go down to a different
Your sticks are only going to be on land, dude. Listen.
Is it possible to go to 3 miles, have a mile between each?
I would have to look a little bit harder for an area to do that. It becomes
Okay, if we want to do questions, can I ask a question?
Mike, for the love of God.
Yes or no?
Mike,
So listen,
Mike.
Can you go to 3 miles? This is what I want to know. Okay, so for your level stick thing, your premise is that there would be a reflection of the shape of Earth. How are you going to measure elevation? Or are you going to even quantify elevation
Mike, I don't want to keep getting into the
no, this is I'm trying to lead you somewhere with this, dude.
Yeah, but you're Mike, we're talking about apples.
Are you saying no? It's not apples, man. Elevation. If I set a cone at 10,000 foot elevation, I set another cone at 11,000 foot elevation. No matter the layout of the land, you know there's going to be an angle. It's not going to be a tangent line from the 10,000 foot elevation to the 11,000 foot elevation. So this is
no, Mike. That's not true, Mike. That's not true. If you have 1,000 foot stick, you could get it.
Well, yeah, if you put 1,000 foot stick, listen.
Okay, that's fine with me.
But
I want to see 1,000 foot stick.
Listen, what you would have to do is sit a 1-inch toothpick on the 11,000 foot elevation and a 1,000 foot stick on the 10,000 foot elevation with a toothpick on top, both measuring the distances between 11 and 11, and then you'd have to measure the angles. So I'm just wanting to know
with that.
if you know how elevation reflects on what you're doing. That's all I want to know. I mean, I'm done ridiculing it. I'm going to walk you through the education I have.
Mike.
Go ahead with your premise, and I'll if it's true, I'll agree. If it's not, I'll demonstrate why.
Mike, for what we are doing, elevation in any of the locations of these sticks is completely irrelevant.
It is not. It is not. Listen, you're basically, listen, I asked you earlier, okay, so you're saying we'll have 3 sticks. We take 3 miles. We got one at the end of 1 mile. We got 3 miles from one stick to the other and a stick in the middle, right? What if at the beginning of the first stick, it's sitting on a mountain? This is the elevation problem. Bro, could you stop interrupting me? Because this absolutely applies to what you're doing. And if you don't understand it, then you just demonstrate you shouldn't be doing what you're doing. You should look at it from a different view. Or you should research what you're trying to do. And maybe take advice from an experienced person to demonstrate what you want to demonstrate. Because there are certain factors you have to equate out and quantify before you can say there's a variance due to anything other.
I think it's going to become apparent what he needs to do when he goes to try to do it, Mike. I don't think this is at all necessary.
Oh, yeah. So over 3 miles, you're going to have a change in the layout of land, the elevation.
Yeah, and your stick is going to have to at least rise to the level of the next stick.
Exactly.
I'm okay with that. I've said it 100 times. I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yeah, because when you measure 3 sticks from downhill to uphill, and you put that shit on the video,
really quick, really quick. Hang on.
He's being cordial, but he's gonna ridicule the shit out of you on your video in your comment section when you do this, bro.
Hang on. I just want to say the reason why I would like to. Shut up. The reason why I want to see it at 3 miles is because it will be much easier to devise. It's a simplification just for curvature calculations. It's simplification for the point of the middle. It will be a simplification of all of that.
I'm gonna put a flat Earth shoe on for a moment, Deuce, and I'm gonna tell you the different kind of pushback I got when I brought this up the other day.
You're super quiet now. Now it's almost impossible to hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Listen.
Yeah, it's better. Okay, let him talk. Let him talk.
Put the shoe on the other foot.
Yeah.
The pushback that I got for trying to make the distance longer was it had something to do with that nonsense about angular size and stuff.
Okay.
I was told the further I push it out, it's better to keep the distance as short as possible.
Okay, I do agree with that. I do agree with that.
Yeah.
And have an
This is all I want you to understand, bro. Listen.
Mike, dude, please.
Listen,
please.
You can do what you're trying to do, but what you have to understand is first, you have to create a tangent line.
Mike, encourage this guy. Stop discouraging him.
I'm encouraging him. I'm trying to tell him how to prove his premise. You have to create a tangent line. You do this with elevation, bro. To show a difference or a depth from 1 mile to 3 miles, you first have to make your measurements.
Show it, Mike. I'm trying to show the tops of the sticks being fucking level, no matter what their individual elevations are. That's what you don't get. The sticks are not uniform in the height at which they are coming off the ground.
Level is a tangent line. Elevation is a tangent line. You can't have things at differing elevations that are going to be level, bro. It's an oxymoron. You have to understand that. Level means on the same plane. 11,000 foot elevation and 10,000 foot elevation do not exist on the same plane, therefore they will never be level. I don't know if you're using improper wording or what, bro, but you're not making coherent and cohesive statements.
Mike, for Christ's sake, I drew you a picture.
I know.
Any better than that.
And for that picture to ring true, all those six have to exist at the same elevation, which is a tangent line, motherfucker.
They don't have to have the same elevation.
Yes,
Mike,
they do.
Mike, do not assume that the sticks.
Is that a straight tangent line at the bottom of your 3 sticks, bro? Yes or no?
Because that's the way I drew it on my thing.
So what? Yeah, well, what I'm telling you exists in your diagram.
You want me to
make that? Listen, make that same image ring true on a fucking circle, dude. And then you understand what the fuck I'm telling you.
Hold on, you ready?
I can't believe you can't understand this.
Yeah, I can't believe you can't understand this. I was going to go to bed, but here, I'll draw you a second picture.
It doesn't ring true on a sphere.
Curved with an abstract line on the bottom instead. You ready?
And here's the thing: the sticks would never be level on a sphere. Even at the same elevation, they tilt away, so you would have an angle.
Mike, bro,
that's what you.
Mike, I love
you. Don't understand survey, bro. It's all about lines, straight lines, and angles. You're measuring the difference in angles. That's what survey is.
Mike, I'm going to politely ask that I step away from the conversation with you.
I mean, listen, do you understand this? At 3 miles, if we say there's 300 foot of curve, I set 2 level sticks on a level sphere, right? Are the tops of those two sticks going to be level? No, because they're on a sphere. When I create a straight line from one stick to the other, I'm going to have a cosending, which is the point where the two angles meet. That's going to tell me the variance or the curvature rate. If you have two level sticks, you have no cosine, no variance, and no curvature rate. That's what you don't understand. If they're level, what you just measured is a plane, a level plane.
The thing that I'm proposing doesn't just use two sticks. It uses more sticks.
It uses three, but it still rings true on three. You think you're avoiding all of this by adding a third stick.
I either have to walk away from this and go to bed.
Stick three needles. Listen, take a little rubber ball, stick three needles in the motherfucker at varying places, and then look at it and understand what the fuck I'm telling you.
Juice, would you jump down to live stream 2 with me for a second, please?
I don't know how you can't get it.
I'm not going to go anywhere, but I do understand what you're saying, and you said you got to go to bed.
It's cool. Go to bed, bro. I'm not mad at you. I don't have any hard feelings. I'm just trying to make you understand what it is you're trying to prove and what you need to show to prove that.
Mike,
and it's not two level shit.
I'm glad you're not mad at me. I am mildly frustrated with you, and I was trying to talk about this in a different way.
Well, listen, bro.
Getting interrupted.
If you measure two level sticks at varying elevations, thank you. You just proved a level plane, and you need to understand that. Yeah, he's quiet, a person. Yeah. Platypus is quiet, but he's a soft-spoken guy too. No, I'm not mad at you, and I understand you're triggered with you. But I understand what you're trying to prove.
Hang on a second, Mike. Stop rumpusing him. Let him say his exit, please.
No. I'm not saying an exit. I'm telling you. Now I'm pissed. Before I
fuck it. Now he's pissed.
No, I'm fixing this microphone problem. Before I get off tonight, I'm gonna be.
Well, I understand what you're trying to prove, bro. I'm just trying to tell you what you need to show. I'm not saying it can't be done. You just have to understand how two level sticks would sit on a level sphere, where the level is dictated from a central point. That's what you need to understand.
I'll be right back in a second. Hold on.
Because two sticks can be level.
Mike, shut up, Mike. I got a question for you. How is this not an experiment?
It doesn't manipulate cause and effect.
Oh, true. Okay.
And it doesn't demonstrate anything either. Shape is never a question of science. It's measurement.
I agree.
So,
I agree.
So you know what I'm saying. If you take a rubber bouncy ball,
methodology for observation. That's fine.
Yeah. So that's a part of science, but it doesn't adhere to the method. But
right.
Yeah,
I understand that.
I'm not going to QE you. I would accept that it's an experiment. You're trying to demonstrate something, and it could be done this way. But what you need to understand is how sticks. If you're saying level on a sphere,
I understand, Michael.
Oh, okay.
Please shut up about it. I get it.
Mike,
yeah, you get it. All right.
For fuck's sakes, I've said it like 10 times. But you just keep on babbling on. Are you high right now?
I am, but I was beginning to feel like I was the only motherfucker in here with an education, and I really don't think you need more than a 7th grade education to understand this. It's geometry. It's simple.
I get it. We're all getting it.
Yeah, you're still low, Platypus. You're still low.
Still low.
I'll quit. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck it is. Let me see what I got your setting at. Hold up. Could be volume.
Check his setting.
No, it's not volume. I got him set at 130%. Shit, he should be loud as hell right now. Let me set you at 100. I just need to know he understands that on a sphere at a distance, two sticks will never be level. There'll be an angle, but in truth they would be level, but there would be an angle from the top of one stick to the other. So it'd be like
after a certain distance, yes.
Yeah, so it'd be like a rooftop when you draw the two lines and
you have
where
to be
they
far
meet.
enough.
Yeah, exactly. You understand.
That's why I was trying to push him out to 3 miles. But angular resolution is a problem.
It is because you're going to create the lines wherein you're measuring the angles from observation.
Right. I didn't account for that when I propositioned it.
Mic check.
I hear you better, but not best.
I thought he was gonna go to sleep. Who cares about the mic? Go to sleep.
Oh, here we go.
There we go. What's up, guy?
What's up?
Oh, Vlad, I wanted to ask you something, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you mine or do you just like trade for like crypto?
Oh yeah, I'm a hodl. Hold on for dear life, bro. You know what I mean?
What?
Hold on for dear life.
Yeah, hodl.
Oh, okay.
Diamond hands.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm pretty diamondy. No, but I'm gonna start moving. Like I have to get to the point where I have to start taking profits. If I don't take profits, I'm gonna lose out. I have to start taking profits now.
Okay, so you're mining, aren't you?
No.
No?
It's all on the exchanges. I'm on the exchange.
Okay, because I'm just lazy mining, and I don't trade at all. Yeah, I know, and I should have made some money off of that too, but I've just been lazy.
As long as you're mining and you're hodling, you're okay. You should be fine.
Mic check.
I could have also made,
That's louder. That's louder.
Yeah, I figured it out. I was right. The Microsoft update did something to my mic volume.
Yeah, so
it automatically turned it back down to 50% gain for some reason.
yeah, you're loud as hell now. But that image I showed you, that's what I mean about the two lines meeting at an angle. And the bottom is an example of how I use it in my my profession.
Mike doesn't even understand that the picture he just posted is literally what my observation would show. I mean, it's exaggerated in that, but it's
turn the gain a hair because you're clipping.
Hold on.
That's an assumption. That's an assumption of your outcome again.
It is, but so you shouldn't say that the sticks will be level because they wouldn't be level. There'd be two intersecting lines. Level sticks would have one tangent line from the top to the other, wherein on a curved surface, you have two tangent lines that intersect. Are you
Mike,
with me?
not if you're using a piece of fucking equipment to level the tops of the sticks all to one another.
You did read where that says land survey, right? You see the spherical nature of what you're saying we live on. You see the two arrows where the tops of the two arrows point at different angles and create an intersecting.
Like I can't keep going back and forth with you on this. Can we agree to disagree on that?
No, everybody else understands, and I really need you to understand, or I'm just gonna have to laugh at your video, bro.
Deuce, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I need.
I appreciate that.
Do you want me to show you on a curved surface how it's an impossibility for two sticks to be level lined at even if you level them, then you're going to have to bury one stick to account for the curvature, and the other two sticks are going to be sitting on the surface.
Mike, listen, if you took two sticks, listen, if the earth was curved and you took two sticks and you took a level and you buried the sticks into the ground so that both of the sticks are sticking out 6 feet, let's say. You're right. When you looked through your leveling device, the other stick would not be level because they're both sticking out the ground the same distance. I'm talking about taking that stick and bringing it up higher so that both of them look like they're level to the piece of equipment that you're fucking using.
So you're not using two equal distance sticks. You're using
I'm using two sticks that are leveled to a piece of fucking equipment, Mike.
Excuse me. So you're using two sticks that are varying in length, and the varying in length is supposed to display your curvature rate, right? Because I see now the failure in our communication. If you take 2 5-foot sticks and you put them on a spear, they're never going to have a level top.
Not only did I never say the sticks were the same height, I specifically went out of my way to tell you that the sticks aren't going to be the same height. I specifically specified that.
Me.
And we've said this several times, Mike.
Yeah, I'd like to explain where I pulled the definition of 2 same-size sticks from. You said level. Level means they exist on the same tangent line. For that to be true, they have to be the same height.
Right.
So you did describe that when you use the word level. No offense, but as it pertains to survey. So you're going to use 2 on level 6 that when they're surface level will be level, and this is supposed to display your curvature. That would be the way you said it, and it would be coherent and cohesive, and then we wouldn't have had this problem. We would have understood each other from the
I don't know. Mike, I don't know. Deuce has been seeing eye to eye with me. Not to put words in your mouth, Deuce, but he's been seeing eye to eye with me on this for the past 30 minutes.
A 5-foot stick and a 6-foot stick, no way in reality can be considered level. This is what you don't understand.
Oh
you can level.
I can't keep doing this.
Excuse me. You can create a level wherein a 5-foot stick and a 6-foot stick at the top will have a level tangent line, but a 5-foot stick, 2 varying size sticks, cannot be considered level in reality, dude. It's the wording. You don't know how to use proper English. You think with level you describe 2 differing size sticks, but you didn't. You have to, when you denote your equipment, say I'm going to use 2 sticks of differing lengths, and they're going to be level because it's sitting on a sphere. You couldn't even communicate your premise well.
I feel like I communicated it enough for another person in here to understand what I was
I don't know how the fuck he got you were going to use 2 different size sticks.
Mike, Mike, listen to me. I specifically went out of my way when I thought you were confused to tell you that the height of the sticks were not necessarily the same height. You would have to be changing the height of one of them in order to make them level with one another from the instrument that you're using.
Listen, height and length are 2 separate things. You kept saying you're going to measure 2 level sticks on a surface and it's going to prove something. 2 level sticks are level. They exist on the same tangent line. They're the same distance, dude.
Well, if you had actually looked at the thing that I posted, the wording specifically says at level with equipment. It specifically says above all of them at level
when you look at all 3 sticks, the middle stick is now taller than the level. So this implies that you have the 3 same size sticks, but because of
negative Ghost Rider, it specifically says in the wording that it's level with the equipment.
Where does it say in this wording that the sticks are not the same length?
Where in this wording did I tell you how tall the sticks were?
When you said level equipment, for all equipment to be level, it has to exist on the same plane or at the same height, bro. Height is length. Level is something entirely different. It means they exist on the same tangent line. Listen, all you had to do was say, I'm going to use the 5-foot stick and a 6-foot stick, and I'm going to put them at varying distances, but when you set them down, they're going to be level.
Again, you're assigning lengths to these sticks, and I am not in any way. Because the length of the sticks does not matter for the way this observation is being done. You think, okay, here's why I think the problem is.
It does.
Mike.
It does. The length does matter, dude. You are so lost. The length matters into what you're trying to show. If you're trying to show a level tangent surface, you take 2 5-foot sticks, you set them on the surface, and then you create an angle straight across the 2 tops of the sticks. I just showed you how survey is done. It's all about angles.
Deuce, I got a proposition for you. Hold on a second, Mike.
You said it's a survey. When we do survey, I'm assuming we're doing it from a proper survey stance, wherein we use 1 transit stick that has heights on them. We don't even worry about the height. We set the height of the transit, and then we set the transit stick. We record the height at one measurement. We set the transit stick. We record the height at the other measurement. And this is proper survey. And then you create an angle based on the heights of the stick.
What's your proposition?
At one place we measure 5 foot, at another place we measure 5.5. It doesn't even have to be varying distances. It can just be a measuring stick.
Hang on a second, please. What's your proposition?
My proposition is, and I know this is a shot in the dark. So I am not in possession of either a theodolite or a similar piece of equipment for. You get what I mean? Something that projects from itself a level, a 0 point, a level point.
You can do this with just a plain theodolite.
If you just want to do it with a plain theodolite, then
you don't need anything more than that.
You don't need a You don't need a total station. You can do it with
you can do this with simple. It will cost you like $500 to get all the equipment.
My proposition was, I don't know how rich you are. I don't know how much spare money you have, but
I got this shit laying around.
I think it would be interesting if both of us did this experiment.
I got everything you need. The sticks don't have to be varying heights. They only need to be transit sticks. Listen to me,
Mike,
hang on. He's offering you something, Platypus.
Listen to me, dude. I understand your premise now that we denoted what you're trying to do. I'm sorry, it was just wording. A transit stick is a measuring device. You can measure a 6 foot or a 5 foot. The angle is created from the observation. So if you can use transit stick at all three positions. When you look down you're going to move that marker. See that marker? You move it up to a distance. At the first spot, you might mark off 5 foot. At the second spot, it might be 5.5 foot. And at the third spot, it might be 6 foot. The stick is 7 foot. All three sticks are 7 foot. But you're measuring the height of the tangent line you're observing. And you now demonstrated that it varies over 3 miles from 3 different positions with the transit stick. You don't need varying sizes of sticks. This is why we use a transit stick. It's a yardstick. It's an 8 foot, 9 foot yardstick. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think I'm using it for the same purpose that you're describing, but I will say that thing with the red and white edge on the side, I think Deuce would agree that would be a really easy thing to spot a difference in between the three of them.
Well, that's why
it's made that way.
That's why it's made that way. Look,
because when you look through your theodolite, you're going to have a bubble. You're going to have a bubble on the side, right? And you're going to be making sure that your observation is level. It's on a tripod, and you're going to look past what you're observing and see exactly the height difference. I think you need at least 3 people to do this.
Listen, the red and white thing is called a visual opticator, okay?
Ooh, actually, we could actually take this a step further. And now the second part of this that I just thought of, this would only become applicable if when we made the observation, the stick in the middle ended up being taller than the other two.
Well, it doesn't have to be taller. The measurement would be taller.
If that happened, what?
Yeah. If that happened, correct me if I'm wrong, but you could use these to determine the height difference, since these have measuring on them. You could determine how much higher. Hold on, Mike. You could determine how much higher the one in the middle is than the other two when you're looking at them.
That's my point.
And you could actually use that measurement to crunch out the circumference of the Earth.
No, that's incorrect. That's an incorrect assumption, because, like I said, you would need a multitude of these measurements in order to find the mean average.
Yeah, because
you actually calculate out the circumference.
Well, okay. First of all,
because your local
may be different. if I'm going to go out of my way to actually acquire the equipment from someone, go out, measure this off, and do it. Once I'm already out and about and doing it, it's good. It's going to happen more than once.
Listen, what he's telling you is you can't assume conformity or uniformity. So you can't assume.
I wasn't assuming. What I was saying was if one of those things happened.
That's what I stated.
Specifically, the one where the stick is taller in the middle. I was wondering if you could use.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Or if the stick is shorter, or if the stick is shorter.
Yeah,
if it's shorter, I don't even. If it ended up being shorter, I don't even know what that would. What would that imply?
That your local area is convex.
Topography. So I have to say it again.
Or is it concave?
It would imply you're on a hill or
concave.
Depression.
Yeah, concave.
Yeah, but it's a. You can't assume that this small. So we assume Earth is vast.
What I'm saying is in that 2 miles that the actual curvature will be.
You guys missed the biggest point of this whole situation here.
I haven't.
Hold on.
I haven't.
The biggest thing that you guys have missed right now was that Platypus was just asking Judas out on a date, and he's gay. That's what you guys just missed.
Hey,
see?
I didn't expect you to go there. What's there going to be? Yeah, I didn't see that coming. So, were you inviting him on a picnic lunch? Was there going to be a picnic lunch and a blanket throwdown where you sit down and eat together?
No. As a matter of fact, what I was offering was use of the equipment and then shipping of the piece of equipment to Deuce so that he could do it wherever he is.
Yeah, but
not like literally. Like it would be easy for me and Mike if Mike understood what the fuck I was talking about.
If my mom ever let me out of the basement, I would do a ton of measurements.
Listen, I do understand what you're talking about now. I thought you meant two same link sticks, and I'm thinking, dude, that's not how survey's done. We use a transit stick.
Mike, I specifically told you that they weren't equal.
You were so quiet, I don't think you got it.
Okay.
Listen, I didn't hear that part, that not equal sticks.
Even though I said it.
Survey,
yes.
Yeah, you do this. That's what the transit and the transit level is for. So I'm just going to show you what I want to. This is what I want you to understand. At survey, so angles, we create angles, and it's an approximation of grade, right? These angles at 2 miles. I could survey this at a mile or 2 miles or a quarter mile, but as a surveyor, I would assume it to be a reflection of grade or topography or the layout of land, because my purpose for survey is application, right? I'm going to build.
It would be a reflection, Mike. It would be a reflection of a gradient of some kind if you of a grade,
not gradient, grade, the level.
It would indicate that if you were placing the marker at the same spot on that stick for all of the sticks. If you were measuring the same height of the stick in all locations.
Not true. If I take listen, it's not true. Listen, I'm not going to talk about angles because height dictates that. And when we use a transit stick, we create what's known as a tangent line. This is what I was talking to you about. If we're going to survey, we have to do a tangent line. So we create a tangent line over, say, 1,000 yards, wherein there's varying heights measured with the transit stick, right? 50
foot. We're not measuring topography, though. We're measuring, or we're creating a datum.
Well, if
we're not. So to create a datum, we would have to use known, observable, natural things that are known height, elevation, and true. True and plumb, you got it. It applies. Right. Come on, it's a measurement.
No, not for this, Mike.
This is still a datum, Michael.
Listen,
a datum is a.
You have to understand it. So, picture you're on a whip-de-doo. You know what a whip-de-doo is. In a cross, we call it the triple. It'd have 3 humps, right? The triple. The jump, you either ride through the ups and downs of the hills or you jump off. So if I take a triple and I stretch it out over, say, 3 miles, I got 3 hills. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4 valleys. So I can't even create a tangent line if I'm sitting behind the first hump or the second hump, right?
Agreed.
So if I'm above the third hump, say, or I'm at a level where I can view across the tops of the humps.
Right.
Now, if I stick my transit stick in each valley, I'm going to get 8 foot, but if I stick it on the hump, I might only get 6 foot. So do you understand that the track was leveled? There's only 3 hills there, and I'm only measuring the distance between the height of the hill or the cosine and the depth of the valley.
Yeah.
So the only thing I can infer as an educated, certified, intelligent man is the topography of this land is wavy.
It's fucked.
I mean, do you understand where I'm coming from? That's all I want to know. You think we're going to measure the surface of Earth and we're going to measure a curve. I've said it once, and I'll say it again. The surface of the Earth is not perfect. You're measuring is depressions and elevations, which is known as topography. If you
we're not measuring.
You have to accept this premise, or you can't be certified to survey, and that's all I need you to understand.
Mike, Mike, we're not having a discussion about literal surveying. Surveying is a different thing from what we are talking about.
Listen, this is an observable fact, and you have to accept this fact if you're going to be certified to survey.
I'm not talking about being certified to survey, Mike. That's what you don't get. I get that.
You don't want to be a certified surveyor?
Okay.
No, I got better shit to do.
What you're refusing to do is because nobody's trying to certify you is accept an observable fact that if you set heights and measurements over a vast land, the only thing you've measured is elevations and depressions, which is called topography, and you're just denying an observational truth that all educated men have accepted.
I think if I actually do this and I record it and I show you what I am doing, you will finally understand it.
No, listen.
In fact, I look forward.
Oh my God!
I look.
How can you not get it? I do this as a profession.
Then tear my video apart, Mike. Let me post the video and tear it apart.
I don't have to. I can invite 1,000 other surveyors to fucking do it for me. Listen, Meme Vet won't be so fucking polite about it. He's gonna ridicule the shit out of you if you do this. Just like the Maine surveyor. Have you watched any videos by the Maine surveyor? Because I want you to understand, the Maine surveyor, he's supposed to be a certified surveyor, but he's going against the very principles he was taught when he doesn't do a survey in a certified manner with calibration, with the acceptance of cosine and elevation and depression. He sets a stick without knowing the surface level at all. It's not even a transit stick. We can't measure height on a hill on the other side of a river, and he views it from a downhill angle, and the stick's where it's starting to go up angle, and he shows a difference in the height of the 2 sticks, and he calls it curvature. And any educated man would laugh at the motherfucker. He's on the top of the hill. He's using a magnetic level transit to look at a surface level stick. There's already going to be a difference in angles. We know this. Through experience,
I'm intentionally making the height of the other stick
my
match.
Point is, listen, my point isn't the height of the sticks. My point is the acceptance of the observable fact. When you measure land, the only thing you're measuring is the topography of it and the distance.
Just let me make my video.
So if you accept the fact that the Earth is vast, 4,000 to 10,000 miles round or long, you can't take a 1 mile portion of it and say, from uphill to downhill, I measured it, I forced these sticks to be level, and this is a reflection of continuity of curvature or uniformity of measurement. You've only measured the layout of the land in the section of the graph. If we graphed out the entire Earth in the Cartesian coordinates, you didn't even measure one square in a checkerboard. And you're calling it the whole checkerboard or a reflection of that.
I already addressed that by saying we need multiple measurements.
True, but your multiple measurements are only going to reflect the same thing that we've done for eons, bro. The salt flats are flat. We surveyed them. The mountains are elevations and cosines. We've surveyed them. We've done this. But no person who has done this has said the difference from this to that is evidence of curvature. People who have done these angles and said that they are a reflection of curvature have based it off natural formations, mountaintop to mountaintop. The premise is two mountaintops that sit straight up and down on a sphere, vast distances apart, would lean slightly away from each other. Yes. Creating an intersecting angle. Yes. That would be a reflection of curvature and not topography, because the mountain is the topography. So you have to understand that, what I'm saying. If you're measuring the ground in between those two mountains, the only thing you're measuring is the height and depth of the ground. It's not a reflection of the shape. It's a reflection of the layout of land. And this is an observational truth and a widely accepted fact. And I'm not appealing to any authority. I'm just wanting you to understand you're opening yourself to ridicule from people who accept these facts. Same as we do.
I think you would agree that I would think you would agree that I am perfectly capable of accepting ridicule.
Oh, I know you are, bro. I'm just telling you, it's a good thought. It's just,
I still want him to do it, Mike.
I'm starting to think that Mike is becoming... my theory is Mike has come to the realization of what I'm planning to do, and he knows...
No.
You think he's afraid?
I think he's afraid.
No, I'm not afraid. No survey has ever proved curvature or level, because it's just a reflection of the area you surveyed, and this is widely accepted. Even the guys who did...
Hey, Mike, I'll do you one better. Hold on. Wait. Now, hold on. Would you feel better if I did the observation,
bro?
Would you feel better if I did the observations over a body of water?
I feel better if you understand that the heights and levels of depressions and elevations is nothing more than an observation of the topography of the land.
Mike, would you feel better if I did the observation over a body of water?
I would say it would be a more academic level attempt, because academia accepts what I'm telling you, but they also accept that water over a vast distance should form to the shape of a sphere. This is their ellipsoid model. Academia accepts that ellipsoid model, and on that ellipsoid model, if you look at the GSW84 ellipsoid model, which they conform geodetic survey to this math, the land that protrudes out of the level surface of the sea, which creates a sphere, none of that is curved. It's like a nipple on a titty, bro. It's an areola. It protrudes out of it. It doesn't even conform to the shape of the ellipsoid. That's why academia accepts it. I just look at an ellipsoid model. The land that sticks out of the premise is Earth is a sphere made up of so much water. This is an ellipsoid model. The water conforms to the curvature, making the sphere because the ellipsoid isn't spherical. The surface of the ellipsoid or the geoid under the spheroid that's created through a gravitational ellipsoid model, it's not spherical. So actually, your premise is going against the academic statement of ellipsoid, geoid, or spheroid. You're counterintuitive to what academia teaches. If you understand that. Land is not where you find furniture.
I will say that I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, for you to prove your own damn model, you have to prove that 70% of the water on Earth conforms to an ellipsoid through a gravitational model creating a spheroid. Because a geoid and an ellipsoid, they're not spherical, bro. So you're looking for curvature on a non-curved object or a non-spherical object. Are you with me? An ellipsoid and a geoid, they're not curved. Water's wrapped around that part of that geoid, sticks out of the water, and that's land in your model. That land is not curved. It's not even said to be curved by the people who created your model or academia, and it's not accepted to be curved. So if you did it, you'd be breaking your model too if you proved it. Or you'd just be showing that, yeah, that portion of land where you measured, that's slightly curved. It must be a mound. Well, wait a minute. That's what the model says. It is a mound of dirt that just sticks out of the water that's a spheroid that's attached to an ellipsoid and formed from a geoid. I mean, are you with me? I know I'm high, but Christ. I'm trying to break it down to a science because, see, when I try to disprove something or prove something, before I go into that, I totally understand what it is I'm trying to prove or disprove. So to disprove an ellipsoid model, I don't have to measure for curvature on the ellipsoid because it's not said to be curved. Its model doesn't even, wouldn't even predict curvature rate. It'd predict the land to stick out of the water, which is curved. The only thing I have to do, and this is why we do it over water, is disprove the fact that water wraps around an ellipsoid.
I feel like I shouldn't have even brought up trying to do the observation over a body of water now.
Well, hey, no, do your measurements, do your whatever, but understand what I'm saying because you should apply it to how you're proving or disproving your model. If you want to prove your model, you prove it to be true. You're not going to do that by proving.
Hey, no. Hey. For what I'm planning to do, and Deuce was right in correcting me on this, I am not assuming the results. I'm not assuming any shape. I'm just going to make the observation and infer what that observation means. With the help of literally everyone in here after I post it. And I can't wait to see what that does.
Good luck, buddy.
Yeah.
Shit, I might finally get my own QE video.
So, I mean, here, can I give you an example of what a geoid would predict that
Mike, I am an hour overdue from getting offline from when I originally said I was going to get offline.
Basically, a geoid says there's a spore.
Oh my God.
There's a
Nobody's holding you here. Nobody's holding you here.
Somebody help me.
There's a spore underwater, and some of the tentacles of the spore would stick up out of the water that's being wrapped gravitationally around this geoid.
Mike.
Do you see the land protruding from the water in this image? Yes or no?
Mike, I gotta go to bed. Please, I gotta go to bed.
I need a concedence here. Do you see this land protruding from the ocean? Geoid height. Okay. Is it curved?
I'm not in, what the hell? What the hell is the red line?
That's the geoid. That's the geoid model.
What the hell is what the hell is a geoid model?
It's your model. It's a geoid is
the culmination of all
everything I stated.
Everything from the GSC plotted.
Yeah. So the ellipsoid is wrapped by a spheroid of water in a gravitational model that creates a geoid, wherein there's a curved ball of water on the outside of a geoid, which a geoid is the spore that exists under all your hypothetical oceans, which is just a spore, or like a sand spur, with points everywhere. It's not even round, it's just a big chunk of dirt with points that stick out. You could call them mountains. A mountain that protrudes from the ocean, that'd be the continent of North America.
Well,
your model doesn't even predict curved land.
I mean, if you factor in how big how big it's supposed to be, like volume wise, and you take the difference between the highest and the lowest known points.
Listen, your pride is refusing you to accept the premise.
Mike, I'm too fucking tired to even remember what you said the red line is. It's 3 a.m, dude. I have to go to bed.
Well, go to bed, damn it. You don't have to keep arguing with me. Look, next time you're coming, I'm asking for this concedence as soon as you get there.
I don't even understand what are you asking me about this picture?
Does your model predict curved land? Here's another image. The answer is no. That's why in survey, we don't say any measurement would be a reflection of a curved Earth.
Oh my Christ, you're still... Mike, can you just let me do my thing and make a video and then make a response to it?
Because the ellipsoid is...
I can't keep doing this. You've literally been doing this for an hour and a half.
Platypus, stop crying and go.
Yeah, just go, bro. I'm not mad at you. I'm just passionate about...
Okay, he wants us to stop talking.
I'm passionate.
Stop talking.
Going to bed. I guess.
I can give him projection that's laid out in 2D so he can understand what I'm saying.
Stop,
but
Mike.
Stop.
We're all getting it.
I'm gonna kick this dog till he puts it on a video, dog, and then I'm gonna beat it with a stick like a dead horse.
We're all getting it.
I already said I'm gonna be the first to ridicule it. I'm gonna invite my surveyors to ridicule it and smoke some weed with me while they do. I'm going to call Meme War Vet on the telephone and be like, hey, man, Platypus made this video. He can't even survey. Come on, man. Meet me on YouTube. And I'm not joking. I'm just laughing because I'm going to do it. It's his model. His model doesn't predict curved land. That's what he doesn't understand. He doesn't predict curved land to protrude out of the ocean. It only predicts elevated land masses that are outside the geoid level of
post the GSE geoid, the full thing.
GSW-84 geoid.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Show me how ridiculous that fucking thing looks.
World Geodetic System geoid. Let's see how they project it. So, you want to see mean sea level? Shit.
No.
Surface of Earth, land.
Mean sea level is a lie.
Well, I can't believe this retarded image is the first one to come up. It looks like
that's the one that's supposed to come up.
That looks like some 5th grader made it, bro. But even if you look at their geoid model from Pix4D, it still doesn't predict curved land to protrude off and under the ocean. It only predicts higher elevations to protrude out of the ocean, and you're just going to be measuring the tops of those topographical surfaces that are at a high enough elevation.
That's a gravity.
That's a gravity.
This is the one I'm talking about. The potato picture.
Yeah,
the one I wanted to see.
Exactly.
Thank you, Chris.
The white spots are what protrude out of the ocean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, I mean, he should understand what he's trying to prove before he tries to prove it, right? That's all I'm saying.
Okay. It doesn't matter, Mike. I want him to make the observations. The likelihood that his observations conform to his own bias are pretty small.
Well, it's not true if he with topography you can see that you have to put a longer stick for them to all be leveled, but that's because you're on a hill.
Right. That's fine.
That's
fine, Mike. Mike. That's absolutely fine. You're arguing the wrong points.
I know.
Stop it.
I'm just pointing out the ridicule points from the get-go.
Okay, and that's fine too. And that's why I didn't stop you for most of it. But at this point, you're arguing the wrong points.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is topography.
You're high.
I am. But
please shut up. Please stop talking. Let's stop talking about it. We could talk about a million other things.
The law.
Yeah, man, like this game called Genshin Impact, man. Like, surprisingly, it's an extremely good game.
It's funny how they all call Total Station. Say it properly for me. They all call it Total Station. Theodolite.
Theodolite. It's a multitude.
Theodolite. Okay.
It's a multitude of theodolites.
And they all expect it to have an optical viewer. Well, what they don't understand is an older one has, pretty much a telescope. So you can, because you have to measure out different distances and
you can get your approximation of where you need to be.
Yeah, and the computerized ones, the observations really don't matter because you're creating the angles in the tangent lines digitally. You know what I mean? Because literally with the Total Station, my transit sticks are computerized, where you have the optical visualizer for a visual theodolite observation. You don't have that for a Total Station. It have a computer chip sensor, and you slide it up the stick. You know what I'm saying? Until you register the measurement. Yeah, Well, you still listen to me and you don't get it. Could that be because we're not talking about it no more?
You're still talking about it. I wish you weren't, but
no, I'm talking about the equipment. And ridiculing the fact that they think we're going to make an observation through a Total Station when we're going to use GPS, known distances, and digital connections, wireless interfaces to create all our angles for the purpose of measurement. It's all going to be calculated by the Total Station. So what the fuck do I need to observe? All I need to do is
I guess if you're fucking lazy.
Well, that's what a Total Station's for, so I can be lazy. Well, fuck, man, you want to take the rollout tape and walk it off the tape wheel, set it on the ground.
I don't mind finding fucking monuments and fucking taking sticks and flags. I don't mind that.
Oh, okay, that's 1,600 foot. Now I got to walk back.
Jeez.
Yeah, fuck that. Go to bed, puss. Yeah, Chris is right. Go to bed, puss. Stop listening. I'm not even talking about your point. I'm ridiculing the fact you think we're going to make an observation when it's all digital. It's all done with computer and wireless interfaces, and the lines and tangent lines are all created for me and calculated by a computer system. just from the positioning of the total station, the laser level, the transit stick. We're going to get all our input from that, bro. We really don't have to do work as a man. You just have to be certified to use the equipment, you know? And then whatever it spits out is acceptable as an approximation. Send the puss to bed. I gotta find a better gift to ridicule him with. Come on, take a deep breath and think about it. You can pick on Mike some more. You just need to figure your angle out, Deuce.
I'm typing to somebody. Don't be mad.
I was gonna say just focus on the he's high thing, and then you'll be good. You just ridicule the fact I'm high as fuck, 'cause I am, man. I got some real good weed today, man.
Oh, I wasn't ridiculing you because you're high. I was ridiculing you because you're arguing the wrong point.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the other points just need to be stated as facts, and
no, they are indeed facts, but
he's not unwilling to accept them.
It's going well beyond me wanting him to do this. Regardless.
Shit, I thought that Granddaddy Perps was some of the best shit I ever smoked, and I was growing the best shit, bro. And my son he said, "Hey, you got pounds of that. Let's trade some of that, you know." And we're waiting. I still got shit from last year. We pulled it out of the freezer, and you know my son's smart. We can't have it froze forever and keep it good, you know. That's only good for
3 months.
8 months.
3 months.
Well, yeah.
Unless you nitro pack it.
Yes. So, but we can get good weed 6 months later if we unthaw it in the proper time, and then it's good for a minute on frozen. So yeah, it's 6 months you can get out of it just freezing it. But this fucking weed he traded it for, I was like, oh my god, and his buddy's growing this shit. I was like, man, how much for some clones? And he's like, well, Dad, he said $40 a clone, but $100 for 50 seeds. I'm like, fuck him. Well, here's the Undy. Get me the seeds, boy.
What is it called?
Huh?
Skywalker? OG? What are we talking about?
I don't know what the original strain is. I asked him what the original strain is, but the dude named his shit Everybody's Dumb Fuck. So I want to know what it was before he did whatever he did to it. I mean, we know people. Luke Skywalker is just some kush that some motherfucker named Luke Skywalker after he put his, process on it.
It's not just some kush.
Well, you know what I mean.
Just some kush, because we know what kush smells like, and then we know what Skywalker smells like.
Yeah, that's a
totally different thing.
Yeah, that's good shit too. But I think it's got a lemon haze kind of taste to it, but it also tastes like a mix of lemon haze and Northern Lights. So I'm just wondering what he's.
So we're talking about a sativa.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he mixed it with, and it's good, but he just named it Everybody's Dumb Fuck. So you're a dumb fuck once you smoke the shit, and it fucking stones you. I smoked a lot of weed in my life. This shit fucking. I ain't even smoked the whole joint, man. I'm like, Christ. I'd need to grow way less weed if I was growing that, bro. Shit, I only hit it 3 times. I'm like, fuck, man.
No, you'll build up tolerance to that strain too, so don't worry.
Oh, I know. But this is listen, this weed's so good. Normally, if I'm sore or hurting from work, but I've had a couple days off, so. But normally, if I'm sore or hurting from work, I'll take some muscle relaxers, tell my muscles loosen up, because I got disc problems and I get stenosis or pinched nerves from pressure and stress, because my disc flow. So I take muscle relaxers or a painkiller. Well, shit, if I'd already done that and smoked this shit, fuck, I'd be sleeping right now. I'm glad I didn't. But I was on it. He said, so we traded an ounce and a half for an ounce. And I think his boy's just selling it. You know, he's like, fuck it. That's GDP. You know, Granddaddy Purps. Everybody thinks Granddaddy Purps is the best. So he can sell it for literally a little more a gram than he's selling his shit just because of the name.
Well, I mean, you've got your GDP, which is not a sativa, but why can I not think of the name?
Indica.
Indica, thank you.
Yeah, it's indica.
And then you've got what he's got, which is sativa. So
yeah, but I mean, it was worth the trade.
You need the variety.
I'm sure he can get a little more money out of it. You know what I mean? So I told my boy, tell him, fuck, I'd give £1.50 of that for £1. Shit. I mean, listen, I don't give a fuck.
Yours is OD though, right?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Is his OD?
I don't think so.
It's hydro?
Yeah, I think his is hydroponics and mine's orgoponics. So, or dirt, whatever you want to call it. Orgoponics. Mine's organic. His is.
It's outdoor. You can just call it outdoor.
Yeah. Mine. Well, most of mine is outdoor. The shit I'm trading to him. There is some I grow indoors during the winter.
You got a press? You press the excess?
No, I don't press anything. I just grow weed and package it and smoke it.
Tomorrow wants some wax.
Yeah, my kid.
You're wasting like a majority of the plant there, bro.
I know.
It's not just the flower.
I know. My son does that. But he uses what is it? What is that? Not propane. Butane.
Ethanol? Oh, okay.
No, he uses butane to make wax, and I don't really like smoking that. I don't think you can air that out, even though they say you can.
Not easily. You're better off with CO2, but you should really just throw it in some 190 ethanol and just let it air dry.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I don't do all that. So I'll ask my son why he doesn't do that. I just give my trimming to him, dude.
Oh, because the way I'm talking about it's going to come up.
I'm just a pot smoker. Yeah, I'm just a pot smoker. I do like some wax and some hash here and there. You know what I mean? On occasion.
All I smoke, man. It's just dab. I don't even smoke herb anymore.
Yeah,
I know, man.
I can't do that.
I don't like weed.
I used to be the same exact way, man. It's like, wow, I'm going to give up rolling? And I did. Because going back to weed just doesn't do shit. You know.
I told my son to start buying his own cars, quit fucking asking to drive my cars all the time, you know. I was just joking with him. So he says, we're getting high. He says, well, give me all your trimmings, man. I'll buy this Trans Am my buddy's got. And I was like, really? Off my leaf? Said, fuck, I wasn't even hip to that shit. I didn't know. And he's like, yeah, Dad. Fuck you. What'd you throw out? 40 pounds of trimmings and leaves? I'm like, fuck yeah. And then he shows me that there's a bunch of keef on the bottom of the garbage bag.
It's like snow. There's nothing but sugar on the bottom of that trash bag.
Yeah, fuck, I didn't know this shit. And then
oh my god.
Then he shows me what he makes out of it, and I'm like, yeah, I got blowed. Hell, I got my brother to
make some bubble hash at least out of it.
Bubble hash is too much of a fucking mess, man.
Dude, my brother.
I love it though. I love it because you get the 73 micron. Man, I remember that bag. That 73 micron bag was just something else. It was. That's why I like it because you could separate.
You got that blonde.
You know. Yeah, it was amazing, man.
Dude, out of one garbage bag of trimmings I gave him, he bought a 79 Firebird. I was impressed. I didn't know.
Wow.
You know, I didn't know that, hey, somebody else can take your bag of garbage and make $8,000 off it. I didn't know that. I didn't know.
That's a big bag of garbage, man.
That's why I asked, man. I want to bring my press up there and say, all right, where's your trash, bro? Let's go.
Hey, listen.
There's a small fortune to be made off your trash, bro.
When I say a garbage bag, that's just one. Listen, I'll plot like 6 areas on my land and grow.
I was about to say normal haul. I'm doing like 10 trash bags of trim.
That's one plot for me. Like I got 10
outdoors?
spots on the outdoor grows. I got 10 spots where I grow weed outside, and I have anywhere from pesticides? 30 to 50. I don't spray any pesticides on it. I put a pre-mixed soil down.
Tabasco and garlic. Mint.
Yeah. There's. Yeah. Some people
it works quite well, but you have to apply it a lot, though, man.
My buddy says grow garlic right around it, but the truth is, I think I just got good environments because I've never got downy mold or anything like that on an outdoor grow.
Good strain, then.
How do you not get
strain
PM,
is
dude?
strong.
How do I what?
How do you not get PM on GDP?
Mold? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's not that humid. It's not that humid, then. Good weather.
No.
Yeah, if he's getting purple, though, he should be getting some PM.
Yeah,
he is getting purple, you're right. It does get cold.
I grow.
So he's got that dew in the morning. He's gonna have some PM on the underside of those leaves, dude.
Maybe the day is really dry and sunny though, so it could be like that.
Yeah.
Could be antiseptic enough, but I mean anything crossing is gonna.
They are growing a drier portion. Listen, I have to irrigate this portion of my property where I grow the GD, the Granddaddy Purps, but the KC Jones, I can grow that anywhere in a moist environment, and it's straight. That shit just takes off and does its own.
Yeah, that's a very like sturdy strain because any sativa does great outdoors, but any indica is you're gonna have some problems.
Yeah, I get
love hybrids, man. F1s, dude. F1 hybrids.
I have got some mold on sucker leaves and shit like that, but I don't see it as big as an issue as other people. When it doesn't cover the entirety of the plant, I just cut off the leaves.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do it as soon as you see it.
Yeah, what do I care about losing 10 sucker leaves bigger than my hand? I don't give a fuck. My kid does. He's like, oh, get rid of that, Dad, because he wants to do something with that leaf when it's all said and done.
No, the sucker leaves aren't. They have nothing on them.
No, they're the sweet leaves, smaller leaves. Yeah. No, but you can use them for added bulk. Like he sells that shit to kids who can't go get a license. Here in Michigan, it's legal. Anybody can go, it's decriminalized, it's legalized for recreational use. Plus, you can still get a medical card, but you don't need one to go to the head shop and get you a bag of weed. Fuck, we're almost
like 10 years late to the party.
Yeah, we're almost. You can get a bag of weed at fucking some. Listen. We all know what's up with Apu Ramadan, right? Ramadan, he's selling motherfucking. He got sandwiches. He got better than Subway, better than Arby's. He got better burgers than you can get at Coney Island. The motherfucker got a $10 bag of sativa on the counter or a $5 bag of indica. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious. I go to the fucking 7-Eleven here, and I'm surprised at what these motherfuckers got. I'm like, God damn, dude, would you go to a super sale and just buy a little bit of everything and fill your store with it?
Yeah.
And they sell that, what the fuck is that? That fake weed shit. What's
Ice?
that? No, K12 or some shit like that.
Oh, I've read about that. No, that's hash, dude. It's like... I know what you're talking about. The herb, right? There was an article about it a while back.
Yeah, some people
are dying
say,
off that shit, right?
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah. So now it's he's not selling the K12, but now the different named off brand of the same shit. You know what I mean? Because this shit isn't legal. So They do little things to it, change it, rename it, and sell it again. But yeah, they sell that shit.
I'm going to bed. You've bored me for 3 hours, Mike.
Damn.
Oh, you didn't have any fun ridiculing motherfucking platypus?
I didn't get a chance to because you wouldn't shut the hell up.
Oh, so I was just taking up all your ridicule time. My bad. You should have DM'd me
moderation
that.
job by you there, Deuce.
Yeah, Deuce was trying to lead him into a more constructed and underhanded insult on his shit that he wouldn't even get. I was just out and out telling him he's fucking dumb. No offense, but there's a reason we don't look for curvature over land, and it's an accepted reason by both sides, I thought. And not only that, but academia.
Mike, let him do it. Just shut up about it.
Yeah.
For fuck's sakes.
Fuck, I
That's
give
some
him
good weed, man. How much for a clone, bro? I'll hit you up, dog.
Oh, fuck, I could sell this shit $100 an ounce. I really ain't got shit into it. I just, honestly, listen, I just got property and I got certain areas. And I got a grow room in the barn. So I consistently grow 12 plants through a continuous process. I'll clone them for a minute, but then sometimes I'll take a plant out, hermaphrodite it, put it in the closet and pollinate it, and get me some seeds. But generally I use them seeds outside, and I just let the shit fucking grow. And I'm not a weed guy. That's not my living. I'm not the dealer, so I don't give a fuck. What's it cost me to water some plants? And I don't really water them dirt. I try to
fertilize or anything, or
yeah, I put them on
let it do its
compost.
thing.
No,
okay.
I put them on a compost blend that's similar to what I grow my tomatoes in, but I add a little more nitrate than I would for my tomatoes because I'm not eating it. I'm not eating it.
Okay.
So I can add a little more nitrate, which would give me taller plants in the veg, hopefully. That's all. I'm not trying. I just trying to give them as much room as they can, grow a good strand, give each individual plant enough room and enough nutrients to do
Are you
what it does.
trimming all that shit yourself? How long does it take?
Hell no, man. I got a nephew and my nephew and son. They always shit. I got two nephews and my son. Yeah, listen, they get their cut.
Of course, yeah. It's the trimming party cut, man. Yeah.
Well,
trimming party's nice.
They're young. Yeah, those kids.
It's not fun.
They take
your back,
like
man.
It does,
dude. You gotta find the right chair, man. Just lean back and just.
Your hands get sticky. Your scissors get fucked up.
Wait, you're not using gloves? Fucking upgrade, bro.
I don't use gloves.
Do you use auto scissors or do you like old school scissors? What kind of?
I buy newer trim scissors, man, but they don't always clean stuff.
What do you use, man? Like,
I had
scissors.
I don't do that shit anymore, but I had a pair from where is that fucking country? From
Swiss?
Where the Dutch are from? Fucking what is wrong with me?
Netherlands.
Yeah.
Holland. Yeah.
I had a pair from there. They were horticultural
Dutch scissors.
Yeah, they were all stainless steel. They were beautiful. They were like 40 years old. I bought them off a trimmer in Oakland.
I use horticulture scissors, flow scissors, flower scissors, thinning scissors.
I'm sure we all did, but like everybody is using Fiskars because you just use them and throw them away, pretty much.
Yeah.
But where that locking mechanism, because I would always tear off that locking mechanism, but where that locking mechanism lies, I always get this little pinch right there.
About Fiskars, like pruners shears.
Well, it's this not pruners, but the small ones.
They're flower shears. Yeah.
Sure. Anyways, when I found these Dutch ones, I just sprung at the chance. I paid a good penny for them.
Dutch ones? Which ones?
Yeah.
Which ones?
Yeah.
I don't even know what they're called,
cheap
Roger.
enough, you can just throw them away, bro. That's a good.
They didn't even have a name on them. They were all stainless steel.
Shit.
They were beautiful.
Oh, like some fucking medical shit, huh? I bet. I had one that had the handle and then the O-ring that you stick through and another little loop out that, like, you stick one finger through the O and the other one rests in this grip-like thing. I can't remember who they were by, but I seen them at Farmer's Fleet and I was like, hell yeah. Those were straight because they made the constant squeeze comfortable. It's more like you just push your knuckles together instead of squeezing with your whole hand, you know?
Yeah.
And I like them, but I don't know if my son took them or if I just sat them down somewhere and I ain't revisited that spot yet, because I really do have I have a barn system where I can lose a wrench for an Infinity, dude, because I got like 6 barns. 4 of them are 160 foot long. 2 of them are 60 foot long, 50 foot wide, 40 foot wide. You know, I can lose some shit if I set it down in the wrong place, because I might not go back to that place for 6 months. You know. Or like on the farm, dude. Listen, I found where I plow my fields for the corn. So if we're viewing it from my house, I walk to the cornfield the closest side to me. It's where I plant the weed. Now, all the way furthest from the house on the other side of the cornfield, I never really go through there too much, not on foot. I drive the quad around there, or, you know, the gator, maybe the tractor. So one day my tractor breaks down while I'm plowing this year, and I lost some marbles in a Crown Royal bag when I was a kid. I never could find them, and I always wondered about that. So that's like 35 years ago, man. I'm 49. Actually, it was like 38 years ago. My tractor blows a hydraulic line while I'm plowing, so I pull up off the field, right? So I'm not polluting the field, off to the side where I never go, furthest from the house. And as soon as I step off the tractor, I step on this bag of marbles I ain't seen in 30-some fucking years. I was like, get the fuck out of here, you know? Yeah, and I'm like, check this out. I found all the marbles from when I was a kid, so I'm happy about it. When I get done fixing and plowing and all that shit later on that night, I cook dinner, I feed my daughter, and I get them out at the table, and I'm cleaning them all up and arranging them. And my daughter's like, oh, this is cool. I'm glad you found these, Dad. I'm like, yeah, why? She said, I want them. So I literally find my marbles 30-some years later and then lose them on the same day again. Because I'm a sucker and my daughter wants them. And, you know, they're just fucking marbles, Dad. You ain't seen
it was
them.
meant to be, that's why. They were never meant to be yours.
No. Yeah. I don't
Destiny.
believe in
The marbles are destined for a different owner. That was not you. You were just kind of like, here, hold these for a second. You know?
Yeah, I view life like that. It was more like the universe said, collect all this shit together. Okay, set them over there and get the fuck on, because they're not yours. We had you do that for your kid 35 years later, and she's going to be really happy about this shit. My marbles are sitting in her fucking fish tank. She don't even, I mean, you know, whatever. I don't care, you know.
What were you going to do with them?
Nothing. Put them up there.
Stop crying.
Right, I was going to. They'd just be like the Hot Wheels and all the model cars they build. They'd just be something up there you can look at. And I'd say, no, don't touch with that. And then I'd be that guy that has toys. Yeah, that's what my daughter said. Dad, you got all kinds of toys that are meant to be played with, but you won't let people play with them. And you're just an old greedy motherfucker with toys. And
disgusting.
Yeah.
We We need to have a flat Earth party. We'll all, party at your place. We'll drive all your classic collectibles and all that. Don't worry. We'll fire them all up. And
I got insurance.
Have a little demolition derby going on.
I got blanket insurance. I got a policy. Well,
it protects you from blankets.
What is that?
It's a vast coverage over the collection. So it's based on the collection and each individual piece in it. Same way as my insurance for my fleet vehicles and my heavy equipment.
am getting off, Michael. You have a good evening.
All right. You too.
Bye, guys.
Later, man. Yeah, good night.
You do.
Well, it's the same way for the equipment for the asphalt company. I just got one insurance policy and it insures everything I own. It's a blanket policy. But each individual thing, whatever it is, it's being insured while I'm using it, is covered for a certain amount. The value, the given value. So it's not cheap, So in other words, my policy says if I'm driving the 63 Vet and it's valued at $150,000, if I total it, I literally get that amount. Or I get less than that amount because I accept a restoration agreement or, a fixing agreement. Most insurances will total your car unless you have insurance that has a repair initiative on it, wherein the value of the car is greater than the value of the repair, so you're going to fucking repair it. Most insurances for $4,000 to $6,000 in damage, they'll total a $30,000 car, and that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's wasteful shit.
That's the insurance people get. Like, say, when you live outside your means, you can take advantage of credit, right? I can't afford, say somebody can't afford a Cobra SVT, but they go buy it on payments and they get the cheapest insurance they can get. Now, if they get in a wreck, if the damage is greater than 1/4 of the value, the car is totaled. But with a person who would say, I bought a $27,000 Cobra SVT, now I'm going to get the insurance that would be equal to the payment you're going to pay to own the thing. You know what I mean? But if I do $10,000 worth of damage to my $27,000 car, my insurance is going to repair it. Guaranteed. And it's just in the differences in insurance. But you can't afford that insurance because you're already making a car payment. You know what I mean? But
yeah. Because you can't afford the car in the first place. Yeah.
Exactly. So I don't care.
Henry, I follow Henry Ford's advice. Like, if I need to buy it on payments, I can't afford it, so don't buy it. I got to be able to afford the cash payment of the vehicle, or I don't buy it.
Yeah. I won't use credit for anything, and I know I'm saying that from a padded position, but I worked for that position where a lot of people would say I inherited it. They don't know what I inherited. I inherited a bunch of problems, but see, I had a great education and a great will and drive and desire. So I made what I inherited into something better than what it was.
Yeah.
So I could have started my own company for less than what I put into the restoration of my father and grandfather's company because I had bills,
Yeah.
Which would be because it is under a family estate law, it pays to the estate. Whether it makes money or not, it owes the estate. And you have to make that up. There's bylaws that say how much this has to provide to that. Wherein the company is owned by the family, but the money is an estate or a trust, depending on which way you bank
owned
it.
by the people that own the trust. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the estate is considered property of the executor, wherein profits are considered property of the trust holder. Are you with me? So there's 5 trust holders, 1 estate, 1 executive, and the executive is just the person who runs the estate and manages the profits. That's it. But you get overhead when you get an estate overhead. So if you're behind on the overhead and you inherit the estate, then you just inherited a bill. Plus you got to pay inheritance laws, which are, they're a little cheaper on an estate, rather than, say, if my dad's stuff wasn't considered an estate or trust property of the family, then I just inherited what my father had. I would pay a lot more for it, you know what I mean? Under inheritance laws. But because it was an estate and therefore considered RA mine, I paid less. It's more of a transference tax, which is an inheritance tax, dude, can be 65%. And a transference.
Wow.
Yeah, they can.
Why?
The state
Damn, man. It's already owned. Holy shit.
Yeah, the state can take half in the monetary estate. That's not the assets. This is why a lot of rich people take, say I got 50 trillion. I want to leave it to my kids, but I want them to get the whole 50 trillion. And I'm a rich guy. I got 50 trillion, so I'm smart enough to know the estate laws. Rather than leave my kid 50 trillion, I leave him 50 trillion in assets. And if I'm not a real greedy motherfucker and my intention is to make my children wealthy anyway, then I don't leave it to them as an inheritance. I give it to them as a gift before I pass. That's the way a lot of rich people do it, where with a trust agreement. I give you a gift out of grace, so you enter into a trust with me. Where this is where I say, I gave you 50 trillion in assets, so that you pay a $250 billion in transference fee, which is minuscule to your 50 trillion. But for this, you accept the fact that you're going to take care of me for the rest of my life. And out of the 50 trillion in assets, which are companies, trusts, or bonds, any monetary way of converting money from a lower to a higher, through bonds, conversions, trusts. I know you're with me. So you put 50 trillion in the bonds, it's more than 50 trillion when it comes back. You can live just off the money that you get back on allowing people to work with your 50 trillion. So you just accept that I give it to my kids, and you're gonna maintain the life for me that I'm used to. In other words, I got a $2 million car collection. You're gonna spend a lot in gas and insurance and repairs, motherfucker. But Dad's giving you everything, and who wouldn't accept that? And then the family becomes what it should be, as a conglomerate, where all things work together for an initial outcome, where you can do what your dad did. Spend your young life when you're energetic, creating every asset and annuity that you can to leave to the family when you go. But at a certain age, you're so set, because it's been done generation after generation, that you can now enjoy your life and some of the money that you created. Well, you just made the larger sum, the initial sum, larger, and passed it on. And then, so you spend 20 years of your life adding 25% to the R.A. Bass treasure of the family, property of the family. That's my grandfather's reasoning. Well, my grandfather came from a really rich family, So they already knew these laws and took advantage of them, you know?
Rothschild. I see.
So the estates, annuities, and trusts that were bonded to him, because that's what it is. It's a bondment. They weren't his. They were property of his bloodline, and all he was supposed to do is add to them, and then at the end of his life, take from them for the purpose of maintaining the life you deserve, because you. And then each generation knows, hey, my family's so fucking rich. The only thing expected of me in life is in my young age, get an education. In my older age, raise the percentage level. Take this much money and make 25% more. When you're in the millions, billions, you can think like this. All you got to do is make us 15% more, kid. And then you can sit back and retire on 2%. So imagine, at 35, you got 3 kids, and you've already added 30%. And instead of taking 2%, you're going to go ahead and take 5% and bond it to the next generation right then and there. So your dad retired on $3 million, you're going to retire on $1 billion, because these percentages of our very large trust and bond. You know what I mean? When you look at the overall amount, 30% of $1 billion is a lot. 30% of $1 million is a lot. And families used to do this, but see, it's ignorance of the law that you got to know what laws to take advantage of. When you start saying I'm going to build capital and assets to form an estate, to bond and trust to my family, and I'm going to leave it to a bloodline. Because then you're literally working within the system to take advantage of the system for your bloodline that's going to exist in the system forever. But the truth is, these families are the ones who don't want the system to fall. You know what I mean? So
yes, for sure. Yes.
So if the system ever, there are families that just they use this. Say maybe their overall trust or bond is worth maybe $5 million, $10 million, and they're not really the people who would take their money and say, "Oh man, we got to keep capitalism going." They're not the guys that's gonna, dump $1 million or $10 million into making sure capitalism keeps on working. They're the guys that are just taking advantage of it. But when you get to so let's say you got your millionaire families, your billionaire families, and your trillionaire families. Well, it's like keeping up with the Joneses. Well, the Joneses are gonna help you keep up because you only propagate the system that keeps them above you. Are you with me? They're that rich. I'm not that rich. By no means. My kids aren't that rich, and I don't raise kids to think that their money makes them better than I teach my children that people are worth so much more than money. What is greater value? Can you take money to the grave with you? No. Will you share the next life, if there is one, with money? Hell no. You might share it with that guy you just passed starving on the street corner, but you're not going to share it with your money. So you might want to just stop and buy that guy a burger. Because I believe in soul groups. You know what a soul group is? And cycles. And so we just go through continuous cycles. Life is a cycle. You call it the circle of life, right? So the souls that we experience each cycle with, when it comes around to our cycle, we're tool number 7 on a trillion tool process. Tool number 7 comes up, it's got all these attributes that go with it. Those are souls. Those souls always share the same cycle. Are you with me? So in the afterlife we're together, and then the pre-life we're together, and then the new life we're together, and then the afterlife we're together. And this soul group sticks together throughout the cycles. They might change shape or form. This soul that was a human might come back as a dog next time, but he's probably going to be your dog because you're a soul group and you're tied together in the cycles. I kind of believe in that. That's why I try to treat the people. I mean, if you just got to understand that if the people you deal with the most in your life, you're tied to them in one way or another, universally, or they just wouldn't be in your life. They wouldn't be part of your experience, you know. So you should cherish. Being my father was Native, I was raised to cherish every aspect of my experience. Well, the Great Spirit allows me to experience it. That's the cricket I noticed while I was fishing. I said, fuck it. Put him on a hook and caught a big bass, and I ate good that day. I gave thanks for the cricket. I gave thanks for the temperature, the environment that allowed me to fish, the fish that gave its life for me. You know what I'm saying? You appreciate, this is how you enjoy life. You appreciate every part of the experience. And if you can't appreciate it, then you should change everything that makes life unappreciable, because people are affecting your experience. I was raised in a family where you don't complain about things. If you see something wrong, you don't tell other people, you don't bitch about it to other people, you fix it. Or you don't say shit about it. You get what you accept. And so if you see things wrong, don't accept it. Don't bitch about it. Do what you can to change it. Maybe invite other people to help you change it and realize it. Or accept it, and that's what you get. It's that simple. It's like you tell your mom, "Mom, the sink's full of dishes." Well, no shit. My mom would tell you, "Bitch, if you notice that, you should have washed the dishes." Don't tell me if the fact the sink is full bugs you, wash them.
Right.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me. Yeah, I raised my kids the same way. And it just the main thing, there's two main things that I try to teach my children. There's a God. There's God, there's a right and wrong, good and evil, and people are the most valuable thing in life. Life, people, your dog, your cat, I don't care if it's your pet turtle. That life is more valuable than any dollar you have in your pocket, or any diamond in your jewelry box, or any car in your barn. I mean, what good is it to take advantage of the system you live in and be able to enjoy your life if you can't see others enjoy their life around you? You're not better. None of us, there is no such thing as better when it comes to life. One life form can't be better than another. Your money can't make you better. Your principles, your concepts. I could judge you as better than the next guy, but that would be based on your action. You know, this guy here, everything I see he does, he's real nice. He really cares about people. His caring about people wouldn't be judged by his principles, his morals, or what he says. It would be judged by the fact that he seen a homeless guy and he went to the store, bought him a meal and a sleeping bag, or a tent, or even offered him a bed at his own house for the night. I don't care what they say. Who the hell is Mitchell from Australia? Who the hell is that? What the... how do I get in these group servers with these people? I'm in a group DM with a guy I don't even know. What the... Is Helio in here? Helio, who the hell is Mitchell from Australia?
I've heard of him. He has a YouTube channel. I don't know if he's active anymore, but I've heard of him.
Okay, I got him in a group DM with Gospel Bear, Helio, Indio, Jose, Meme, Mitchell, and okay, maybe Quantum Eraser pulled him in there. All right, so maybe Quantum and Mitchell are each promoting each other's channels. Okay, he's all right. I get it. He's probably one of Quantum Eraser's fans because Quantum.
Hey, yeah, Michael, I'm only jumping in right now because that's what I was wondering. I was like, how did he get into a group chat that Quantum Eraser started? It's weird.
Yeah, I think he's one of Quantum's buddies. I just realized that Quantum Eraser started that. I was wondering how me and you was in. I didn't think you knew to do either.
Yeah. Anyway,
that's why.
Maybe he knows.
DF
knows him. Okay, all right. So
isn't DF mean the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah, the fuck. It's like, who the fuck
all right.
is this guy?
That's what I just seen that. That's why I asked. I'm like, yeah, I'm right. I'm with you. At first, I thought you was reacting to Gospel's comment, but then
no. I was talking about the Mitchell guy because I guess
I looked and that's what I said. What the hell does DF mean? And then I said, who the fuck is this guy? And then I was like, oh, DF, the fuck. Who the fuck is?
Yeah, that's what I meant. It's like our language, I guess.
Yeah, that's Universal, Arkansas, Michigan. What the who the fuck?
It's country. It's country.
Yeah, what the fuck? Who the fuck? Why the fuck
is this guy? So yeah, I guess maybe Quantum knows him and he invited him. Yeah, because anyway.
Wasn't he the guy? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, wasn't he the guy that was debating Mr. Sensible, and then Mr. Sensible said, "At least you debunked the radius." Wasn't it that?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about.
I don't know for sure.
I think you're right. I'm pretty sure it's one of Quantum's buddies, though. He started that DM, didn't he?
Yeah. Quantum Racer. Yeah, I mean, if nobody can be invited unless someone in the group adds them, or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Must be that.
The Earth is round.
I figured you was listening. Who the fuck is this guy?
Well, I mean, you saw me post this like, what? I mean, I could erase it, but
look,
not really funny.
I can get 24/7 Flat Earth Discord at the Quickie Mart from Apu too. I'm gonna go get a bag of weed and a 40 from Apu, and then some 24/7 Discord.
Hey, check this out though. I searched Mitchell on our server, and it really came up with. Hold on, let me.
Well, that's what I was wondering. I don't think that dude's even in our server.
Yeah, well, I see in check-in, but not a role. Like when I go there, he doesn't have a role, so that he or she, whatever. Mitchell is a male name. Forgive me if I attribute the man, the person to Mitchell's a male name.
Well, hell, let's give him a roll.
I see 9/26/2020 is the last time the only time I see it. This is over a year ago that the person Mitchell has come into the server.
So. Oh no shit, it is. It looks like he just came 11/22/2019. Shit.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Fuck, he's been here for a while. None of. I think I did talk to him at one time, to be honest. But he isn't even verified. Fuck it, I'll verify him.
Is he in here now?
Personally, I think he has to be a flat earther to be in our DMs, bro. With this group of people, you know what I'm saying?
Wait. In that private DM with Quantum Racer is. When you add someone, there's a record of
who added them.
Showing up. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who added them. Because it was showing up, but now it's not showing up. Who added who?
Yeah, that's because, listen, it is. If you go all the way up to the beginning, it says Quantum added Gospel. Quantum added Mitchell from Australia. Quantum added Mike. Yeah.
Yeah, so he knows him. Yeah, that's all good.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, I just verified him. Fuck it. I gave him Flat Earth. Fuck it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Fuck it. Somebody will get him.
I'm gonna delete my freaking.
I don't know. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt though, because I don't think he'd be hanging with that group of people if he wasn't. But then again, you know, Platypus loves us.
Dude, Platypus is you say Platypus, G Platypus.
Yeah, G Platypus.
Dude, he's a huge fan. I mean, look at all the Globers, Syzygy, all the people that listen to us all the time, and just they love us, man. They're huge fans.
I know Platypus went out there, but I kind of liked him.
Yeah, me too. I miss him too.
Yeah, it happens. There's only there's a lot of people we got rid of along the way, but there's only one of them that I think should really never be let back. The rest of my miss. Maybe
Platypus is not here anymore.
No, yeah. I don't.
I think he went off the grid. You know, he told us he was going to do it, and then he went. Then he did it. You know,
just those women stalking motherfuckers. We can't. I don't want to be associated with them. But the rest of them, hell, I don't give a fuck. Gandalf, you know.
Oh, okay.
Platypus, all them, hell.
I don't think Platypus ever caused any problems here. Gandalf was. Platypus.
He went off in some people in a voice chat, and Indio heard him.
Oh, okay.
And he was really saying some shit that, you know, Indio just didn't. He didn't want us. You know, when they hear us in live stream, they put us all in the basket with what's said on this live stream. So it was just some. I think he was calling people, you know, bashing gays and getting a little racist, and you know, condemning people.
Went off like to really kind of more political stuff where we don't really necessarily want to go.
Just unpolitically correct. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. But the truth is, man, dude, he was homeless. He drank a little too much, and I know he was just in a bad place in life, and we all lose the filter when we're in them places. You know what I mean? We just can't filter our feelings. Yeah. I know you know what I mean.
I do.
So, I don't see any reason he couldn't come back, but I would still ask Indio before I would let him back, you know what I mean? But
sure, of course.
There's only a few that I wouldn't let Locks back, wouldn't let Flatbird. You guys are cool, but you know, I don't want to be in a bucket with people who abuse and stalk women. I'm not going to be put in that basket.
Oh, hell no.
Right, so that's not something you do because you're down in life. The politically incorrect and all that shit, gay bashers, if the dude's hit rock bottom in his life and he got too drunk, hey, I can be a basket with a guy who got too drunk and said some shit he shouldn't have said. Because that's just a normal guy.
Speaking of, there was somebody who messaged me yesterday, Curly. I searched on there, and it looked like you put Curly in Cog Dis. I told him to message me again today. Do you remember banning Curly to Cog, or putting Curly in Cog Dis?
Me? Did I do it? No, I don't think I did it.
You did, because I looked it up. And I was like, man, Michael doesn't normally do that, so you must have said something freaking crazy.
Yeah, no, if you want to let him out, you ain't got to ask me. I've said that over and over again.
No,
bro.
I know that. I just
let him out. I'm cool.
All right, cool. But he didn't message me back. I'll get him out.
Well, normally that's what I do when I send somebody there. I just want them to wake up and start Just wake up and act right. We're normal people. Act like a normal person. Don't act like an internet troll. That's it. That's all.
Yeah, but they need to. I mean, when they get put in there, they need to spend some time.
I don't even remember what he did.
I don't either, but I mean, he asked me, and then I was like, hey, I'll look it up, and I was like, hey, if Michael banned you, there must have been a good reason.
Is he got the red thing or the green thing, Curly? CURLY?
CURLY 6502.
Alright, yeah, I'm with you. Let me see, did I? I'll look at his mentions. I really don't even remember fucking banning his ass. Oh, I did.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I banned Curly. Okay.
If that's what I was like, dude, if Michael banned you, it must have been a good reason for it.
I don't know. I could have been stoned, bro. I'm not perfect.
Are you gonna unban him? I can do it, or you?
I can. You can. It doesn't matter. I don't. I really don't care about my bans or. I'm just sending a message. If they're real idiots and I server ban them and you talk to them, they start being reasonable. Yeah, that's a good reason to let any guy back, in my opinion. But if I ban somebody for what they're saying or saying shit we don't agree with, I'll tell you that, and then you can still make your decision because I really don't care. I don't care.
Where should, I don't often use the bot. Would you do that in the which room should I? It's like it's exclamation point, unmute, and then paste their copy of their ID.
Yeah, I can get it. I usually just go to their name, click to jump to, and then it's exclamation on mute, right?
And then space, and then their
and then their name. Yep.
Post.
Yeah, I was gonna put on band, but I'm pretty.
Yeah, I thought it was on mute. Yeah, it's on mute.
Yeah, it's on mute. Yep.
But I don't like to do it in the live stream. I don't like to do it in live stream text. Can't you do it in the bot audit room or somewhere?
Oh, you can. Yeah, I guess. I don't go. There you go. Curly 6502 is not muted.
All right, cool. So, hey, Curly, if you're listening, you're unbanned from Cogdis.
Yeah, looking at his comments, I don't even know why I banned him.
I don't either. He never typed anything. All I saw was that you freaking.
You know what?
Banned him, and I was like, "What the fuck?" If you banned him, I thought there might have been a good reason. I said, "Just message me tomorrow because."
Oh yeah, he sent me 6 messages, and I was debating, and I tagged him and said, "Hey man, quit messaging me." And he didn't, so I just deleted my tag and then banned him.
Oh, okay.
Because I was trying. He just kept interrupting me while I was debating. He didn't do anything wrong, as far as I can remember. I banned like 3 guys the other day for doing that, for messaging me nonstop.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he's back now, man. If he causes problems, he's going to get banned right away again. So whatever, he's back now. So
yeah, that's the way I look at it. And a ban really doesn't matter anyway. We know that, right? Because they're just gonna make a new account anyway.
Well, no, but this is what I like though. I mean, sometimes they just say, "Hey, I got banned. Can I come back in on the same account?" I'm like, yes, but you're gonna have to wait a little while because, and I know that you hardly ever ban anyone, Mike. So I was like, if he banned you, you must have banned him for a good reason. So you're gonna have to.
No, I got that.
I was just said, message me tomorrow and I'll unban you. And so,
I was stoned, bro, and I was just into the conversation, and he just kept interrupting it by messaging me.
It's all good. All good.
Yeah, he could have had a valid reason.
Well, actually, what I told him was to message you first. The first thing I said, message him because he's the one that banned you, and or just message me tomorrow and I'll get you. That's the way we do. You know what I mean? That's usually when you get banned, it's 24-hour wait, unless you're on the permaban list.
Listen, that's how I knew. Now that you say that, yeah, that's why he didn't message me again, because I banned him for messaging me.
That's fucking hilarious.
Where's Black Matter? What's up, Black Matter? You're unmuted, bro. You want to add to this?
Good day. Yeah, no, I just wanted to participate. I don't know, I've been hanging out and someone told me to come up here and ask to get unmuted.
Yep. Well, you weren't verified, but we make you get a certain role just so we can make sure you're not going to come in the live stream and, spit racial profanities or anything. But I gave you the verified role, so if you come in here yelling Polak, or nigger, or cracker, somebody
I'm not well for I'm also just known for any bullshit like that.
Yeah, that's cool. Somebody will ban you though if you do. And obviously, yeah, obviously, don't be posting no porn. I'm not even gonna say gay porn. Don't post no porn either, or somebody ban you for that. But other than that, just be respectful and you're cool. Good place to meet people. Usually you can get a good conversation here on most topics. Unless one of the moderators is having a bad day. We're people, we're not perfect. Plus there's a jackass in every group. You know what I mean? We're a group, so
yeah. It's a pretty big group though, by the looks of it.
Yeah, we're a big group. We got a couple jackasses. That's what I'm saying.
There's just so many people muted in here. Are they waiting to get verified, or why is there 20 people muted in here?
Most of them. All of them that are white have muted themselves. The only people we mute are the ones who the mute shows up in red, and those people. Those are the two live stream profiles. That's why they're muted. Those guys are live streaming this to YouTube and various platforms. So they're just not going to talk. So, yeah, we mute them. That way their mic doesn't create unwanted interference between the live stream they're promoting and the voice chat. If their mic comes open for some reason, it'll cause a squeal on YouTube. So.
But why are they streaming this chat on YouTube 24/7? That's a bit full on.
Yeah, well, we stream it. Sometimes there's good debates. It's a flat Earth versus globe Earth. That's a good topic. A lot of people are into it. So popularity, server growth.
The more who are the resources to go to that if you were trying to introduce someone to the flat Earth side of the topic?
Yeah, if you scroll down and look down at the list of lobbies, you see you're in live stream with the live stream voice text above it.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Discord, yeah.
Okay, so if you scroll down there, you got Flat Earth Beginners and movie channels, chill text. If you go down through there's a lot of stuff. Politics, religion, spirituality, philosophy, biblical. You go down behind that, you get into the FE Academy. Where's that at? Notes. It's not the one I'm looking for. Council. We have an information channel, some FE introduction videos. That's one of them. So Flat Earth Introduction is a good channel for that. Additional information. It covers a lot of stuff. Beginners references. Big Bang, Black Hole, Ether.
there's people on here that are like on the other side of the debate that are globe. How did you label it? Like globe Earth versus flat Earth debate. There are other people on that side of the fence.
Yeah, we got roles for that. Yep. So if you look at your own profile, you'll notice you got a role. Your role right now is VC verified, but we've got globe earthers, flat earthers, simulation, on the fence. You don't really pick a side. Hollow earther, that's the concave earthers that believe there's a entrance, at the North Pole to a hollow earth. You got to
hold on, go back a second. So there's multiple theories.
I used to believe in that one.
Yeah, how
there's caves.
No,
yeah.
Hollow
Earth. First story.
Yeah, Hollow Earth.
Okay, I've heard it referred to as his. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's where just people believe there's another world inside the Earth, But what I said was concave. So a concave earther, they pretty much are a hollow earther too, aren't they? Same shit, isn't it?
Yeah. You live on the inside, though. It has to be, right? Concave, yeah.
Yeah, I thought
so.
They believe that. Sorry to interrupt you. They believe that there's like another species living inside the Earth, or that it's like also humans living inside the Earth.
More like a community, humans, yeah.
Well, concave earther is not the same as hollow earth.
Hey, you and Sirius got this. Cool. I'll be right back, guys.
All right. Cool.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Helio.
You got it. Well,
I don't know the difference. I used to believe in hollow, not concave, so I'm not sure what concave exactly is then.
Yeah, concave is ridiculous. I wouldn't subscribe to any of that. I know we have a lot of concavers that listen to us a lot, but I just they have some weird ideas. So, but we're not that. But hollow earth and concave is not the same thing. But when we talk about the flat Earth, we're talking about the oceans. They look flat. They present themselves as flat. The natural physics of water is to fill the container and it's level on the surface. Most of Earth is water, right? There's ground above water and below the water level, right? So that's the flat Earth. This baller, what we're looking for is someone to prove us wrong about us saying there is. How can water display convexity on the surface when water in its natural state is to fill the container and maintain level on the surface when most of Earth is water?
Right. Okay, I understand that. And so, like, under that system of belief...
It's not a belief. It's not a belief. It's something we naturally observe. All of us observe this. We don't have to believe it. We just observe it.
But for the sake of this conversation, like, that's your belief, which is a belief that I personally, like, don't understand or have education on, if that makes sense.
You don't have to believe it.
Been taught that,
have you ever seen water display convexity on the surface? Bodies of water, lake or ocean. Have you ever seen water curve anywhere?
I understand the logic behind what you're
cool.
Like,
all right, cool.
I think, what I was going to ask anyway was more like, so under that system, or the flat Earth belief system, like, does space exist? Like, do planets exist?
Wait, I thought we were talking about Earth.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to understand the the belief system of like what science, I guess, would come into like context of a conversation as being relevant. Of like, so like if the Earth is flat, like if I went and learned like the Earth is flat, and
so your first question, you asked why we think the Earth is flat.
No. That was my first question.
All of us experience the Earth as a level plane. Have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So from that point, yes. Okay. So we all should we not believe that the Earth is flat, even though it presents itself as?
I'm not saying that at all. The only reason that I asked the question was like to differentiate between that and the other two beliefs that you were explaining of concave Earth and hollow Earth.
Sure. Well, the hollow Earth is something different. That wasn't that may or may not be true, but there could be realms underneath Earth that we haven't discovered yet, or someone has and written book. I've read some books about hollow Earth, and it really has nothing to do with Earth being a shape. It really just has to do with other realms besides this realm. Concave, concave is. I'm not even going to entertain the freaking concave idea. I mean, people. I mean, shout out to all the concavers listening. I've seen your arguments. I just think it's nonsense. Anyway, whatever. They listen a lot to the flat Earth stuff because they don't really have a lot of people.
Okay,
there's not a lot of concavers up there.
I get you. But flat Earth is more just, it's literally just a conversation about geography, not like fucking secret societies of people living in parts of the Earth we don't know about and anything like that.
No, that would be more like the hollow Earth kind of thing. But Earth.
That's weird because
we all experience Earth the same way. It looks flat, right? When we move across Earth, we move linearly, right? We move linear. When you fly in an airplane, they call it an airplane for a reason because it flies in a straight line.
I've done a lot of flight. I personally feel like, and I'm not trying to start an argument or like be too disagreeable.
I don't want you to speak.
I personally feel when I'm in a plane, like I feel like
you're being honest. I want you
the ocean is probably the one instance where I would say that I visually don't see like a flat plane of existence as you're explaining it.
So
would be where I'm sort of quite high.
So you're saying you're seeing the ocean as curving like a ball?
I wouldn't say like a ball, but I would say like that it's not like the flat plane that you're like feeling even when you're on a boat, like that's like a level of like flat plane existence.
So boats and airplanes go when they're traversing the ocean, they go over the curve, like they're sailing or flying over the curve of the ocean.
What do you mean?
I'm asking you, bro.
Okay, sorry. No, I'm saying like when you were saying that we feel a flat plane of existence, like when we just live like everyday life. I'm saying I definitely feel that when I'm on land or when I'm on water. But once you're to a certain degree in the air, you kind of look down and you can see, I guess you would say like a 3-dimensional curvature to it, yeah.
3-dimensional curvature. 3D has nothing to do with curvature. 3D is, it's XYZ, right? It's a planar idea. I mean, this is geometry.
Yeah.
Okay,
but
so
where the ocean doesn't look flat.
So where's the curve then? I mean, if we're talking about 3D, it's XYZ. Perpendicular.
When the basis of X and Z be like the center of the Earth?
Center of the Earth? Where's the center?
Well, whether it was flat or a like globe, it could have a center, could it not?
It could.
Like if we talked about plotting,
if you're talking about a ball Earth, yeah, we've been taught about the center of the ball Earth for most of our lives.
No, but even if it was flat, the land plot still has to have like a center on an X and Y axis, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, no, you have to have the Z as well. The Z. You have to have
Why do you have to have that?
well. Yeah, so I mean, for it to be 3D, right? X, Y, Z. And that's planar.
Sure.
Okay, so where's the curve?
No, but yeah, so once you plot matter onto that, it's 3D, so it could take a curve, it could take the form of a block, technically, in a hypothetical.
You're still talking about straight lines. Where's the curve?
What do you mean? Like you're not? I don't think you're following what I'm saying.
Now I'm following what you're saying, but everything you're talking about is straight lines. So yes, I agree with you. Yes, we use straight lines to travel everywhere. And so since we travel in straight lines, since we measure in straight lines across Earth, where's the curve?
Yeah, and I'm saying if you plot, like if you take an X, Y, Z axis and you plot from one dot to another dot on the same X, Y, Z plot, right?
Yeah.
That line isn't necessarily going to have to be drawn straight, is it? As soon as you add the third dot and interconnect them, you can't possibly like draw a straight line. Like,
well, give me a real world. Give me a
mountain
world.
A fucking mountain, bro.
Oh my god! I told you that we have land above the water and land below the water. But
yeah, I understand that.
There's a reason that we call it sea level, right?
Sure.
All right, so let's plot.
But
let's
just
plot across the ocean. Let's plot across the ocean, not with mountains.
But you're just not understanding. I'm not disagreeing with you about the factual geography.
I totally
you literally asked me if I see the curve, and I literally just answered honestly that sometimes you can see the curve.
With a mountain, you saw a curve with a mountain.
Oh well, in my explanation, I said I saw it in the ocean when I was in a plane.
All right, so you saw when you were in an airplane, you saw the curvature of Earth over the ocean, and the ocean.
And I'm not stating, but hold on and understand this. I'm not stating that to mean that we definitely live in a globe Earth. I was just responding to you saying, like, while you were explaining your flat Earth plane and the XYZ axis, and you used that as an example that you couldn't. That well, sometimes you can. And, you know, like, sea level is a good example of why you could, regardless of which globe you believe in. Sorry, globe's not the right word. Like, whether you believe in the globe or the flat Earth, it wouldn't matter. You could still technically, in instances, see curvature.
I disagree. I mean, you can't see curvature on Earth from an airplane or from the ground because there's no such thing as curvature of the Earth because the Earth is flat.
So if I'm standing on a landmass and you're standing on a landmass 1,000 kilometers away from me, that's lower. Like, just throw the numbers out there. But you're in a landmass that's at a much lower sea level to me, right? And I'm looking at you, bro. Is that not visible curvature?
All right, let me ask you this:
like, could we not live like? Could the Earth not be flat? And that's
I'm going to use your example.
Yeah,
if I'm 1,000 kilometers away from you, standing on the shore of the ocean, and you're standing on the shore 1,000 kilometers away, are you saying that I should be able to see you if the Earth was flat?
Okay, don't use 1,000. No, I'm not. No, I'm saying.
Yeah, you were saying that, and so then you're just.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I know that's what you're saying, and that's impossible. You can't see that far.
Yeah, but you're okay. That's the semantic. I knew that was the semantic you were going to get caught up on. Okay.
It's not semantic. It's actual truth. It's not semantic.
You don't need to yell down the mic, bro. I can hear you. Okay, you don't need to be 100 kilometers away. Okay, let's say that you are a visible fucking distance away.
100 now. Okay. I probably still wouldn't be able to see you from 100.
That's why I just said. Let's say you're a visible distance away. You're on a separated landmass that is lower in sea level to the landmass.
No, we have to use water because water, the natural physics. You can't just I'm on a landmass and certain elevation. No, that's why I said we're standing on the shoreline, 100 kilometers away from each other, standing on the shoreline. We can't see each other over the water because it's too far. I mean, the angular size of you compared to me, you just can't see that far. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I live in far north Queensland, so I see islands all the time that are lower land masses away from where I am, and that shows visible curvature. I don't understand how you're missing the point.
Visible curvature. Wait. Visible curvature of water, like big bending water, like curvature water? Like curving water? Is that what you're talking about?
That was literally my original point.
All right, so you see curving water where?
I'm saying that even if the Earth was flat, your point about there being no visible curving to the Earth is just kind of redundant, like defunct, like it's not true.
So basically, you're probably about to say, the Earth is so big that you can't see the curvature, right?
No, because I think you're thinking about it as like the
all right.
topic
Well,
of
let me ask you this. When you're standing on the shore of the ocean, on a beach, when you look across the ocean, what do you think the horizon is? What is the horizon? Yeah, you see the horizon when you're standing on the beach. What is the horizon?
The furthest visible distance.
Okay, so it really has nothing to do with curvature at all.
No, I didn't state that it did.
Okay, so you didn't say that because you can't, because the horizon is an apparent position where the ground appears to meet the sky, right? Let's agree upon that, right?
Yeah.
Right, all right, cool. So if you go 1,000 feet upward, stand on top of a hill behind you that's near the ocean, then you look across and you see the horizon again. Is that horizon does it have anything to do with curvature of Earth, or is it just, are you still seeing an apparent position where the ground appears to meet the sky?
I just failed to like I don't know, maybe even if the Earth was flat, mountains are an element of Earth, and that's curvature, is it not? Like, I just don't see where.
Pretty sure you're not. You're just ignoring my question. You're not going to answer it
because I'm not understanding the point you're trying to make.
Every time you rise in elevation, the horizon appears different, but at the same time, and it's still an apparent position where the ground appears to meet the sky. The ground and the sky never meet, right? I mean, we can agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Even in the ocean, if you're looking across the ocean never actually touches the sky, does it?
But the oceans are liquid, bro. So, like, how can a malleable liquid not ever curve? Like,
that's what I'm saying. I'm asking you how a large body of water can start curving, because water.
You already said that we both like if we took your example of like the Earth, like the flat Earth being like a Tupperware container, like right? And then you already said that we both agree on sea level, right? So we both agree that even if like it was originally like a flat bottom on the Tupperware container, it's now not. Like that was the Earth. There is now mountains and stuff, right?
I'm talking about the ocean. Why are you bringing up mountains? Why do you keep bringing up mountains?
Hey, let me finish a sentence. There's mountains at the bottom of the ocean, and that affects sea level. Like the Earth has different levels underwater.
There's mountains under the ocean. You know that, right?
That's what I just said.
Okay.
That's literally what I just said. That was my entire point.
Okay,
but you jumped
cool. But what does that have to do with sea level?
So that's what I'm saying is just like at its very state of an XYZ axis, like that's not flat, is it? Like
XYZ axis is definitely flat. It's 3 straight lines.
Hey, Hank. Helio. Helio, what's up?
Yeah, take over New Perspective if you want to, because this guy obviously is just not getting it.
I think what he's trying to say is that the Earth can't be flat because there's mountains.
I'm saying by the way he's explaining.
It's weird. He's not hearing what I'm saying, bro. He's not.
I am hearing what you're saying. I'm just saying
you're not.
I came in here and asked you to explain it, and the way that you were explaining it didn't make
talk to New Perspective for a little bit, because I just
okay, that works for me.
All right, yeah, I was just trying to say, there's topography, there's mountains and valleys, and to try to think. I mean, you must be really new to it because it's not. No one's trying to claim that every piece of the Earth is flat.
Yeah, and I didn't think that they were. I was just trying to say that the way he was explaining it, like, was coming across very black and white like that, and like hard to understand, if that makes sense.
I see. Yeah, there's definitely topography. It's just that it's like if you look at water, the horizon line, it's straight across, right? It's always straight across.
Yeah.
There's no curvature to a horizon line, right?
No.
No, you when you draw, like have you ever taken a drawing class?
No, not personally. Art's definitely not my thing.
You know how they do like perspective drawing where they draw the line? That's the horizon line or the vanishing point.
I can get what you're saying. Yeah.
There's a vanishing point, and if you're going to draw something with perspective, things get smaller in the distance, and there's a whole way of doing it that mimics reality. And you always draw a perfectly straight line for the horizon, and that line could go forever. Doesn't matter how big the picture is, the line's always straight, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So if the picture's showing 100 miles of a horizon, and that 100-mile line is always straight, how could there be curvature?
Yeah, and yeah, I'll say again, I wasn't trying to argue that there's visible curvature to the globe that we can see with our eyes. Like I was just trying to say that the way. Yeah,
I was hearing a little bit of it, and when you think about it, that if you're looking at 100 miles of a straight line of curvature, and you're thinking that boats are disappearing from the curvature out in front of you, 4 miles out in front of you. How could there be enough curvature to hide a boat 4 miles out, not even 4 miles out in front of you, when there's a straight line 100 miles across in front of you as well?
Right, and so what would be the flat Earth parallel answer to why we don't see that boat?
Well, the perspective, just like if you were to draw it in that class I'm talking about that you didn't take, but you know what I'm talking about. The straight line is the horizon line, and then there's a vanishing point, and things get smaller in the distance, and sometimes and often or eventually obscured by the straight line becoming everything that you see. Like you can't see for those.
And also
that line.
Angular resolution can be involved as well. Angular resolution, atmosphere. Yeah, I mean,
That's what it is.
The further you see, the more things are compressed at the limits of your vision,
and they disappear from the top and bottom up naturally due to perspective. And so they hijack that natural occurrence that we all have. They hijacked that and started claiming, well, things wouldn't disappear from the bottom up if it was flat, and all of these like fallacious claims that are just like taking something that we all naturally experience and then claiming it as the only way this would work is if we're on a spinning ball. And they do that with everything. You'll notice if you get into
Black Matter. Are you Black Matter? Are you looking at in the live stream voice text?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you should because we're showing information while we're talking about.
I got you. Yeah,
it's right above this voice room. Make sure you're.
Yeah, I'm in there now.
All right, cool. So I just posted a GIF. Take a look at that one. Where's the horizon?
Let me ask you another question here too.
Go for it.
Well, I have a minute here. So you realize that like when we talked about the horizon line, like you always see it as straight across. There's never any bending to it. And it could be 25 miles, 10 miles, 100 miles. It doesn't matter how long it is. It's always going to be straight across. So, I mean, you could even just go with that right there and say, well, that doesn't make sense that it's a ball then, because how many straight lines make a ball? But let's get to an even more effective part of it. If you were never told you were on a spinning ball, you would never think that you were, right? Like if you were a grown man, never been told that idea, you would just assume it's a stationary plane because that's what it seems like, right?
Sure.
We only experience we don't experience any spinning, right? You don't ever feel spin, right?
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. No, you don't have like.
It seems stationary and it seems like a plane. Like there's no reason to think that there's people hanging upside down relative to you in Australia unless you were told that. I mean, that would seem weird at first, right? Unless you were just thinking that's like.
Yeah, I think that like my level of self-awareness, the only like questioning if I went back like maybe 500 years, we'll say, if I was born 500 years ago, I think my personal wondering why the seasons changed. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So like if I was never told that shit, like back when they didn't tell you that shit, I would probably
like
why do the seasons
it would
change?
blow your mind. Oh, you mean there's people upside down in Australia living just like me without any kind of change in what they do or how they are? It's exactly the same, but they're upside down relative to me. Wouldn't that seem like fucking crazy?
Yeah, I'd probably write that.
You were never told to believe that that's just natural, and then also you're also spinning at 1,000 miles, but you don't feel it. I mean, how did they convince people that was the case, right?
But like, I mean, I know this is like irritating. I need to jump back because it's like one question won't get out of my head. Like, so if you believe in flat Earth, like,
no, see, that's where I wanted to stop you before when I heard you talking to Helio. You said people believe in flat Earth. And that's the whole thing. What I was getting at is that if you were never told you're on a ball, right? Let's say you're not on a ball, right? Let's say it is like flat, right? And that's just an obvious observation that everyone experiences a stationary plane just like it seems. Then there wouldn't be no belief there. It would just be like what it is until you're told this idea that it's the opposite of what it seems. That's where the belief comes in. That's where the challenge is. It's not about, I mean, if you're sitting in a seat, you know you're sitting in a seat. You don't have to believe you're sitting in a seat, right? Is that a belief?
Yeah.
Right.
No,
so if you're on a stationary plane, there's no reason to make that a belief either, unless you're told it's the opposite, and then you start believing that.
Yeah.
Reality is your reality, unless otherwise noticed, unless proven otherwise, right? Reality.
But that's what I want to ask. It's like under that understanding of reality, like is what you've been told about space and the planetary systems would also have to be like to some level false. Like, is that still exists, but you would think exists in a similar geographic manner to like how Earth exists? Or do you think that like planets are probably much more overhyped in the same way that like they can't exist.
Well, you'll hear a lot of people claim that if it's flat, that means we're the center of everything, and I don't think that's necessarily true, because I mean everything does, go around us up above. That's obvious because that's what we observe, right? Everything's circling above us. Doesn't necessarily mean we're the center. There could be other centers, could be other suns for other places. That's all I'm saying. But
hey, new perspective on that point. They've given us a story about what these bodies are. They've maintained even what from the ancient cultures, the same name of these celestial bodies, the wandering stars, right? They've maintained the same name, Jupiter, Saturn, all these kinds of things. There's a lot more to it than you might think. If you're new to this topic, then you're going to find out if you follow down the logical path of flat Earth or whatever. We use the term flat Earth because it's a kind of a trigger term to get people to look into the topic. But Earth is it's our realm. It's obviously geocentric, whatever. But these names of planets and stars and everything, these have been maintained throughout cultures from centuries past, millennia past. They've always been recognized as a thing. Damn.
I think what you're getting at, like, is they used to call them wandering stars, the planets, right? So
sure, but they still maintain the same names because they thought these planets were gods and stuff. This is what we're told about ancient cultures. Yeah. They were the gods, right? And so this is what but they still have the same names. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I think what he was asking is if we accept that we're not on a spinning ball, then that changes everything we think about space. And I was just saying that a lot of people claim that we're the center of everything, and it doesn't necessarily mean we're the center. I mean, any claim that we can't corroborate is kind of taboo here. We don't like to say that we believe in anything because we don't believe it's flat. It's just what you observe, right? It's just what reality is. It's just like, big surprise, reality is like it seems, right? Not the opposite.
Perspective. How would you then explain gas pressure without a container if it's not? Do you get me?
I get you. I mean, we're kind of getting him there.
Oh, you want me to pretty close? Him? I was just kind of being casual.
No, we're about to get there, Roger.
If we're not the center and space exists, how then you? Yeah.
Roger, you could take over. I just came on for a minute because I heard him say something about us believing in flat Earth. So just if I can make one impact on you, I just sent you a message with links to Black Box, so you could check those out because it's hard to find information now for this topic. And so a lot of the videos that we got that we saw that was the opening for us a long time ago, you can't find anymore. So some of the old school ones that are good. And then just it's not a belief because it is what it is. Like, you don't have to believe you're standing in the room with somebody if there's somebody in the room with you, right? It's just what there is. I mean, you could argue that that reality is maybe virtual, or we're just a brain in a vat or something like that. But then that's just like, who cares if it is a simulated reality?
I think Black Matter sounds like a pretty cool dude. I mean, that's why we're having patience with him, and instead of really.
Roger was getting at, though, I think is that it's just ridiculous when you think about it, because if we have air pressure, how can you have air pressure without a container? I mean, they're saying there's a vacuum of space right next to our air, like right next to our atmosphere. How does that not get sucked out into space? Right. And they say it's because it thins so much, it just thins to zero, and that doesn't matter because it's zero anyway. So, but that has to do with a density gradient, not a pressure gradient. So, there's a lot of things that you have to really, dig in and study the heliocentric model and know all that first, so you can take it apart and realize that there's so many contradictions. It's ridiculous. You'll end up laughing at it if you really are honest with yourself, is the funny part.
Right, you mean like regarding like atmosphere and all that, and like what's actually stopping the separation between?
How is our air contained without the vacuum of space pulling it out?
Are you aware, Black Matter? Are you aware that they tell us that the air pressure in space, which is still positive pressure, is 10 to the negative 17 torr, and at the surface of Earth it's 14.7 psi, which you can convert that to torr. The pressure differential is so extreme that if what they claim about outer space without a barrier between the two would immediately rip all of the atmosphere off of Earth, and none of us could exist.
Right.
Okay.
So,
just real quick before I hang up, but you said something about seeing the curvature, and a lot of us think we did when we totally thought it was a ball. Like, there might be like atmospheric effects, or maybe there's like in your airplane window, there's a little bit of a curve to the window. It could be.
I guess sorry to like interrupt, but like I know that topic's been touched on a lot. I think that I just worded myself really poorly. I guess what I'm was more saying is you can see the 3D nature to the Earth a lot better from the sky.
Black Matter 3D is squares, 3 straight lines. We already talked about that.
Yeah,
where's the curve?
3D doesn't mean, it's like flat. Flat doesn't mean it's not 3-dimensional. Obviously, we live in a 3-dimensional reality, even if it's a stationary plane.
Yeah, flat. We use the term flat Earth to kind of, get people involved. But we obviously we live in a 3D world, right?
They make it seem like Earthers believe it's like it's a 1-dimensional place. They make those kind of like
there's no such thing as 1D, but 2D you draw a freaking line on paper.
But like, to close out the question I asked before, the understanding from you guys is that like stars obviously do exist, but they can't obviously orbit can't be. Well, it's a like thing that sticks out to me. It's just like how do we operate around the sun like if there's no orbit?
Nobody operates around the sun. Earth.
Yeah, so that's what I'm asking.
Earth. People function on Earth. Ships move.
Check out P900. I don't know if you know about the P900, the Sony P900. It killed the ball. Like, even though the ball was already dead. But when the P900 came out, people were able to zoom in on the stars and the planets, and you'll get the ballers claiming that it's just some kind of in-camera lens effect that or out of focus that makes it seem like it looks, but there's just no way, because they all have their own frequency and their own like little individual movements, and there's definitely definition to a lot of these shots people are getting with just a store-bought camera. So there's just no way it's trillions of miles away.
I'm curious.
Can I give you guys some perspective? Right? Here's some perspective.
Let me ask you something. Are you under the impression that if the Earth was flat, that people that are like sailing ships or flying airplanes couldn't actually get to their destination unless the Earth was a globe? Is this what
no,
you're saying?
Put yourself in the perspective of someone who's like got an average IQ of 98, like the rest of like 90% of humanity.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, okay.
Understand that like the Earth is flat,
IQ
right? Elon Musk has like half the money in the fucking world and is spending all this money going to Mars.
Is not selling ships. God damn it. Now you're spiraling, bro. Don't do it. Listen to what we're saying.
Yeah, no, but so can like you live in Mars? Is Mars just another flat container?
Oh my God! See, he's spiraling.
Like
see, guys, see.
Oh, he's just asking regular questions. He doesn't.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He's asking dumb questions.
Yeah, but he thinks. I mean, it's obviously he's coming from like a no. I mean, you obviously haven't looked into this. Check out those videos that I sent you. I have to go, but there's also one about Elon Musk. I'm about to send you. I'll also drop it in the live stream voice text. Witsit dropped it, I think, yesterday. But it tells you about who Elon Musk is not who they tell you he is. So, I mean, they prop up these characters that
This world is not what you think it is.
Exactly. But you'd have to really want to know, like I said in my note to you, that you have to want to know. You can't just
when they teach people to sail, when they teach them to fly, they're flying over a level stationary plane. They're not sailing and flying over a globe.
Yeah, that's one of the things I always.
It's impossible to navigate a globe.
It's impossible to land on a globe. That's for sure.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say it's not. If the Earth was a globe, it would be possible to navigate it, but that's not the way that navigation works. Because navigation works on a flat plane.
Helio, it would be impossible to land on it.
oh shit! Let's not even get into
mapped as like a flat plane.
We're not going to let's not even get into Coriolis, right?
Hey,
anyway,
Black Box, real quick, and this is the last thing I'll say to you. How is it if the Earth's spinning in one direction at 1,000 miles per hour? Not only would you feel that, but it's not small. They'll try to tell you it's just one rotation, so they make it seem small in your head. Don't fall for that. Don't fall for any explanations of, if you're on a plane, you don't feel it, or if you're on a train, you don't feel it. Not at all comparable. And also don't accept that if you're trying to land a plane on a spinning ball going in every which direction when the ball is only spinning in one direction, right, that you would be able to just land on it like it's flat and stationary. Because you would have to hit a moving runway every single time. Period. There's no getting out of it. That ends the argument, in my opinion. Because there's no arguing with that. It's a separate reference frame.
I'm kind of curious.
They'll say,
why hasn't Black Matter brought up the G word? I think he's avoiding it for some reason.
Anyway, I'm just going to go with that. Black Box, can you respond to that real quick about the plane? Like, just think about it.
Well, I guess I'm not quite.
Just think about it logically. I'm not saying you have to know anything. Just think about it logically, right? So you take off on a plane, right? Now the plane is separate from the ball, right? Now that the spinning ball Earth, according to the globe's rhetoric.
That's like the whole rhetoric of like orbit, isn't it? Like that's the whole solar system orbit
don't cut me
conversation.
Off. Don't cut me off.
Okay, sorry.
Don't cut me off. This is what the globe says, right? The globe says that once that plane is in the air, it has conservation of momentum, but it's no longer tied to the Earth. It's no longer in that reference frame. It's in its own reference frame. So if you're trying to land in an opposite direction from the spinning ball Earth at an angle, you would always have to hit a moving runway.
At what speed are you saying that you would have to be hitting?
It doesn't matter what speed, but the speeds are ridiculous. 1,000 miles an hour is a real number. It's not fake. Right? 1,000 miles an hour is literal. So how is a plane hitting a runway that's moving by it at 1,000 miles an hour?
Well, yeah, like I said, I guess that's what they try and teach people about the solar system and orbit and like atmosphere.
It has nothing to do with the solar system. We're talking about in the Earth's atmosphere. It's a separate reference frame because they give you something called Coriolis effect, right? Which is,
and you're saying within the atmosphere, it's spinning it. Well, do they not try and teach you that, or teach people that the spinning, like how fast the Earth is spinning, like can't be felt on Earth from the atmosphere?
Because it's relative.
They're not trying to teach people that. No, they do teach us that. that, well, if you ever ask it, they don't teach you that unless you ask, demand, why is it we don't feel the Earth spinning 67,000 miles an hour around the sun and also going 1,000 miles an hour in another direction? And then the sun going 500,000 miles per hour. And it's a totally different direction. You got 3 vectors there, plus the solar system spinning at millions of miles per hour. There's 4 vectors right there at least. So, and they're all separate directions, but they try to make you believe it's all one smooth vector by drawing it in this pretty corkscrew positioning around the sun at totally misproportioned, pictures that it's the whole thing's laughable, bro. It's just laughable. And
yeah, and I guess I am really stoned, so it's hard to keep intellectual consistency with the questions I'm asking. But I guess that's why, I can't reference names, but the first person that was trying to explain it to me is trying to say that it's a container plane of reality. If that strips away everything that you're taught about orbit and the solar system and how we rotate about the sun, well then if you're still acknowledging that space is real, it's just space.
I have something that might help you out.
I have to go, but
real quick, just finish it, and then I have to go too. But finish it.
There's no way you'll be able to land that plane. Okay, there's no way. That ends the conversation.
What did you say?
You would never be able to land a plane on a spinning ball because the plane's separate from the spinning Earth, according to the globe's proposal. They say there's a Coriolis effect that you would have to use to account for shooting north to south because of the curvature of the Earth. Right?
Yeah.
The Coriolis effect. Familiar with that?
No, I'm not. So that's why I'm not familiar with the point. I do completely understand the point you're trying to make, but I'm not educated enough.
Check this out. Coriolis effect. The simple thing about the Coriolis effect. Say you were sitting on a merry-go-round. You know what that is, right? Or a roundabout. A roundabout. Right. So you're sitting on a roundabout and you throw a ball. You're spinning. You throw a ball. When you throw that ball, it's going in a straight line, right? But while you're spinning, it looks like it's curving, right? It looks like it's curving away from you, but you know that when you throw it away from you while you're spinning, sitting on that roundabout, when you see it go in, it's going in a straight line, but from your perspective, it looks like it's curving.
Okay, Helio.
Yeah,
but the point I was trying to make real quick is that if you threw the ball in the air while you're on the merry-go-round, do you think that ball is going to stay right above you where you threw it?
No, but I just don't think that you guys are understanding. I'm not debating whether the. Just let me finish a second. I'm not debating whether.
I just described the Coriolis effect perfectly. So,
could I just finish for a second?
Would be just like that ball, but it would stay in your little section of the merry-go-round and always stay with you because of the spin of the Earth, and that's got conservational momentum. But that's not possible. If the plane,
I don't think he really understands that.
No, I don't understand that at all. And I just want to put a perspective to you, bro. I'm not asking these questions as from the perspective of I believe that the Earth is a globe, and I would like you to explain why the Earth. I'm more being okay. So if I just accepted what you're saying, no, hold on, just hear me out, please. I'm listen to what you said. Just hear me out for a second. If I just accepted what you're saying, because I'm the kind of person that just do it. Fuck it. You're making some pretty valid points. I'm gonna read into it. The Earth could be flat, probably true, but I have to look at it from the perspective of that is true if I'm educating myself upon it until it's proven that it's not true, or because that's a possible reality that exists. So when I say does that mean that space is an open container as well? And
let's not go to space yet. We can talk about space later.
I understand that. But that's what I'm saying. That's why those are the questions that I'm trying to ask, is because it's more of a perspective of okay, so the flat Earth is what it is something that's been said in here 5 to 10 times is what it is. Okay, so I accept that flat Earth is what it is. How the fuck does that work though, bro? in space? It's more just was my question. If anyone would care to answer.
Yeah, hold on. Both of you guys, hold on.
You got to.
News perspective. Go ahead. Finish your. I thought you were about to finish your point. You said you were going to go, and then whatever. I wanted to make a point about what I posted.
Take over. Good night, guys.
Are you still looking at live stream voice text, Black Matter?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
You see that image right there that I posted? That's called an analemma, right? Analemma.
Okay.
Now this is something that comes from the globe. Why wouldn't that be equal? If it's tilted, traveling around the sun, why wouldn't that it's a figure eight? I mean, yeah. If you take time to look up analemma and what it is, why wouldn't it be like the middle of the analemma be more toward the equator?
Well, a globe believer would respond to you that like the reason for that is because it's not spinning just like left to right, wouldn't they?
Left. Well, there is no in space. There's no left to right, so that wouldn't make any sense.
Well, when they educate, when I was educated on like how the Earth is spinning relative to the sun, it's not just spinning.
Oh no.
Do you get what I mean?
No, I do know what you're saying, but that's not what they say. That's not what they say. That's not what they say. I'm just saying. I mean, I know the entire globe model idea, and so and they put these globes out there with this analemma on there, and it doesn't make any sense when you compare it to their globe model.
And what's it? Sorry, can you just clarify? What's this a metric of measurement for?
Well, the analemma is the appearance of the sun during throughout the year. This is where. Yeah. Why is it so much longer in the southern hemisphere compared to the northern hemisphere? This is their globe. This is their model. This is what they say about Earth. If it's just like the Earth tilted at 23.4 degrees, traveling in an elliptical orbit around the sun, shouldn't it be more equal? I mean, isn't that logical? Oh, not necessarily. Why?
Because if you take it like what you said, you kind of answer it yourself. Like, there's no left to right in space, and so like there's no top to down in space either. And like,
I don't think you understand the model.
Looking at the line, like from like where's that line coming from? It has to be from the perspective of the sun to the Earth, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So.
Yep. Exactly. I mean, the Earth. Does the tilt of the Earth change?
I thought that they would say that it does.
Pretty sure they say that it doesn't, and so you're wrong about that. So anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, they've made a story up about Earth being third rock from the sun, and then when they put this analemma, the analemma is it's destruction of the globe. But they give you the story anyway. It's the strangest fucking thing. You can look up the analemma of the moon and the sun, and they look very similar. And it's like it has nothing to do with Earth moving around the sun. It's really the sun moves, the moon, the sun, moon, and stars move above us. Earth is not moving. This is a bullshit story they made up. Look how extreme that is in the south, but below the equator on this freaking analemma. I mean, you can go to any globe you go to, and they have this on that globe. They show you the analemma. Holy shit! It's a freaking crap. Why wouldn't it be equal? Why wouldn't it be a figure eight on the equator being the middle? It would do the same thing in the southern hemisphere in the summertime for them as it does in the summertime for us in the northern hemisphere.
And is that picture that you've put up, is that saying that would look the exact same right around the hemisphere?
Look up analemma, A-N-N. Freaking, I'll show you other links, man. Analemma is the same. You know what analemma is. Yeah, analemma. I mean, just look it up, bro. I mean, I'm not lying. Analemma of the moon or the sun. I mean, you're going to see the same thing. I mean, I'm not bullshit.
Yeah, how do I spell it?
Anneluma, I think. I think that's how you spell it. Some people pronounce it Annelima. And A-N-N-A. I'm spelling shit. There we go. Here's the fucking Wikipedia article. You want to see that?
And so
yeah, look how tight from observing it in the northern hemisphere. Look how tight the circle is.
yeah, I'm just reading, and it's saying that the symmetry, the lack of symmetry is based on some months being shorter than others. That some months of the year that we're closer to the sun than others. So,
yeah, you know what's really.
I guess that would mean that in
what's
in
really
months it would
interesting
be
about that?
identical. Is it identical in some months?
Yeah, you know what's really interesting about that is that in the heliocentric model, in summertime in the north, the Earth is further away from the sun. In the heliocentric idea, than it is in the wintertime. So it's cold. It's like wintertime, and we have our tilt toward the sun when it's like 3 million miles further away. But in the summertime, we're closer. And then in the wintertime, in the summertime, we're 3 million miles further away in the northern hemisphere. So yeah, check out your model, bro. See if any of that shit works out. And even with this, with the analemma, it should be a real figure eight, not like a little tight circle at the top, and then it's like it should be a perfect. If what they claim about the 23.4 degree thing, with the elliptical orbit, I guess it might different. It could be a little bit different, but it wouldn't be that elaborate. With that analemma. Come on, bro. You got to look into this stuff.
And so the moon one looks the same, does it?
It doesn't look the same, because the moon's not the sun. That's why. But it's similar.
Yeah.
Similar.
That's it. It's kind of much weirder. Like it's a much smaller loop at the end.
Have you ever looked at into the Analemma before?
No, I haven't. Like I don't actually even talk anything about it.
It's really interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cool. Good stuff.
It's interesting that it says that like the sun's gravitational pull is strong enough for it to pull the Earth faster when it's further away.
Yeah, sure. Start to consider. I mean, I feel like you're a thinking person. You should start to consider what they tell you about the heliocentric model, tilt of Earth, in conjunction with everything, and start to think about the model and the way that they told us it works. And you sound like a smart dude, so you should be able to figure out that it actually doesn't work. So that's why we're here, and that's why you found us. So yeah, take some time. Freaking take a look at some of our information. I mean, the flat earthers have been looking at this shit for a long time. So it's.
Yeah,
I'm glad you have had the patience to actually talk to us. I have to jump off, but
okay, no worries, man. No, good conversation. Yeah, cheers for your patience too.
Good to meet you. Was it Black Matter?
Yeah. You too, man.
I mean, there's more people jumping in now, so you can talk to them. But I actually really have to go because I have to work in a few hours. Yeah, good talking to you, Black Matter. Have a good time. Everybody be patient with Black Matter. It sounds like he's actually taking a look at the information and absorbing it. Everybody have fun. Everybody have fun tonight. Everybody Wang Chung tonight. But it's today, because it's a day for me. Hey, Roger, that's your cue. Get your ass in here. I'm just playing. Doesn't have to be Roger.
Can I hear? I need to mute.
Bacon bone. What you got?
Oh, don't it hurt deep inside to see someone do something to her? Oh, don't it pain to see someone cry? How especially when someone is hurt. Silence is golden, what my eyes still see. Silence is golden, golden, what my eyes still see. Talking is cheap, people follow like sheep, even though there is nowhere to go. How could she tell she deceived her so well? Maybe she'll be the last one to know. How many times will she fall for his line? Should I tell her or should I keep cool? And if I tried, I know she'd say I lied. Mind your business, don't hurt her, you fool. Silence is golden, what my eyes still see. Silence is golden, golden, what my eyes still see.
and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears. So let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Clover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes,
Anybody still here?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
So quiet in here.
Who said hello? I'm not seeing it.
It's Flair.
Oh, what's up?
Hello, what's going on?
Not much. Not much. It's shit day today. It's raining and so.
Damn, yeah, it's like 5 a.m. here. I'm about to go outside.
What you gonna do?
Honestly, probably just take a drink of vodka real quick.
It's almost 12 o'clock in the afternoon, so I'll skip the vodka for now.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really been much of a talker. I really don't talk that much throughout my days, usually anyways, in general.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah, I've always been quiet. I've gone like multiple days without saying shit in a row, I bet, without even noticing. Just so quiet. What people say, anyway.
So a funny story, right? It's so ridiculous. So I think it was a month back. We've got there was this story about this. I think it's a Belgian dude, which was very angry at virologists because of the whole situation. And he was very angry, and he wanted to do. This is what we've been told, right? And he wanted to do stuff to virologists, and then they claimed he had stolen some weapons and a bazooka from an ammunition depot. Then he went into hiding, right? He went into hiding in a forest, and they've been looking for him since. Well, the bazooka he stole wasn't even a bazooka; it was a practice mock-up. So the media just blew that up, right? They told us, oh, he stole the bazooka and wants to kill virologists. He didn't. It was a mock-up. It was fake. But the most weirdest part of this whole story is that they spent like 650,000 euros in finding this dude, right? They had dogs and search parties and special gear and helicopters and everything to find this dude. And yesterday, the mayor of that town found the dude lying dead because he was smelly.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord dedicated to all the new people who have yet to fully turn into a glow pad. There's still hope for you.
You know the hole in
Shut
a
up,
donut?
Brenda.
That's
I'm trying to
space
sing
time.
here. Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see? We've broken it down oh so clearly. It's a joke, it always has been. For those to see, anyway. Tipping, he's falling, he's tripping, he's balling. They blow by, he's all in. They glow burst, they don't win. Be honest, that works best. Any evidence of the curve Earth crest? Any evidence that it's not at rest? Any vacuum next to a pressure test? There's no precedence, no evidence that the globe defense. Don't take offense, just don't be this dense. It's your preference with some common sense. You can sit on the fence. For a groper, it's tragic. He believes it like it's magic.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space time.
You're a moron.
No, that's true.
You're
the
a moron.
hole
Shut up.
in a donut.
Shut up. Don't
is
say anything
space-time.
else. Don't make me remove you. Shut up. You've got nothing more to add. You're a moron.
In the donut,
I couldn't
Brenda.
care less.
Wow.
You're a moron. Don't
The
say
hole
anything
in
more.
the hole in a donut.
Shut
The
up.
hole
I don't
is
want to
Swiss
have to
cheese.
eject you.
Space
If
time.
you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance. Shut up.
Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see? We've broken it down oh so clearly. It's a joke, it always has been. For those to see, anyway. Don't follow the agenda. Put your logic in a blender. Or you'll end up just like Brenda, forgetting your actual gender. Think your dog bones are clocks, and that people are rocks. Stuck in a closet, mental box. This space side for Brian Cox. Just learn the essence, the basics. Without that, you won't make it. Your freedom is right there, take it. You don't have to fake it. Just say, I don't know. And your wisdom will grow. Don't blindly go with the flow. Just put it down, bro. Let the lie go.
Any evidence?
I thought you were about debate. I thought you were about fair
Fuck off
debate.
right now, you fuck off. I was asking a new question. Now you don't get to take part. It's your problem. Stupid donut idiot. Donut hole is space time. What a complete moron.
Yo, Vlad, are you there?
crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or sitting in a park caught a lot of people by surprise.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Some guy ate a bat in China, so now he can't go out at night. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now he got no human rights. Someone ate a bat in China in a cave, now you're a human slave. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now the pharmaceutical companies get paid. Some bat in China, lock off the whole world, change things, rearrange it, or so we're told. Like the world's under a spell. The beginning of hell, yo, yeah. Any sci-fi movie that's seen.
A new world order.
Seen
Presidential
it.
decrees cascading
Running
from
it.
President Trump's pen.
Any horror movie that I've been.
And the rest of the world now figuring out what it means to
Running
be.
it.
Oh boy, this
Oh
shit
boy.
banging.
Cause things change, rearrange, and getting strange. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now I can't get any toilet paper. Yeah.
Crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or...
Better stay home, watch the TV. Better stay home, don't visit the family. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now my girlfriend don't wanna give me vagina. Everything's changed, rearranged, the whole world gone strange. Yeah, some guy ate a bat in China. Yeah. Someone from China ate a bat, and now you can't leave your house or go out the
New
back.
South Wales police are patrolling Sydney streets
if you
as
believe
residents try
that-
to understand changing social distancing rules.
But I don't know, bro.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Oh boy, what another one. Big fat shit from the side again. Freestyling with a microphone, beer in my left hand. I'm in lockdown. What I sound? A little bit sad. Shit. Someone ate a bat in China. Can't go and get any toilet paper. The TV telling me that. Yeah.
Oh boy, you went dumb on this one.
Police are receiving some backlash for their aggressive approach.
Good morning, Hank.
Good morning, Jake. What's up?
Not much.
Cool. So have you been here long, Jake?
No, I actually came here yesterday.
Okay. And have you done a little bit of research?
No, I'm mostly here to listen, actually.
Yeah, these are the graveyard shifts, so usually America is asleep now. So
Yeah, I just woke out.
yeah, if you scroll down this server, we have tons of channels, all sorted alphabetically. You can dig in and find what you look for, I guess. The most basic points are that the globe Earth claims to have physicality, right? A globe with the radius of 3959. So this globe needs to have curvature, and it's not there.
So you're saying you can't see the curvature?
I'm saying, well, would be a good question, right? So the curvature, have you ever experienced it? Have you ever seen it, experienced it?
Well, due to the gravity we're told about, everything sticks to the Earth.
Right.
So when you, for an example,
I'm talking curvature, and you're saying gravity.
yeah. Let me just explain it.
It doesn't make any sense, bro. Gravity doesn't have anything to do with.
No. I didn't get to say what I wanted to say.
I stopped you because it's a non sequitur, right?
No, you didn't listen to what I said.
What were you about to say?
I was about to say, the reason that I believe the Earth is more round than it's flat is because of the gravity pulling it, everything around it towards it. Therefore, the ground would probably get shaped as a sphere as it's getting pulled into itself.
Yes, but that's not. That's why I told you. I was talking about experiencing curvature, right? You're giving excuses.
No, I'm reasoning my answer before I'm answering.
Okay, you're giving excuses why we don't see it.
I'm telling you why I think something before I tell you what I think.
Experiencing the globe, right? That's what I'm talking about. Every human being on this flat level non-rotating plane has never experienced the globe itself. All we have ever experienced is a flat non-rotating plane. Correct? Do you agree?
No.
So you see the Earth moving?
No, I do not see it moving.
Okay. You feel the Earth moving?
No, I don't.
Okay, so I'm correct. Nobody experiences a globe with the radius of 3959 orbit, spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour.
So you actually believe that there is a sun, right?
So you're again obfuscating. Be honest, right? You do not experience the globe. The only thing you've ever experienced is a flat, non-rotating plane.
Yes, that is correct. I have not seen anything else for myself.
It took a long while, but you... Okay, right?
So what about the sun? Do you believe the sun is bigger than the Earth?
No.
The sun is smaller than the Earth.
No. Again, don't put words in my mouth.
No, I'm asking a question.
The sun is. Yeah, I don't know what the sun is. So do you. You don't know what the sun is.
No, I'm asking what you think it is.
Okay. Yeah, and I tell you, I don't don't know what it is. It gives heat and energy. That's what I know. I see it moving over my head, just like everything else. I
Okay.
experienced the sun coming up and moving away. That's all we ever experience.
Do you believe it has been there for millions of years?
No. Why would I believe such a thing? Who has ever provided any proof of this?
I don't know. I'm just asking. But in case it was there for so long time, I know this is not what we're exactly talking about, but in case it was, it would need to be very big and, to have all of that energy.
Unicorns existed, they might have farted rainbow bows, right?
Yeah, might.
So
We haven't
they
seen
might.
one.
No. So you haven't seen the Earth being 4.6 billion years old.
No.
They told you it was. You haven't experienced that.
No.
All right. So that's the base axiom, right? Is that every human being ever alive has only experienced a flat, level, non-rotating plane. That's the base axiom. Earth presents itself flat, non-rotating. For them to claim it's something else, they need to come with extraordinary evidence, right?
Yeah. So how do you explain that you can fly around the world? You can start flying, go in the same direction, and come back to the same place.
Pretty easy. It's called circumnavigate. It works the same as on a globe, as on a flat plane. When you go east or west, you always correct for north. You're not going straight. That would be dead reckoning. Nobody does that, right? The way Earth is being used is that we use known flight paths and known shipping routes. So boats and airplanes go from A to B, from port to port, traveling over known shipping routes and flight paths. They go to east or west, correcting for north. So it would be a big circle. Have you looked into the globe model, what it says?
No.
You're in the live stream?
Yes, I know.
In the live stream voice text, sorry.
Oh,
Just posted it. Jack, was it right? Jack?
yeah, Jake.
Sorry, Jake.
It's
I'm also driving.
It's all right.
Jake, I've tagged you. This is a still shot taken from a video. It shows a guy with a high-powered zoom camera, and he's on the beach, and he pans around and he shows you where he is, and then he drops down on his belly, and he zooms in on these two oil rigs.
Yeah.
And so the horizon, right? Can you tell me where the horizon is on this picture?
Yeah, there's a platform at the end.
Right, the horizon, right? Where the sky seems to meet the ground. It's not actually meeting, but it seems.
Yeah.
It's how our vision works, the vanishing point perspective.
Yeah.
So, is it in front of the oil rigs? Is it in between, or is it beyond the second oil rig?
It's between them.
No. Take a good look.
The third oil rig, the small one.
It's beyond the second oil rig, Jake. The horizon, right? Where the sky seems to meet the ground. You see that line behind the second oil rig?
Yeah.
So we can clearly say now that, we can safely say now that the horizon is beyond 9.4 miles. So this would be a pretty easy calculation for the globe. If the Earth was a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. So now we see the horizon at 9.4 miles and the observer is at 1 foot observer height. This cannot happen on a ball with the radius of 39 miles because the ball claims physicality, right? The horizon is the leading edge of its sphere in the globe model. It's the physical location where boats and buildings should get blocked by. This is what they tell us, right? Oh, boats go over the horizon. So this ball needs to have geometry to it. It needs the physicality of the ball needs to show itself. It's the same as if you imagine you are an ant, right? And you're standing on a basketball and you have a friend who's also an ant and your friend is walking away from you. So at one point you wouldn't see your friend anymore because the ball would be in you and your friend. Do you get me? Do you follow me? Yeah, it's rainy, so maybe I'm getting a bit. So this would be the same on a ball with the radius of 3959, the globe Earth. So in this observation alone, the radius has been falsified because it has to be at 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height.
So what if you can only see some of the oil rig at the bottom?
Yeah, but you're not getting it, right? So it is about the horizon. So the horizon in the globe model would be the physical location where boats and buildings should get blocked by. It is a fixed location. It cannot be altered. Just like a basketball cannot change size. Yeah, it can change sizes if you inflate or deflate it, right? But the globe Earth doesn't do that, right? It doesn't inflate or deflate. So this leading edge of a sphere has to be at a certain location, okay?
Yeah.
And it's not. It's never there. It's never at the point where it has to be. So this observation alone, right? It's called the black swan because so in history they used to think that every swan was white. So they said every swan is white. So at one point they found one black swan, meaning that not every swan is white. That falsifies that statement that every swan is white. Found one black swan. Here we have the black swan argument. It's one observation showing that the horizon is further than the globe necessitates. The globe necessitates that the horizon has to be at 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height. Yet it's not.
All right.
What do you think about this? What do you think?
Well, I think it's interesting.
It's a lot of info. Yeah, it's a lot of info. I mean, took me a few weeks. and this is not the only observation, right? So we have the Guinness Book of World Record long distance photograph, which is in France, showing you a mountain that's 271 miles away, which would have to be covered in curvature for a mile. Laser tests, right? People shot lasers over large bodies of water. 16 miles, 19 miles. The furthest one is 24 miles. It hit the target. The laser shot parallel over the water and it hit the target at the other side. I will post you the right? Because these are done by these were done by engineers, certified engineers. They built a laser, high-powered laser with a special targeting device. It's done in the Netherlands, in Bulgaria or Hungary. Sorry, Hungary, Netherlands. Wrong. Sorry. Yeah, I'm talking, driving, and typing. So this was done. The furthest measurement was done in the Netherlands. The laser was at 3 meters height. The target at the other side of the lake was at 3 meters height. They shot the laser. Well, actually, they panned the laser. So they leveled the laser and they panned the laser over the lake, shooting at 3 targets. One close, one a bit further, and one 24 miles. So the laser panned over the lake, hitting the targets every time.
All right. What about the tectone plates? What's it called?
Plates, yeah, plates are flat. Plates
Yeah.
are flat. Yeah.
You know
So,
the
yeah,
plates that the world is like
the
built
movement
on.
of the plates. Yeah, the Pangea thing, right? So they claim Earth was once one big continent, and they moved apart, and it's the point is there's no validation of this, that this is even moving, and if it was doing this, right, even if these plates are moving, it doesn't prove the globe Earth, right? It doesn't prove it.
No, well, I mean there is evidence of them moving, but they could explain the curvature.
Excuse me?
I'm saying there is evidence of them moving. I know for a fact that one of them is moving by 3 centimeters a year.
You've measured this. You went to some trench and put out a ruler, and then came back the next year and put another ruler, and
It has been filmed by confirmed scientists.
yeah. So they told you it did, right? They told you, and even if it did move, right, doesn't prove a globe.
No.
It doesn't.
No, what I'm saying is you should probably try these tests with the laser where these plates are, because they might be this bend in the world that you're looking for to make it curved.
No, so,
Might.
right? So water, right? The basic physics of water, fluid dynamics, is that it finds its level when in rest. So when it's in your glass or in a bathtub or a swimming pool or a small lake, a big lake, a sea or an ocean, water will find its level when it's in rest. I'm not talking about anything else, right? Water in rest will find its level and lays flat. So if 41 kilometers, 24 miles of water measures flat, then every piece that's smaller than 41 kilometers will measure flat. Okay? So how many flat pieces of water do you need to flow?
Again,
It's water to build, right? Water levels.
Again, on these plates, it might be, again, because of the gravity pulling the water down in that area so that it is flat on that area.
So locally flat water, is that what you're claiming? That would go against... That would go against what you just told me about gravity, that it will pull everything uniformly into the center of mass.
Well, there is a limit to that. You know that if you make a round, you know, if a sphere form, it won't just collapse into being flat. So obviously there's a limit to that from another weight.
Yeah, it's assuming, right? There's no demonstration, no observation of your gravity.
No. All I'm saying is just assumptions and things that would make sense to me.
You talked about your senses, right? Your senses tell you that the Earth is a flat, level plate, non-rotating.
Well,
So how does it
I
make
can't
sense
tell
it's evolved?
the only thing that I see from it moving is one day it's night, one day it's not, and
Yeah.
and we're at some point able to see a moon, and at some point not able to see the moon.
Yeah,
So
correct,
that would make sense if
No.
it was spinning around the sun and the
No,
moon.
it's not, because what do you see, Jake? You see the sun move. You see the stars move. You don't see the Earth move. You don't feel the Earth move. The only thing you will ever see is the stuff moving over your head. So it
So now you're saying everything is spinning around the Earth.
yes. Around above your head, yes. That's what you see, right? That's what you experience.
Yeah.
You don't experience orbit. Or, I mean, you don't experience the Earth moving or you feel it move. The base axiom of every human being is that the Earth presents itself as a flat, level, non-rotating plane. So you have this bias, right? They told you it is a globe. They told you they went to Narnia and took pictures from Narnia. They told you the sun is in the center of our solar system, right? But that is not what you experience. And when we go out and measure the surface of the Earth, because the Earth has to curve away from you with 8 inches per mile squared. And they told us the dimensions. And they told us that the water forms to the ball uniformly. So water would be the ideal way to measure the surface of the Earth if water would bend, right? But it doesn't. But if it would bend, then water would be the ideal thing to measure. And measuring water will come out that it measures flat always.
Yeah.
And I know it's hard to grasp that they told you all these things, and it's so easy to just think about it, right? Water is always flat. How can it be a ball? 70% of the surface of Earth, they tell us, is covered in water. So if all the water measures flat, how can it be a ball, right?
But the water is always in motion. So how do you know that you have the exact picture showing the correct thing?
It's in motion, but it won't conform 8 inches per mile squared, right? It won't curve around the ball. So yes, I told you, water in rest is flat and level.
Yeah, but the sea water is not at rest.
That's the control variable, right? Pick waters that is in rest. Lakes. Anyway, so the laser test, right? 41 kilometers. This laser shot from point A to point B. If the Earth was a globe, then there should be 100 meters of curvature between point A and point B. The laser should have overshot the target with 100 meters, and it didn't. It just hit the target. And it sure as didn't shoot through the Earth, right? Laser shoots straight. Can't shoot through the water. Hit the target.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing I can say to you, Jake, is that don't believe me, don't trust me. Go do it yourself, right? You can go to a beach with some good binoculars or a high-powered zoom camera, and you can see stuff you shouldn't be able to see on a globe. we can see too far for it to be a ball. Right? The whole of your life, you've been told stuff. It's a ball. It's rotating on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour. We are orbiting the sun with 66.6 thousand miles per hour. Right? These are things they told you. None of these things you can validate. The only thing you can validate is the surface of the Earth. And it's not curving.
Yeah.
And what I usually get, right? And this was my problem. So I'm maybe projecting here, but my problem was I was a space nerd. I loved it all, right? Star Wars, Marvel, and I was so deep into it. So I had a troubling time letting that go because, yeah, space was a fantasy, right? I wanted to go to space. I wanted to go. It was my fantasies. So there are so many examples of them screwing up, right? On film, NASA fuck ups, right? You see them glitching in and out, fading in and out. So many hanging on wires. The moon landing, for instance, right? If you go into that and you really understand what they told you and how it's not possible, right? It just takes another layer of the wall you've built for yourself. Because I too thought it was batshit crazy. The Earth was flat. The Earth was flat, right? How can it be flat? Look at all these space pictures they showed me. Look at it. How can it be flat? Right? But if you see all the fuck ups they made, and they even admit that all these pictures from space are compositive images, are photoshopped, right?
Yeah.
So if you slowly peel away this onion you created for yourself, layer by layer, you come to the truth. Nobody knows that the Earth is flat in a day, right? It's just, if you've been spoon-fed all this information your whole life, unwind that, and it takes time.
Yeah.
You have another question for me?
No.
Okay. I'm not trying to convince you, bro.
No, of course not.
I couldn't care less. I just want to give you the tools, right? And you have a mind of your own, right? So don't take anything they tell you for granted or for truth. And this goes for everything, right? It goes for everything.
Yeah.
I mean, the world went to shit the last year. Wow. We can't talk about it because YouTube will terminate the live stream, but it went to shit last year, right? And it's not done yet. The economic problems that will follow. Oh boy. But it's not the end, right? Flat Earth closes a few doors, but opens so much because history is not what it seems. History is made by the victors, right? Written by the people that won.
Yeah. So what do you think of NASA correcting themselves into saying the Earth is not round, but it's actually egg-formed?
Sorry? NASA, oh yeah, the pear-shaped Earth. You're talking about pear-shaped Earth?
No, they're saying the Earth is more egg-formed than it's round.
Yeah, the correct term would be oblate spheroid, because they have to tell you this because the physics of a ball that turns is that the equator, right, would bulge out. That is what they tell you.
Yeah.
It would bulge out. So it's Neil deGrasse Tyson told us it's chubby around the equator, so it's more pear-shaped. That's what they tell us. Pear-shaped Earth. Whilst when we look at those compositive images we get from them, it all shows a perfect Earth, right? A perfect sphere. Yeah, but you're too far away to see it's imperfect. So what's up with pear-shaped Earth if you can't even see it, right? It's just baloney. And
Yeah.
who measured it? Who measured it? Who measured the Earth being a ball with the radius of 3959? Because the only thing you have, right, is the surface of the Earth. You can't dig down. The deepest hole ever dug was 7.9 miles deep, right? They tell us it's a radius of 3959. So they can't tell you, they can't measure the radius by digging down. So the only thing you have is the surface of Earth, and that measures flat. Seen the documentary Level?
So I just measured the the size of the Earth. The Egypts actually did that.
So you're talking about the Greeks, right?
The Egypts.
What did the Egypts do?
They measured two things. First, they measured the time of a day, and they found out the day was 24 hours.
Yeah. So that's begging the question that the Earth is a ball, right? Therefore, we have night and day. But go ahead.
Yeah. So what they did was they looked into a hole.
Those were Greeks, Aristophanes, right? The Greek. It is claimed that the Greek Aristophanes, which this story, right? It's a story. There's no primary documentation of this story. It somehow slipped into the curriculum. Yeah, it was okay. So you tell me the story.
Yeah, so they measure the time of the day by looking into a hole.
Yeah.
And then timing from when to when it's completely light up again. You know, so yeah.
Yeah. So again, this was the mainstream story is that Aristophanes did this. He had a well in Cyrene and a stick in Alexandria, and he paid a guy to step out the distance between Alexandria and Cyrene. So this dude, right, stepped out the distance, which was approximately 500 miles, which is ridiculous, right? How can you step out a distance? Think about it. Okay, so then he went to the well in Cyrene and saw that there was no shadow in the well, and at the same time, how is this possible, right? Because they didn't have any walkie-talkies, maybe a string with a tin can on it. But okay, at the same time in Alexandria there was a stick with a shadow on it, and he measured the distance of the shadow, and he then calculated the circumference of Earth, right? But he made two assumptions, two very big assumptions. He assumed that the Earth was a globe in the first instance, and he assumed that the sun was infinite miles away, and therefore the sun rays would hit the Earth with parallel rays. Okay, so this same observation can be done on a flat plane. You can measure, you can calculate the circumference of your table with a small and local light. So this wouldn't work on a ball Earth or a flat plane because you have to make assumptions, and measuring shadows is not measuring the surface of the Earth. It's measuring shadows. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so we all know the story about Aristophanes, which has no primary data, which slipped into the curriculum in the 1980s, right? And it's just a story with a bunch of assumptions and a ridiculous tale of a guy stepping out at 500 miles of distance, which I think is ridiculous. How can you step out of distance? Bless you.
Thank you.
So yeah, the distance of the distance of the surface of the Earth or curvature has not been measured. Curvature drop over distance. But Jake, I have to go now. I'm at my destination, so
Okay.
I have to go on mute. Yeah.
I have one last question, actually.
Sure. Okay.
So how do you explain that you can't see the sun at one point, but you can at another?
Well, you're talking about day and night, right?
Yeah.
Why is it day at one point? Well, the sun is not 93 million miles away, right? There's no measurement of this. It's an assumption based on no. It's a calculation based on the assumption that Venus has the same radius as Earth. They timed the transit in the sky, and then they could calculate the distance to the sun on a globe Earth. The sun in the flat Earth is what we observe it is, right? We observe it as a small local sun. You can feel its heat, and when a small cloud covers the sun, you immediately feel it, right? So it feels and it observes like a small local sun. And this sun moves over your head. This is what we all see, right? We see it move over our head, and eventually it moves away from you into the horizon. And the horizon is just the apparent location where the sky meets the ground. It's not a physical location. It is an apparent location, right? So your vision makes it looks like it disappears into the horizon. So the light of the sun cannot travel forever on Earth, right? So if you have a small LED light and a friend that's an X miles away, you wouldn't be able to see this LED light because it would be too weak for you to see. The air is stopping the light at one point. It's called light attenuation, the inverse square law of light. So light in a medium doesn't travel forever. When people go to the bottom of the ocean, the light doesn't reach there because it doesn't travel forever in a medium. So when the sun moves out of your vision, you still have daylight. You don't have any sunlight, but you still have a few in the summer, right? I live in the Netherlands. When the sun sets, I still have 1 hour of daylight, right? So the sun isn't at the other side of the globe. It's just moving away, and the daylight is slowly fading away, because it cannot travel that far. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what about the North Polar? In the summer there's always sun, and in the winter there's never sun.
Yeah, the sun, as we observe it, it moves away and it comes closer in summer and winter. So the sun moves between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. So between every 6 months it will travel between the summer of Cancer and every year, right? So it moves from this the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. When it's closer to you, it's summer. When it's further away from you, it's winter. So in the north, we have a guy from Iceland here. He has 24-hour daylight. So the sun does set, but it is 24 hours daylight at his location because the sun is just closer to him at that time.
Okay.
It has a circular path over the earth, which when you can validate this by looking at the sun's analemma.
But what I'm getting here, like in my head, is you have this plate, right?
Yeah, I don't claim. Sorry, who's there?
Sorry, I just said hello.
Yeah, hello.
How you doing?
Yeah. Maybe you can take over. But this plate, right, Jake? I don't claim a shape, right? A shape is a shape would mean that the flat isn't a shape claim. It's the description of the surface of Earth. Topography exists, right? We have hills, mountains, valleys. So those things exist. Nobody's denying, but the water measures flat, right? And flat is a description of the surface of water. Flat Earth is being demonized, right? When people hear the word flat Earth, they think of a flat disk flying in space with the water falling off the sides, right? This is misinformation. This is brought to you by Flat Earth Society and mainstream media because they want you to look at what we are saying, right? Or no, they want you to look at what they are saying Flat Earth is, and then they want you to laugh about it and confirm your bias that you're on a globe. They want you to think that Flat Earth is batshit crazy and laugh. But I'm not claiming that the Earth is a flat disk in space. So flat is a description of the surface. Just to clarify, right?
Yeah, but if it's flat, how does the sun go from one point and go up to like from another point?
It's close and local, and it moves over your head in a circular path.
It doesn't go anywhere. I mean, it goes away from you. So when you, for example, if you have any idea how a let's say a car moves on a huge road, on a long road, then what do you see as it moves away from you?
Well, it gets smaller, and I see the lights from it.
Exactly. That's it. It's called perspective, by the way. So when you are getting away from something, or that something is getting away from you, it gets smaller. That's basically it. Nothing else.
Alright.
Just by looking at the sun, by the way, we cannot tell, for example, how far is it? Or do you have maybe a method to measure or even calculate the distance to the sun just by looking at it?
No, I don't.
And what do scientists tell you?
I haven't been digging into it.
Well, I mean, you have heard claims about the sun being, I don't know, 93 million miles away, I think.
Maybe.
So how do they know that?
Some calculations. I'm not saying they're right, but I'm not saying they're wrong either.
Well, it's just a thought process, you know.
Yeah.
If all we have is the image of the sun, let's say on a photo, or if you see it with your eyes, you have way less data than you would need for example, trigonometry to calculate the distance. Because you know trigonometry, right? You learn trigonometry. I suppose. I don't know, but I'm asking.
What? I learned what?
trigonometry. Like, it's part of geometry, right?
Oh, yeah. We actually didn't learn a lot of that in my school.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, I go to a Danish school.
A Danish one. I thought Denmark is quite good in its school systems, you know.
Yeah, but there are certain things that we don't focus that much on.
Okay. Okay, do you have any kind of question, by the way?
No, not any I can think of.
Yeah, thank you. What's up? I needed to go for a second. So.
Oh, no problem. Maybe about the satellites. Something. Usually most people, you know, when they talk about flat earth and globers, one of the things that pops into their heads are the satellites, right? Or the GPS system. Because, you know, we use our phones or smartphones every day, and we use quite a bit of the GPS that is built into it. Okay, he's fine.
Wait, I didn't realize I was muted. They actually spoke about it yesterday.
Oh, you did? Nice.
Yeah, I was.
What was the basic?
Listening.
Sorry, what was the basic idea that you walked away with after talking about it?
Well, they mostly talked about waves in the air, and to me, it makes sense to send out a signal. So, but what they were saying was that your sound goes into a coil in your microphone, which is correct, and then it goes into a router, and that sends it to a tower, which sends your signal up into the satellite when you use the satellite. Otherwise, you would be using. Otherwise, you would be using underground connections.
Well, it's not even underground. It's also under, you know, the oceans.
Yes, that's what I mean. But when you are using the satellite, the tower would.
But we do not. So right now we do not use satellites at all. We are connected through cable.
But is there any evidence for that then?
Sure, there are hundreds. Would you like to see like a small video on YouTube how they actually put the cables into the deep oceans?
Sure.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, so 99% of all communication is done by cable and telephone masts, right?
I'd like to draw his attention to the live. I'd like to draw his attention to the live stream. I'm going to post a meme for him to look at.
Yeah, but that's a good meme too, by the way, Flatman Can. That this is how it looks like, what they put under the ocean.
Yeah, that's a small slice of the cable that they use.
And I think this is, by the way, only for internet, so it's not for anything else. I'm not sure, but this is one kind of cable system that they use.
Well, if you look closely, there's 3 massive cables and then a whole bunch of smaller cables within that one cable.
Yeah. The small ones are different kind of data transmission.
Yeah, they're probably fiber optic or something like that.
But Jake, you can look at the video.
Alright.
Yeah, this is a common misconception about how do we actually, communicate with each other on different continents. People think that nowadays we use GPS and other satellites to communicate everything. We do not. We never did, by the way.
Well, GPS, to clarify, means ground positioning system, not global, and it's done by triangulation. I had a wicked meme for that one, but I lost it.
Like NASA lost the technology. Oh fuck.
Yeah, NASA was good for Tang, Velcro, and non-stick frying pans, but other than that, nothing much more.
By the way, I really do not know why people have the idea that, for example, internet is going through some satellites. Like, what was the article that pushed that narrative? Ever? Or is it just people thinking about it and then making up their own mind without actually looking into the matter?
Probably a combination of them telling you what they want you to hear and people being too lazy to look into what they're saying.
Am I still here? Hello? So my undersea cable just popped or not?
No, your cable's still connected. I can hear you.
Yeah, Roger. You there,
Yes.
Roger?
Yes.
Yeah. I talked to a kid yesterday, and I told him that 99% of transmission of information is done by undersea cables, and he goes, "That's ridiculous," and just rage quit instantly. So these guys, they don't even know. Like, even when you tell them true information, they just can't accept it. Like, ever.
Well, it makes more sense. There's thousands of these things floating around a ball than to think of a plain cable going underwater. Come on, man.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because that's all sciencey and shit. If you just say science enough, then the answer's ball, right?
It's amazing. Like, you tell them the simplest of things, and they don't want to understand it or know it. You make it all complicated and sophisticated and shit, and they're like, "Oh yeah, makes sense."
Yeah, it's just a complexity bias, but they don't realise they have it. So if the idea is really complex, then it's sciencey and therefore true. Well, no, that's not the case. The irony is, though, is that they're always hearing the dumbed down, complicated explanation because they're not intelligent enough to actually understand the full complicated version.
I can remember when I was younger. Excuse me, I'm gonna cough. Sorry, gentlemen, ladies. When I was younger, seeing these satellites inside the NASA facilities and all the gold stuff on them and things, and thinking, well, it's shiny and whatnot, but it's still too bloody expensive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like, you compare it to like a Jeep on Earth, and it's like Jeep on Earth costs maybe 10 grand to build or whatever. This thing's like, 38 million? You sure about
that? That's when you want to be in the part selling business.
Exactly. It's all just. That's just an accounting exercise, isn't it? It's like, oh yeah, so we have a budget of X and we have to spend it. So obviously we're just going to assign 38 million to the moon buggy. Like that.
And then
it didn't cost them that. Like, it objectively could not have cost them that. So it's just an accountant's exercise. No,
when they decide a $3 bolt costs $15,000, no problem. But when a chap on his income tax says, whatever, problem.
Yeah, how can they give basically free money to NASA if they don't steal it from you first?
But that's exactly how they do it. They steal it from you and then give it to NASA.
They also invent it out of nothing as well. So, there's two ways that they have money. And neither of them are legitimate. Imagine if you could just invent money. Oh, I'm a bit broke this month. I just printed 10 grand. It's literally what the government does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was falling behind on a couple of bills. I just bought a printer, so now I'm printing money. It's literally what they do. Maybe we should start doing it.
Yeah, all you have to do, anyone who's listening in, all you have to do is look into JFK and the IMF. That's quite a good story.
Man, after I still do FE research. and I heard the JFK conversation where he was more interested in keeping the country safe from Russia than going to the moon and all this.
Yeah, I heard that one too. Yeah.
It kind of pushed me in the direction that might have been why they took him out, because they really desperately had to fake that shit.
Well, that's partly. The guy was, a common guy.
Yeah, well, yeah, he was a people's people. Yeah, he was a people's people. He wanted real money, not fake money. And yeah, he wasn't interested in lying, and he wanted to expose the secret societies and whatnot. Yeah, there was a few things that were probably factored into why they took him out. And it's really sad. I often wonder what kind of a world it would be like if certain people hadn't have been taken out. Martin Luther, Malcolm X, JFK's one of them.
Did you mean Martin?
Be a different place. Be a different place.
Do you mean Martin Luther, as in the original?
Yeah. Yeah. So I think, by the way, JFK's brother was also taken out. Like, he had a brother, I think. JFK.
Yeah, his brother ended up dead not long after him.
Yeah, Robert F. Kennedy, yeah.
Sorry, I think you were going to say something, Crip.
No, just that the original Martin Luther I don't think was taken out.
I wonder what's coming down the road. Our countries are in free fall.
What's coming? UAPs. Formerly known UFOs.
Unidentified aerial phenomena.
Yeah, it's now phenomena, not an object anymore, right? How interesting.
My alarm's about to go off to wake me up. I'm already awake. I don't know why, but all of a sudden I just got this like disingenuous feeling for like there's people out there learning about exoplanets and black holes and all this other crap, Neil deGrasse spouts and shit, and they're like eating it up like it's true stuff, and they're gonna go out there teaching other people this shit. Like they're in school to become a freaking astrophysicist theorist or whatever. Like, how is theorist a job title even? I'm paid to think up shit that could be. I'm paid to think of stuff that might be, but I'm not sure.
Well, it's a job title for aristocrats, by the way. You know, nowadays they have to pay taxes too, so they have to get a job for that, so they made up some field of science that doesn't do anything whatsoever.
Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Well, we have another member here. It's got no rules. It's called Billy Sanchez. Billy, you have control of your mic. What's up?
Hey, Billy.
I'm just wondering if Commie Viet is with us. If not, no problems. Our resident communist glober.
Billy, you wanna talk maybe?
I'm gonna come up with a term for listeners. I'm thinking on it, like a voyeur or a peeping tom, but for listening, I'm gonna come up with something. I'm thinking on it.
Yeah, chat skank.
That's great. I love it.
I nicked it from QE.
Yeah, so Billy won't talk, so we're gonna mute him again. We have Inji. Inji, you have any questions, remarks, complaints, add-ons? It's your purpose.
Are you on the fence? Globe? Are you getting the picture yet?
They seem to be not in the mood to talk. What?
Well, I'm gonna roll up my second doob of the morning. Prepare myself for their globe logic.
You cannot
Or
be
should I?
prepared for that.
Yeah, I should say globe illogic. They're contradictionaries. We need to get that. QE keeps saying we need a contradictionary for the shit you guys talk about.
I've noticed a lot of flat earthers smoke weed. I don't know if there's a pattern there.
Yeah, a lot don't know.
That's
No,
true.
a lot of flat earthers drink, and a lot of flat earthers don't do either. And everyone's pretty much flat earther. Just some people are still eating the ice cream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some people can't wait to get that Venus mission started, you know?
Man, yeah. They're probably gonna get so much money, like for the Mars shit when they fake that. If they try to fake going to Mars, it's gonna like be much more money than anything else they've done.
Well, they've already stolen a bunch, right? They put the fake rover there.
Yeah.
Giving us a bunch of CGI images and not doing anything for mankind in any way, shape, or form that's positive.
What are you talking about? They invented Velcro, dude.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, the non-stick frying pans and Tang. That's right.
People actually, when you bring that up, how NASA doesn't do anything, people actually send you lists of like, no, they invented freeze-dried food. And that's just like, really, dude?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nowhere on their list does it say the first moon base was completed in 73.
Yeah, if someone said to me it's going to cost you 50 million a day and you're going to get Velcro and freeze-dried food, I'd ask for my money back.
Yeah, that's not a good investment.
Well, what can you use Velcro for, though?
Skechers.
Imagine the person's trying to think it's worth it. Like, well, if I could use Velcro to put stuff on things.
Yeah. Trying to justify that.
Rotating girth. That's what you can use it for.
You mean shit won't stick in my pan? Okay.
Yeah, you guys forgot the pen that can write upside down.
What is it?
I know, because I'm always writing letters when I'm laying in bed and shit.
When you wake up in the middle of the night with a great idea, you just got to write it down.
On the bunk above you when you're doing time. For having a dried leaf in your pocket.
Actually, before I head to bed, which one of you was the one who wanted to say something to me?
Oh, I was wondering if we could finish the 14 points of fascism that actually turn out all to be Marxist.
They definitely don't all turn out to be Marxist, and I think we established that. But
we only got 4 in, and they all were. So I was wondering if we could continue. But if you're going to bed, we can do it another time.
Yeah, I'd like to do it another time for sure. But I wanted to know, just because we like talking a lot about stuff, and it's like a super long essay. So if you guys don't want to, I'm not gonna blame you. But you were in here at some point when I was talking about post-truth, right?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. Well, I posted an essay in philosophy. I'd love to get your guys' opinion on it if anyone wanted to read it. And I figured you kind of seem to be the guy who wants to go the distance. So, yeah. I mean, I only read like half of it so far. So if you don't read the whole thing, it's not a big deal. But it's just an interesting take, I guess.
Where is this thing you posted?
I posted it in philosophy.
To the diner.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Okay, cool.
44 678 524 6902.
He might be hot making.
We've got your credit card number now.
Yeah. Quickly mute that guy, please.
Expiry date. Can you tell us the 3 numbers on the back, please?
All right. Good night, everyone. Sleep well. Or whatever.
Good night.
Bless up. Yeah, have a good one.
He's a good guy, that guy. He does everything the Jews tell him.
Have any of you guys read the manga Vagabond?
No.
It's pretty good. It's about Musashi. Just very good.
Was the gentleman that just left the one that was asking if there was a correlation between flat earthers and weed smoking?
No, I said that.
Okay, because I have 14 pins and 2 plates on my left leg. That's one of the reasons I partake. It's partially a pain management thing, but I mean, I have enjoyed it long before my leg snapped, so.
Yeah, just for me, because when I used to smoke weed and just watch like flat earth stuff, and it was like my favorite stuff to watch when I would smoke weed, because I don't know. Like I used to listen to the Tinfoil Hat podcast with Eddie Bravo. Just smoke weed and just listen to Eddie Bravo talk about flat Earth. It was like my favorite thing to do.
Sweet.
Like
Did you?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry. Did you see what I posted at? Oh wow! What a coincidence! 6:49. No way! I keep seeing the time 6:49 and the number like on license plates and shit. It's crazy. I gotta partake because we have a 6:49 lotto up here. Anyways, that image in the live stream at 6:49 I posted. That's my business. I've been doing shirts for about going on 20 years now.
Wait, where'd you post it?
6:49 in the live stream.
Oh.
The live stream voice text at 6:49 a.m. I woke up before my alarm went off today, so I was in the chat a little early.
Oh, nice.
That's one of my shirts. I've been doing shirts for about 20 years now. My newest one is what I'm most proud of. This is it right here. Just posted it just now. I give away free air fresheners and keychains to promote the company. And
do you make money off of it?
Yes, I do.
That's cool.
But it's just one of the, like, I mean, if I've been studying wealth and or wealth management and generational wealth and stuff for a little while, and the average millionaire has like 7 different streams of income. So one stream of income is okay, but it's good to be into a few different things, you know? I started a mobile car light replacement business. So you sit at home, call me up, I come, replace the light, you fix it, and you don't get the ticket, you know?
How do you
Stuff like that.
how would you try to make money off of like conspiracy theories, like being a conspiracy theorist?
See, for me, somebody in the chat asked a number of weeks back, so what's the number? How much would they have to pay to get you to lie that we're going to Mars and that we're on a ball and all this? And I said, like, I even went to 200 million. I said, still, I wouldn't, because it's integrity. Integrity is what you do when nobody's looking. I wouldn't lie to my fellow mankind. I wouldn't bear false witness. So making money off of spreading truth, it'd be like me printing up masks for the Novid, for the cerveza bug, you know, to promote fear. I'm not going to make masks. I'm not going to sell masks.
Right.
You know? My buddy, I'm getting a head shop. You got to give me some grinders and some rolling papers and some things, some T-shirts and blah, blah, blah. And you should see these face masks I want to print up, and you should put your new T-shirt image on a face mask. I'm like, dude, I'm not selling fear. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, maybe if the like 200 million to say it's a globe.
No, I mean, no. Here, this is the thing, brother. If they can pay me 200 million to say that, then technically they can pay me something to say shit about you that ain't true.
Right, but I mean, like, what if you're just saying like the Earth, like on some little podcast that doesn't really get many views, and you're just kind of, you can say it in like a joking way, and they're like, all right, we'll still give you the money. I would be like, you know what, I'll do it.
See, at my cousin's funeral recently, my cousin, 2 summers ago, she had an aneurysm and passed away. At the after party, I was like, you know what? If I worked for NASA making CGI images of planets and stuff, that might be my job. But after work and on the weekends, I'd be like, they're full of shit. And I'd be spending money like crazy, feeding the homeless, like all the money I'm making there, you know, I'd be helping out people with it. But I'd be telling the truth off hours, you know?
Yeah.
So I'd probably get canned quickly or taken out or something, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Can't pay him $60,000 a week when he's going to go around telling everyone what we're up to.
But would you try to like? Do you think being like an Alex Jones type person, not like do you think like being a truther and like trying to get like doing like a show and talking about like truth stuff is like a good move, like in terms of like financially?
Well, I mean, if you enjoy what you're doing, the money will come at some point, I think. People that want to support you will support you. Like, I'm pushing for more than I have because I got 3 nephews and a niece, and I might meet a beautiful woman and have some kids someday. And I mean, it's a goal. I mean, I spend money on stupid stuff because I don't have kids. So I put my money where I want to. You know, I've sent a little bit to QE. I've sent some to Jaren from Jarenism. I've sent a little here and there. You know, I do what I can because I want to. I have my own YouTube channel. I have one clip that I did about subscriber support, and I basically say, help your nephew or your niece or your neighbor that's struggling with a student loan or rent or something. Don't worry about me. I'm fine, you know? And if you want to do more than you are, the big guy upstairs will make a path for you. You might not be able to do it right now, but at some point he'll give you a way to help others, you know? And that's just how I see it, man. Like,
yeah,
it's not about what you can, it's not about what you acquire. It's not what you gather, it's about what you scatter, you know? Yeah. I'm into t-shirts, so I got people that wear my t-shirts in other continents, like on other continents and other places on the earth, and I feel like I've made my mark already, but I have more to do. I'm trying to be a voice for people that aren't being heard right now. I want more rights for homeless people. I want my city to build a state-of-the-art homeless shelter. I want every city and province in my country to do the same thing. I'm in the capital of my country, and we've got 2 shitty missions that have been around forever on George Street and Murray Street. Like, our homeless population deserve more. And we got people that want to, you know, they're born with a twig and berries, and they want to dress like a girl and talk like a girl and act like a girl, and they're fighting for all these rights. Like, dude, don't sleep with animals or kids. I don't care what you're wearing or what you think you are. Identify as a lamp if you want, you know. But you're passing by a person who can't afford a meal.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to think.
Believing and you think you're going to Mars. You think analyzing the fucking soil on Mars is doing something for all of us. It's not.
Yeah. It's like how would you even defend going, like, what do you even say to like why are we going to Mars? It's like, what do you even say to defend that? Like, all this money that we're gonna, it's like
child labor. Sorry, sweatshops, child labor, stuff like that. Even if you don't go to child labor, kids aren't building bombs and guns and ammunition and starting wars and killing fathers and uncles and aunts, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and then my quote unquote government decides to do whatever with tax dollars, and I'm not for it. You know, I don't know how to explain this. Like, I never agreed to lock up anybody for having a couple ounces of dried product in their pocket, ever. And we're supposed to be in the best type of system there is. We're not. It's more of a hypocrisy than a democracy. Now, what's better than a democracy, I'm not sure, but there's definitely a better way.
Democracy? Why would you want a democracy? That's 2 wolves fighting and a sheep fighting over what's for dinner. You should want to.
No, I'm not saying it's what I want. It's if that's what you have, that's what you've got. But if the democracy isn't
That's not what we have, though. That's what they try to make the populace believe we have.
Yeah, that's what I just said. We're more of a hypocrisy than a democracy. I don't, and then I said I don't know what's better than a democracy, but there's something better. It's not communism. It's not fascism. It's not socialism. You know,
A republic. In a republic, 99 in a true republic, in the way the Constitution's set up, 99% of the populace shouldn't be able to tell 1% of the populace what to do.
yes, and I agree. The problem is some people don't know what a fucking republic is. They're like, "What's that?" You know, like people who think they're on a spinning ball probably don't even know the definition of a republic. You know.
Yeah, but the conspiracy theory thing, or just being a truther in general, is a good move because you're right. It's about doing the right thing, and then if money comes, then that's good too. Like,
well, like I said, I think it will. Like I've sent some to Jaren, I've sent some to QE. Not big chunks or anything, but every little bit trickling in helps, you know. And I feel bad YouTube took a chunk of it from them, but I did what I could. Sorry, go ahead. I
Yeah.
didn't mean to cut you off. I'm a bad habit.
yeah, it's just there's a some Japanese like idea, like principle, and it goes I love to do it. I'm good at it. The world needs it, and I can get paid for it. And everything that I think being like a truther and trying to get the truth out is like one of those things. It like fits all those. So I think I'm gonna try to do something. I don't know, make some sort of like truther content. I don't know what, but
Oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to add, if you're going to do that, that it's great. It's a good idea. I know you can make money doing it. Maybe even I can throw some time in to help you with it, and I don't care if you take all the loot. What I wanted to say is being clear that when you're sharing something, you're sharing what you know about it, and that even you could have it wrong. You know, like I heard before I found Flat Earth, be careful of the truth. You could be holding on to the wrong half of it. And then when I found Flat Earth, I was like, holy shit, now I got to question all kinds of shit, you know?
yeah, that's a good point. Part of me kind of. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I stated a few weeks back, I believe that if there was something else we were seeing or knowing, we'd be sharing that. We wouldn't be telling everybody it's this. I feel that about this community, you know?
Yeah, totally.
I have something I'm going to get started in a few months. A goal I'm going to start. I don't know how long it'll take to get to the end of the goal, but at the end of the goal is a nice little pile of dough. It's all legal beagle. It's going to be interesting. I don't know how long it'll take, but I'm excited.
Yeah, sounds cool. I got some stuff like that too going on. Yeah, like I'm gonna probably whatever. I'm just gonna start like a little business.
The one complaint I have with that shirt that I posted is that last dot could have been a little closer to the second P instead of so close to the outside line.
Oh yeah.
If any of y'all want shirts printed, I can have them printed. I mean, I give you a bid for whatever you want. I bet I can get it cheaper.
Well, the last order I placed was for 104 different designs, double-sided. I'm in Canada. I don't know where you are.
Dallas Fort Worth Metroplex. If you order over 300, it gets real cheap. But 300 of the same print. It could be different size shirts, but it'll be silk screen print. But I mean, I can get individuals too with the state of the art deep G.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the printer that I have right now. I mean, I'm always shopping around for something new and a better deal, but what kind of quality of shirt do you use?
Whatever you want. I mean,
Yeah,
whatever
so
price you want to pay, you know. You
yeah,
can go anywhere
Gildan's your
from a
cheapest.
$3 shirt to a $20 shirt. It's up to you.
And do you charge setup fees?
It's a one. If you're gonna have bulk, then and it's screen printed, then yes. It's not me doing it. I work for a company that has 3 different shops.
Yeah, nice.
But yeah, they're pretty good. We can also do compressions. We can compress them to any. No, I say any. We have like a couple hundred different molds to choose from, but that's more of like a novelty when you compress it though, because you're never going to get the wrinkles out.
Currently, what I've been trying to get my hands on is some fridge magnets to help promote my business. I'm posting my keychains and air fresheners right now, but I want to get some. Go ahead.
Sorry, I interrupted. I was just gonna say, if you got a GTG machine and you want your prints to last, I mean your pre-treat is 90% of how long your print's gonna last. So I don't know if you're pre-treating your shirts or not, but I mean you can do it fairly cheaply with a paint sprayer, like an airless paint sprayer from Home Depot. If you're doing
I see.
On a small scale, but they need to be pre-treated or they're gonna fade the first time you wash them.
Well, I'm not sure what this company's doing, but I have no complaints at all. I'm quite impressed. I had them do a run of 300 for me for the University of Windsor once. This was the first time I had them do these particular designs, and they outshined the original printer I went to for the first 3 designs. Like the Hash, Thank You, and RCMP are all old designs. The OPP is a new design. So, the new printer, when they did the new, when I went to the new printer to do the 4 designs, when they showed up, the image on the front was a lot larger than the old printer had done. So they outshined the old printer big time and beat their price.
Yeah, well, next time you're gonna do, like I said, if you're doing the same print, I don't care how many colors it is. If you want a bid, I can get you a bid. It'll include setup, shipping, everything. Then, if you were to do the same print again, it'd be a little cheaper. It'd be $65 cheaper. I think they charge $65 for your first, art setup and all that.
Burning the screen and setting up, yeah.
But if you if you ever do that many again, just add me as a friend on here or something. Send me your your file, the quantity, sizes, and everything. I can get you a quote quick.
Cool. Yeah. And are you up in Canada or down in the States, over in Britain?
I'm in the state. I'm in the States, but it'll include shipping, everything. It'll be a out the door price, like I meant, or arrive at your door price.
Nice, nice.
I try to tell people on here, it takes me up on it. I'm like, I'm pretty sure I can beat any deal you get. I can't beat Teesprings, like for quickness and whatnot with a single print. I mean, it's hard to beat because I don't know if you know how they work or not, but Teesprings, when you put an order in, they're gonna see who's the closest to your house that has that shirt in stock, and then that whatever company that's closest to you that has that shirt in stock, they're the one that's gonna get the contract for the shirt, and they're gonna print it, and ship it to you. So for individual prints, like you can't beat Teespring. They got the way they got their system set up is pretty tight knit. But you're not gonna get the same quality either from like one state or country to the other with Teespring, because it's not it's gonna be different printers printing the shirt.
Yeah, yeah.
Yo, yo.
Frisbee.
What's happening?
Whatever you make happen.
We're better than yesterday, and tomorrow's looking promising.
Pretty dead in here.
Still no bendy clouds or bendy water. Still no curvising. Still no Globetard coming in here with their undeniable proof that we're moving and curved and all that. Oh, sorry, I meant Globe Genius. No Globe Geniuses coming back yet.
Talking about on Mars right now with a rover.
Put a Mars on rover, but can't keep Wi-Fi for 400 feet.
Talking about they're going to the moon. The race started.
The only state that's doing that is the state of imagination.
I didn't realize Chewie was a member of this server.
So,
I had two cats. One of them passed away a little over a year ago, I believe, and the other one, I put out his bed, and the other one won't go in it. And he's been gone for a while. The first one.
What are you doing? What are you up to, Hank?
I think Travis is hot micing.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no problem.
How you doing, Roger?
I'm doing fine. It's a bit rainy today, but that's okay. Plants need some water, so.
Are you working right now?
Yeah. So the we have a new there's a new thing happening, right? So there was this military dude in Belgium. I think it was Belgium, and he told by letter or announcing on YouTube, I don't know, Facebook, something like that, that he would attack virologists because they were ruining his life, right? Because of the thing that is happening. So they told us he stole some ammunition, some guns, and a bazooka. So they were searching for this guy. He was like in hiding for a month now, and he was hiding in the forest like Bear Grylls, right? They searched the forests with with militaries, military personnel, dogs, helicopters, sensors, and they just couldn't find him. Now, yesterday they found him dead because the mayor was bicycling in the same area where they searched, and the mayor smelled something funny, and he found it. Man,
Well, that's a heck of a coincidence, huh?
I mean, you couldn't even write this in a book and believe it, right? It's such a ridiculous story.
That's a bad student of Bear Grylls.
And now his family
have a camera crew and all kinds of stuff. That's a little bit of a bad. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, but they told us he stole a bazooka from a military depot. It wasn't even a bazooka. It was a training prop. One second.
Survivor Man. It's a better analogy. All by him.
Okay, so anyway, this bazooka they told us he stole was a prop, wasn't even a real. So they scared us. So they scared the people, right? Because look at this whack job attacking virologists. Look at it, right? You need to stay off the virologists. So it wasn't even a real bazooka; it was a prop. And now after spending like $500,000 on resources searching for the guy, the mayor found him dead because he was bicycling around the forest. It is ridiculous.
They try to say he suicided himself.
And even his family came out. Am I still here?
Yes.
Keep going.
Hello?
Yes, Rich.
Yeah, you're there.
Yeah.
Keep going.
So even his family came out and told the newspapers that it was ridiculously convenient that the mayor found him after they searched for weeks for him, and they didn't believe he took his own life. They actually said they killed him. They killed him.
Yeah, how do the dogs not find a dead body?
Right. The mayor told the newspaper, I found him because it smelled really bad. Well, if a dog can find him and the mayor can, it's such a ridiculous. And people eat it up, right? They eat it up.
The mayor found him because he was there when he got clipped.
You can't even really use dogs unless you have, like an article of clothing or something. Like you have to have something that has for a dog to really work in the woods or something like that. Like
you have cadaver dogs. You have cadaver dogs.
Yeah.
They smell a cadaver from a mile, right?
The mayor never went for bike rides ever before. All of a sudden he's, honey, I'm going for a bike ride. Oh, look what I found. Imagine.
Yeah, here in the States, I would want to hear that 911 call.
Yeah, it's just a weird story, right? Only to in my opinion, right, to get this, because people were piling up on virologists, right, because they were telling us what to do, and now this guy suddenly stole some weapons and told us, yeah, I'm going to kill those virologists because they're ruining. So basically, they put again fear in our minds and telling us, yeah, don't touch the virologists. They're just doing their jobs. Look at these whack jobs telling virologists are ruling the world, right?
Isn't the status quo now? I can't think of the word. Isn't the status quo just trauma-based mind control? I mean, isn't that what the states implement these days? Pretty much every time they want to do something is just trauma-based mind control.
Did they find the fake bazooka beside him?
First, it was the story that he stole explosives from a military depot, and then it came out, well, no, it wasn't actual explosives. It was just mock-ups and practicing gear. So,
Because I mean, civilians are stealing shit from the military all the time. Props or not, you know, they're just walking in and out of there with their pockets full. Like,
who's gonna be dumb enough for props? Let alone a soldier at that. He's not gonna be that dumb.
Yeah, it was a soldier, yeah, but they blew it up big time because he stole explosives, right? And then this virologist that he threatened went to safe house, and people were talking like, yeah, you don't touch, he's just doing his job, and and now he's found dead in a trench by the mayor because he smelled him. Such a ridiculous story.
something smells about that story.
I've never understood why people would freak out anyway if they were told someone had explosives. I mean, gasoline's at every corner, and there's not a limit on it you could buy. So, I mean, if you want to do damage, you can do damage with any kind of materials around you.
Right.
It's a little more convenient if you can set it up on a timer and whatnot, but you know what I'm saying.
Dude just got let go after 35 years, is at the gas pump filling up a 50-gallon tank, and they're like, we gotta find this guy that stole these fake explosives.
It smells just like a very bad psyop, man. And people, at least the bubble on Twitter where I'm in, they don't buy it, but you got people that buy it, right? Because Twitter just puts you in a bubble.
There's also people that won't see the fucking serpent's head inside of the fucking church there when you look at that one photo of that thing, that place. You know what I mean? The inside of the place, it looks like a snake's head with the eyes and shit.
In Italy, the Vatican.
Yeah. You'll show them that and they'll be like, no, it doesn't look like that.
Just
or playing
art.
the song where they're singing to Lucifer.
The weird statue behind the throne, right? Really weird.
Yeah, you're talking about the
Man, that is so. I would be fucking okay. Okay. See you guys later. As soon as I saw the unveiling of that thing,
No, that's just art, bro. Just the artist. Don't you recognize art? You're such a caveman.
I couldn't picture myself there long before they unveiled that. But yeah, when did they build that? That's a new part of it, right? That hall and that statue and shit.
Yeah, I think that's an addition. Yeah.
So crazy.
Yeah, so many dividing stories are going around right now. At the beginning of the whole thing, right? The whole Mexican beer thing, they told us it's from a bat, and then you had people telling, well, no, there's a lab in Wuhan, right? It's from the lab. No, it's from a bat. No, it's from a lab. And now you have these emails coming out, which are very strange, right? Pushing it into this lab theory again. And then you have the top virologist from the Netherlands tweeting, yeah, look at these numbers. There are illegal animal trade centers in Wuhan. And there are more trade centers than ever thought before, right? So, of course it's from a bat, because there are more animal trade centers there. Ah,
I don't know if you did, but I just by coincidence saw this Stephen Colbert clip of Jon Stewart on his show, and Jon Stewart's like, the name of the place is the fucking.
Yeah, I saw it, yeah.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, but it's again a trick in my opinion. It's just again smoke and mirrors, right? It just want to confuse you. Is it from a lab? Is it from a bed? Is it from a lab? Is it from a... So they're constantly confusing you. Because it's not from a lab or from a bed, right? It's just what we experience every year in the fucking winter.
I totally agree, but the information out there that would go against, like it being from a lab is like they got confirmed cases November 17th here in the States, quote, confirmed. I don't believe any of it, I'm just saying, I'm agreeing with you. It's all total BS.
I mean, I don't know if you guys are worried. There's a worrying trend at the moment of, like an increase in positive tests in Pepsi bottles, orange juice bottles. Obviously, I'm being facetious, but there are people who have tested, especially the LFD tests, on bottles of drink, and the drink comes back positive. Right? It's a complete. The whole thing's a scam.
Yeah, the inventor of the test even says that. Like the guy invented how they test for it. He says the misuse of the test could be claiming that because you test positive or something that it's meaningful. He says, yeah.
Well, it's meant to be used to confirm a diagnosis that's already suspected via symptoms. It's the point of the test. It's like a second layer. It's not meant to be the first layer. If you have no symptoms, the test is meaningless.
The symptoms are the same as what we experience every winter pro-corona.
Yeah, of course.
So,
yeah, of course. But I'm just saying what even the official narrative says.
Yeah.
Like, so people aren't even following the official pseudoscience narrative.
So I know a guy that he went ill like 2 weeks ago. He was ill, just standard flu-like symptoms, but he had it very, very hard. So he was quite ill from flu-like symptoms. Man flu, right? Man flu. We all had. So he took the test and it was negative, and he didn't believe it. He didn't believe the test, so he took another one a few days after.
It was like, negative again?
It was again negative.
Yeah. So, it's because the test's a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah.
Of all the perfect times for them to fake a positive, they don't.
But, yeah.
Roger, please don't say man flu. It's person flu.
Sorry.
Yeah, to be honest, growing up, I always found that to be a little bit ridiculous because I know a lot of men who will go to work when they're feeling really under the weather, and it always sounded like one of those really pathetic jabs at men to call it man flu.
I know. But he was saying, but he was claiming he was ill, right? He had fever, and it wasn't. He said it wasn't something I had experienced before. I did. I mean, pro-corona, I was sitting on my couch like a few years ago. I was sitting on my couch. I was like, man, I'm ill. I don't feel that well, and I was like out 3 days. So.
Just on that subject, Ariel. If man flu is for men, is bird flu for women? Is that how this works?
Shut up, crypto.
Don't they call them birds over there?
Yeah. That's what I said. It's I don't actually like the I don't like that way of talking about women either. I think it's really patronising. Anyway,
I think I had flu like 12 years ago, but I'm not really sure. So, and I've been like ignoring this whole thing since last year March when I found out that it was a hoax. So, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, second that.
But we don't even know which CT value they use now these days, right? They don't give you the CT value, so.
Oh, do they not know? Yeah. That's funny because I was pointing out to my colleagues that the cycle threshold is the only thing that matters on the tests. And then a lot of my colleagues started looking into what this meant, and yeah, it's a lot of interesting stuff's happened since then, but I'm not going to go into it here.
No, right? So if he took the test a half year ago, he might have been positive. We don't know. Ariel, you're cutting out. Or is it me?
No, it's probably
it's
me.
her. As soon as she starts talking. You want to try again?
Yes, I don't know if you can hear me now. I'm sitting in my car.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard that the guy, that Kerry Mullis, who invented the PCR test, who died in 2019, who said that it's not for diagnostic purposes, that guy was the guy who synthesized LSD.
Sure. I heard he came up with the idea of the PCR when tripping. That's what I heard, but I'm not completely sure.
That is so funny.
But he got a lot of flack for that, right? Because he got a Nobel Prize for the PCR test. But he was a whack job because he used LSD. So he invented the most used product nowadays, right? But he's a whack job because he said it cannot be used for diagnosis. No, that's just the whack job because he used LSD. Crazy.
I thought you only get a Nobel Peace Prize if you drone strike another country.
Yeah.
No, you don't need to use drones. You can just invade them with men if you want. I mean, look at the 70s and 80s.
Peace is war.
Yeah, they're gonna drop all the rules now. The 26th, so no masks. You can go to restaurants. No limitations for people at home. The only thing they will uphold is the 6 feet rule. So for nightclubs, they can't uphold the 6 foot rule. So you have to have your test with you when you want to go to a nightclub or a festival.
What?
Or your sticker, right? Your jab sticker.
Did you guys see that people were saying that they put nanoparticles on the actual test, like the nose test? They put some sort of something that passes through like a membrane on the end of that.
I don't know. You know, the thing
Hey,
is,
Roger.
right? Sorry?
If you want to make some money, send me Send me that sticker, and I'll print you however many of them you want.
Yeah, well, it's all digitalized these days, right? So the thing is, when people get their jab, they registrate you in the system, and then you get a QR code, and then you need to scan your QR code at the entrance. So I say sticker, but it's not that easy.
We'll get like 5 or 6 of the people's stickers, and we'll just print the same 5 people. Just keep going to the club everywhere.
Yeah,
Catherine Albright.
You're just trying to spread the virus around, man.
That's right. Virus is free.
You know what's funny though? Even with that system, all you have to do is take a photo of someone else's, then just present that.
It's freaking me out, man. There's 3 pastors and the leader of the PPC party here were given the silver bracelets behind their backs there. The one church has gone underground. Like, these people did nothing wrong. It's getting really weird, guys.
Yeah.
So, Crypto, the thing is, the way I looked into it, and the QR code has your name and your birth date. So when you enter a nightclub, you need to show your ID, right? So they compare this with your QR code.
It's not hard to fake an ID.
I know.
I mean, this is really simple, actually.
I know.
I mean, I can already think of 4 people who could do that for me. Yeah, this system is... The thing I'm trying to get to is, right, that the more arduous and let's just say autocratic you make the system, the more willing people are going to be to go around that system, and the more people you're going to find who are going to help you do that. So it's up to them. If they want to try and force this on people, then there's going to be an extremely sophisticated network to get around it as well.
Yeah. But you'll be in that gray area where they don't then tell you, so, okay, you faked having the jab, you faked your ID, now somebody is sick and almost died, so you need to pay, it's your fault. Right? You get these lawsuits of endangering another person. Something like that. They're probably gonna get one and put them as example.
Yeah, but that will count as coercion to a medical procedure, which means that you can sue them. So it wouldn't work for them.
And if a trial like that happened, wouldn't the whole method of contagion and the infectiousness, like wouldn't they analyze that in like the trial, so you could basically prove like disease isn't really contagious like they think, or you could present that argument.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, they will. I don't know. They will point at virology and tell them, "Oh, these experts tell me it's true, so it has to be true." I mean, they done this, right? There was a lawsuit in the Netherlands for the curfew because it was unlawful. So on Monday, the judge ruled that the curfew was unlawful. I think it was the same day or the next day they made a new law, and on Wednesday it was accepted. So the curfew was still standing, right? 1 day, 2 days, they just pulled it, they just corrected it. There you go.
Yeah, disgusting.
They found another judge. That
They got curfews. What they got curfews for? Going on? Did I miss something?
Well, in London, they're discussing whether you should have a curfew for being a man or not as well. So that's fun.
What?
You didn't hear about this?
There's man curfews?
Well, no, they're discussing it in Parliament, which seems totally fair and not
Oh,
discriminatory.
Parliament. That group of very intelligent, well-rounded people.
Yeah, those guys. Yeah.
Those guys. Oh, okay.
Yeah. They had a discussion over whether men should be allowed out after 6 in London.
Because they harass women.
What the fuck?
Yeah, all men are fucking dirtbags, right? None of us have any integrity. We're all douchebags.
I mean, yeah, I'd like to see them try and discuss whether women should be curfewed. See how that goes down for them.
Wow.
They should definitely discuss that with the women themselves. That would work out swimmingly.
Exactly. So we're thinking about keeping you inside after 6. What do you think about that? Yeah, no, because a woman was killed by a man, and they lied about it. I'm not going to go into the ins and outs, but basically they said that a man killed a woman he didn't know, even though actually they were having an affair. But anyway, that's obviously a small detail that no one wanted to mention. And so therefore, all men are out killing all women, and therefore all men should be curfewed. That's literally the logic.
Alrighty then.
Yeah. Welcome to Clown World.
Well, yeah, because every guy wants to go from an affair to a murder charge.
It's not like 99.9% of men spend their entire lives protecting women and children and trying to provide for them or anything. You know.
Sanity just gets better and better, huh? Gotta love it.
So yeah, how's it going, Chop?
Chilling, brother, man. How you been? How's everything?
Yeah, working too much, but pretty fun otherwise.
Is it working too much?
Always.
Trust me, I know. I live it. It can work.